Chapter 4194. Dan Yuanzi had a storage ring that contained the pill formulas and all the information of the Danding clan. He placed them in the palace. Senior, these ancient pill formulas have been passed down from generation to generation, including some secret formulas. There are some about the refinement of the myriad yuan elixir, as well as the heavenly yuan elixir and so on. There are also some elixirs that are more difficult to refine than the myriad yuan elixir. They might be of some help to you. Lin Fei glanced at the books and realized that they were indeed quite old. It could be seen that the Danding clan had put in a lot of effort in this area. Otherwise, these ancient books wouldn't have been preserved for such a long time. Okay, you can go out now. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Dan Yuanzi said, Senior, don't worry, I will arrange for someone to guard outside. I won't let anyone in to disturb you. He took the initiative to retreat and close the door. Dan Yuanzi wiped the cold sweat on his forehead slightly. Facing a senior is really stressful. Lin Fei did not release any aura, but to Dan Yuanzi, the fact that he had killed Demon Marshal Bai Lang with one hand was obviously a huge shock and deterrent. If this senior was slightly displeased, he would be killed with one palm. That would be such an unjust death. After coming out of the palace, Dan Yuanzi was ready to find a place to take a breather. At this moment, Zhong Deong came over and said in a low voice, Clan Master, there are 3 innate experts outside. They should be from the Tianyun clan. They said that they want to see you. Those people are in the main hall outside. Dan Yuanzi's expression changed slightly. Take me to have a look. By the way, arrange a few more people to guard outside. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter. Whoever dares to enter will be expelled from the Danding clan. Zhong Deong naturally knew who was inside the palace. Don't worry, I will arrange it right away. I won't let anyone barge in. With such a senior in the Danding clan, they wouldn't dare to offend him even if they were given 100 guts. The 3 innate experts were sitting in the palace, and tea had already been served. However, there was still a trace of blood in the air, which could not be removed by talismans. Until now, the 3 of them were still puzzled. It was not the first time they had heard such words about a young Qi cultivator. Basically, all the disciples there had seen it. For the 3 of them, this was a considerable amount of pressure. Fortunately, they were not hot-tempered people. Otherwise, they would definitely get to the bottom of it. I, Dan Yuanzi, would like to thank the 3 of you on behalf of the entire Danding sect for coming all the way here, Dan Yuanzi said the moment he entered. At the same time, he cupped his hands and thanked them. After all, they represented the Tianyun clan, and the Danding school was in the territory of the Tianyun clan. Naturally, they had to be polite to them, even if they didn't do anything. The fat man in the middle took the initiative to stand up, cupped his hands, and said, Alchemy Clan Master, you are too polite. We really didn't do anything. Speaking of which, we are ashamed that we found out too late. We didn't know that the Demon Clan would dare to plot against the Alchemy Clan. I will definitely report this matter to the Tianyun Clan Master, and I will definitely not let the Demon Clan have an easy time in the future. Dan Yuanzi recognized this fatty. He was a Buddhist expert. It was called fate severing. However, it didn't really match his size. But his name was really Mie Yuan. Thank you, Master Mie Yuan, Dan Yuanzi said. Alchemy Clan Master, I heard that the one who dealt with the Danding school this time was Demon General Bai Lang. He has already been killed. I don't know if this is true or not, and it was done by a young man. Can you tell me the name of this person? We should go and pay a visit. After all, they have helped the Tianyun clan greatly, Mie Yuan added. When Mie Yuan said this, the other 2 innate experts also pricked up their ears. In fact, they also wanted to know who had the strength to kill Demon General Bai Lang, one of the 5 demon generals under the Demon Lord. They had all fought with Demon General Bai Lang before, and his saber techniques were outstanding. If they were not careful, they would be killed by his saber techniques. At the mention of Demon General Bai Lang's saber techniques, everyone had a lingering fear, but now that he had been killed by a mysterious expert with a single palm, they were all curious. Dan Yuanzi seemed to be in a dilemma. Master Mie Yuan, if it was something else, I might be able to promise you, but I can't do that for this matter. How could Dan Yuanzi let the 3 of them go to see the senior? If they made the senior unhappy, he would be the one in trouble. He didn't want to take such a risk. Dan Yuanzi thought about it again and said, I think it's better for you not to go see the senior for the time being. If the senior gets angry, you and I will both be in trouble. This is also a kind reminder from me. Mie Yuan did not dare to get angry. Hearing the word, senior, from Dan Yuanzi's mouth, coupled with his cautious attitude, it was not difficult to guess that the senior might really have the strength to kill Demon General Bai Lang. Mie Yuan said cautiously, Clan Master Dan, then tell me if the senior is a chi refinement expert. After all, we all know the strength of Demon General Bai Lang, so we should be prepared. That's the most important thing. What kind of strength do you think the senior has to be able to kill Demon General Bai Lang with a single palm? Dan Yuanzi did not answer directly, and instead kept Mie Yuan in suspense. Mie Yuan was also a smart person, so he did not continue. In fact, he already had an answer in his heart. That young man was definitely a chi refinement expert. Thank you, Clan Master Dan. The Danding sect is no longer in danger, we will go back now. Mie Yuan wanted to report the news to the Tianyun clan master as soon as possible. After all, a chi refinement expert was not someone that anyone could easily offend. Dan Yuanzi personally sent the 3 innate experts off. Clan master, we did not tell them the truth. Will the 3 of them say anything? Zhong Deong came to Dan Yuanzi's side. Dan Yuanzi shook his head. Don't worry, they wouldn't dare to spout nonsense. That's a chi refinement realm expert. In the entire Kunlun mystery realm, there are only a total of 15 chi refinement realm experts. With the addition of this senior, there will be 16. No one can withstand the rage of a chi refinement realm expert. They can't, and neither can the Tianyun sect. Zhong Deong heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Zhong, you have made a great contribution this time. The entire Danding sect has to thank you. If not for you, the Danding sect would have been completely destroyed, and I would have to face my ancestors. Zhong Deong said, Clan Master, actually, this matter cannot be attributed to me. To be honest, we can only say that our Danding sect is lucky to have met a senior who just so happened to want to know the pill formula of our sect. Everything is a coincidence. We can only say that the demon sect's luck is too bad. With the death of Demon General Bai Lang, I believe that the Demon Lord will definitely be furious and won't dare to act recklessly for a long time. Chapter 4195. An expert came to Luoxia City. As soon as this expert arrived, he immediately went to look for the Luoxia City Lord. The Luoxia City Lord had been on tenterhooks for the past few days. After all, the mysterious expert had left a deep and indelible impression on him. Who knew if that expert would come back? As a result, the Luoxia City Lord couldn't eat or sleep well these few days. His eyes were bloodshot. When he saw the confidant of the Tianyun clan master, Ling Yun heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately told him everything he knew. I've already arranged for people to secretly follow him. That person definitely won't expect it. Although he's strong, my people are watching from afar and know his general location. That person seems to be acquainted with the people from Pill Cauldron Gate. He's already gone up there. The Luoxia City Lord was cunning. He knew that such a mysterious expert naturally had an unusual background. Hence, he secretly arranged for someone to follow him. However, this person was different from others. He stayed far behind. This person was very far away because this expert's strength was average. However, he had a unique ability to sense a person's aura within a certain range. With this sense, this expert was very good at following people. Luoxia City Lord also wanted to know where this person came from, as long as he had an idea in his heart. In that case, that person is now in Danding sect. Could he be from the Demon Clan? Ling Yun frowned. I've received news that Danding sect was besieged by the Demon Clan. Could this person be from the Demon Clan and deliberately infiltrated Danding sect? The Luoxia City Lord thought for a while and said, this person is very unfamiliar. He shouldn't be from the Orthodox sect. It's very likely that he's from the Demon Clan. After Ling Yun got the news from the Luoxia City Lord, he left Luoxia City without stopping. After leaving Luoxia City, he immediately sent a message and reported in detail. The next day, 4 experts came to Ling Yun's side. These 4 experts were all in the innate realm. 2 of them were in the mid-stage of the innate realm, while the other 2 were in the late stage of the innate realm. Together with Ling Yun, who was in the great perfection of the innate realm, they were considered a very powerful force. In this Kunlun's secret realm, no one who was targeted by them could resist their capture. Our mission this time is very simple, and that is to capture the Devil Sect expert from Danding Sect. Ling Yun took out a portrait. This portrait was drawn by the Sunset City Lord, and it was 90% similar to Lin Fei. If Lin Fei was here to see this, he would definitely be shocked. This was just like a photo, vivid and lifelike. These people followed Ling Yun's lead. The 4 of them stared at the portrait. This brat doesn't look very old. At most, he's an innate ranker. Maybe he ate some pills to increase his strength. With the 5 of us, it'll be easy to catch him. That's right. If he's an expert from the demon sect, that would be the best. Who knows, this person might have been groomed by the demon sect. If we capture him, we can get information about the demon sect and destroy a few of their branches. The Tianyun clan's mission to destroy the demon clan had a huge reward, so many innate stage powerhouses liked to look for the demon clan's branches when they were wandering in the Kunlun's secret realm and destroy them one by one. As long as 1/3 of the spoils were handed over, the rest would belong to them. At the same time, they would be jointly protected by the 5 top forces. Inside the palace of Pill Cauldron Gate, Lin Fei was flipping through the information sent by Dan Yuanzi. These information had indeed been passed down for a long time, and Lin Fei was very satisfied. However, most of the information was of no use to him. Even the 1,000 yuan pill was just SOSO in Lin Fei's eyes. It wasn't very helpful to his recovery. When he flipped to the last few books, Lin Fei almost gave up. There was nothing here that he needed. He picked up another book. There are actually secrets hidden in this ancient book. Lin Fei frowned slightly and rubbed his hands on the ancient book. Clatter, clatter. The book was crushed. He saw that this seemingly ordinary ancient book actually dropped out a few pieces of gold. I knew it. The weight of this ancient book is different. It turns out that there are secrets hidden in this book. These small pieces of gold were as thin as cicadas' wings, but there were words engraved on them. These words were all ancient words. Lin Fei recognized them. The 3 pieces of gold were put together, just the size of a page. The entire book was only a few hundred words. Lin Fei read with great interest, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Interesting, really interesting. So the ancestor of the Pill Cauldron sect actually sealed a giant dragon in the Western world. No, giant dragons only exist in China. The giant dragon they are talking about should be a 4-legged lizard. Lin Fei also felt that it was inconceivable. According to what was written, the ancestor of the Pill Cauldron sect specially sealed a giant Western dragon in order to concoct a pill. He planned to use the dragon's essence and blood to concoct a pill. Unfortunately, just as he sealed the giant Western dragon, his injuries were too severe and he died. As for why this information was left in the gold pieces and sealed in the ancient book, it was probably because he was worried that his descendants would be attacked by the giant Western dragon if they were not strong enough. Lin Fei read it 3 times, not missing a single detail. Then he found a pill formula in another ancient book. After reading it, Lin Fei understood. The ancestor of the Pill Cauldron sect was really ambitious. He actually wanted to concoct the God Essence pill. This pill requires a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb as the main ingredient and the essence and blood of a spirit beast. The concoction is extremely difficult, and the failure rate is more than 90%. After reading the explanation of the God Essence pill, Lin Fei fell into deep thought. If I'm not wrong, this 10,000-year-old medicinal herb should be the one in the Western world. It's still in the Western world for the time being. The giant dragon should be this special spirit beast. If it was really concocted according to this method, even a qi refinement expert would not be able to withstand the fusion of 2 forces. It's extremely difficult. However, for my immortal body, this God Essence pill should be able to recover 20% of my strength. Pill Cauldron sect must have left behind some good stuff. Lin Fei thought for a moment and felt that the God Yuan Dan should be of some help to him. He memorized the name of the god Yuan Dan and put the golden piece away. On the gold pieces, there was also the location where the giant western dragon was sealed. He could not leave it behind. Even if a long time passed, the location where the giant dragon was sealed would not change. At most, it would become a skyscraper or a desolate wilderness. It would not affect Lin Fei. After flipping through the last few ancient books and making sure that he did not miss anything, Lin Fei walked out of the palace. There was nothing worth Lin Fei leaving behind. Lin Fei decided to leave the Pill Cauldron sect. Book Guest Residence Website. Chapter 4196. Dan Yuanzi had been guarding outside the palace. In the end, he was still worried that his disciples might not be able to keep a close eye on them. It would be bad if they offended the senior, especially since the senior might be the 16th Qi refining realm expert in the Kunlun mystery region. Although he did not know his exact cultivation realm, he was a genuine Qi refining realm expert. Senior, you're out. Is there anything you need our help with? Dan Yuanzi reacted the fastest as he came forward immediately. I've already read through all the books in your Danding Gate. I'm not going to treat you as an ancient book for nothing. Here are 2 bottles of medicinal pills. I'll give them to you. They're pretty good for treating injuries, especially for someone of your cultivation realm. Lin Fei took out 2 bottles of medicinal pills and passed them to Dan Yuanzi before leaving. Dan Yuanzi did not have the time to say anything as he watched this senior leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his sight. He could not even sense his existence. Dan Yuanzi looked at the medicinal pills in his hand and revealed a trace of regret. Originally, he wanted to ask this senior about the Tao of alchemy. After all, for him to take out medicinal pills, he must have some understanding of alchemy. But now, he could only feel regret. I wonder what these medicinal pills are? Dan Yuanzi opened one of the bottles, and a dense medicinal fragrance wafted out. His expression changed immediately. This is a supreme-grade medicinal pill. This senior must be an alchemy grandmaster. What a pity, what a pity. Dan Yuanzi regretted not coming earlier. He had missed an opportunity. Lin Fei did not intend to take advantage of the Danding Gate. Apart from the last part of the ancient book, which had some use, most of the other books were useless. In Lin Fei's mind, there were countless medicinal pill recipes. Any one of them would be better than these. The only thing that interested him now was the 10,000-year-old medicinal herb and the sealed western dragon. The rest were not worth his attention. After leaving the Danding Gate, Lin Fei suppressed the thought of continuing to explore the Kunlun mystery region. He felt that it was better to get the 10,000-year-old medicinal herb and the sealed western dragon first. The former was of great use to him, and the latter was for concocting the divine essence pill. According to what's written, one must be old enough to refine the divine essence pill. This western dragon has definitely met that requirement. For the old ancestor of the Danding Gate to personally seal a western dragon, it shows that there are no sufficiently old spirit beasts in the Kunlun mystery realm. Lin Fei had to get his hands on the western dragon. In any case, he had already found the entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm. The next time he entered, it would be very easy. Evil remnants of the demon sect, die. After descending from Danding School's mountain, he entered a forest. Bush. More than a dozen arrows flew over. The people in the vicinity did not reveal any killing intent at all. It was only when the god-breaking arrow was shot that the killing intent exploded from their bodies. These god-slaying arrows were ferocious and had been infused with a great amount of power. It was obvious that they were not shot from the god-slaying crossbow. Instead, they relied on their own strength to forcefully shoot them as hidden weapons. These god-slaying arrows all stopped when they were a meter away from Lin Fei. Just like that, it floated in midair. Lin Fei stepped on it. Bush. All the god-piercing arrows flew back. Cries of surprise could be heard from the forest. In the blink of an eye, 5 figures rushed out, looking somewhat miserable. These 5 people had different expressions. But the moment they landed, they blocked off Lin Fei's path. No matter which direction he went, he would meet one of them. These people were shocked. This person in front of them was really young, but his strength seemed to be beyond their imagination. They had used the god-piercing arrows, intending to catch the other party off guard before taking him down. However, they did not expect the other party to be so strong. They did not know what method he used to block the god-piercing arrows. Instead, they were attacked by the god-piercing arrows and nearly lost their boat. "Who are you people to ambush me in the forest at this time? Tell me honestly so that you don't have to suffer later," Lin Fei said coldly. These people were all innate realm experts. The one leading them was even a great perfection innate realm expert. Such a lineup could definitely kill any innate realm expert. Even a great perfection innate realm expert would die without a doubt. Lin Fei did not remember who he had offended in the Kunlun mystic realm. The only person he had offended was Bai Lang, one of the 5 great devil marshals under the Devil Lord. The devil sect's actions seemed to be a little fast. Lin Fei was speechless. How did he become a member of the devil sect? He had nothing to do with them. These people were obviously mistaken. "Take him down first." Ling Yun snorted coldly. He raised his hand and shot out a white fog. The remaining 4 people also shot out a white fog. Instantly, the entire area was enveloped by the white fog. The 5 people also retreated immediately. Obviously, this white fog was not an ordinary white fog. It was something that could injure people. No matter who it is, once they are hit by our soul fall powder, their entire body will become soft. They will not be able to exert any strength. Even if they take a breath, they will not be able to withstand it. As for us, we ate the antidote beforehand. Naturally, we can avoid it. "That brat will definitely not be able to withstand it," one of the innate realm experts said with a sneer. There is no need to talk about rules when dealing with the experts of the devil sect. As long as we can take everything down, it will be fine. These 5 people did not take the ordinary path. The other party had attacked directly, but they had used some tricks. However, it was undeniable that this trick seemed to be very effective. The white fog shrouded the area for a long time. During this period of time, they had already retreated far away. They did not see anyone rushing out. The more it was like this, the better their mood was. They knew that the person inside must have been hit. After inhaling the soul fall powder, he would not have any ability to resist. When the time came, they could just go in and capture him. 5 dignified innate realm experts actually used such a trick. Aren't you ashamed? Lin Fei's figure suddenly appeared behind them. Lin Fei's lazy voice rang out. Ling Yun and the rest turned back in shock. They had never sensed when the other party had left. An invisible sword chi attacked. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. With a swoosh, it cut through the void and also cut the bodies of the 5 innate realm experts. The 5 Mr. Experts let out a muffled groan and flew out, falling into the white fog. A sharp wound was left on their chests and traces of fallen soul powder seeped into their flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, these Xiantian experts became like a pile of mud lying in the fog. Lin Fei walked in unhurriedly. "Now can you tell me who you are? You can also choose not to say it. I will only give you 3 breaths of time to consider. After this time, I will kill each of you with a sword." Ling Yun roared. "How dare you!" Swoosh. A sword cut off Ling Yun's head. "I dare." Bookseller's website. Chapter 4197. Lin Fei chopped off Ling Yun's head with a single strike. The strike was so fast that Ling Yun didn't even have time to think. His eyes widened before he lost his breath. "Don't kill us, we've already told you." The remaining 4 innate experts were shocked and their faces turned pale. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. That was Ling Yun, the trusted subordinate of the Tianyun clan's Lei Tianing. His head had been chopped off just like that. They had planned to resist to the end, but now they realized how ridiculous it was. He didn't have to care about the Tianyun clan at all to kill them. "We are from the Tianyun clan. The Wuxia city lord suspects that you are from the demon clan, so we came to capture you so that we can dig out information about the demon clan from you," one of the innate experts said hurriedly. Lin Fei knew about the Tianyun clan, but he hadn't had much contact with them. He was very surprised to hear that. The Wuxia city lord is really interesting, but the Tianyun clan is even more interesting. At that moment, Lin Fei thought about it countless times. He didn't think that the identity of a demon clan was worth the Tianyun clan sending 5 innate experts. It seemed that they were obviously going to capture him alive. The biggest reason was probably because of the Tianyun clan. Go back and tell Lei Tianying of the Tianyun clan that this is not over. Swoosh. 3 rays of sword light flashed past 3 of the innate experts. I'm the only mid-stage innate expert who survived. Seeing that his companions had fallen to the side, he couldn't move anymore. Don't kill me, I really told you everything. He was on the verge of breaking down. Tell your Lei Tianying what I said. Lin Fei waved his hand and sent the innate expert flying. After falling several times, the man realized that he had regained his freedom and nodded repeatedly. I will definitely pass on the message, senior. Lin Fei didn't care much about the Tianyun clan, but since Lei Tianying of the Celestial clan dared to plot against him, he naturally had to teach them a lesson. Lin Fei already knew that in the Kunlun mystic realm, innate experts were the core strength of the clan. The loss of 4 innate experts at once would definitely make the Tianyun clan suffer for a long time. It was not something that could be made up for in a short period of time. The 4 of them didn't have anything good on them. Lin Fei didn't want to stay, so he took away their things one by one. He went straight to Luoxia City. The lord of Luoxia City dared to slander him as a member of the devil sect. Lin Fei naturally would not be polite. No matter what, he had to find the lord of Luoxia City to settle the account. At the same time, at the westernmost part of the Kunlun mystic realm, there was a stretch of towering mountains and precipitous ridges. There was not even a trace of plains. Apart from mountains, there were more mountains. The base camp of the demon sect was in this mountain range. In addition, this mountain range was filled with poisonous fog, forming a natural barrier. If one wasn't an inborn expert, one wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the poisonous fog. Demon Master, something bad has happened. Demon Marshal Bai Lang has been killed. A piece of news spread in the demon sect's headquarters, and it caused a huge commotion. Everyone knew that demonic Marshal Bai Lang was very strong and had a powerful saber technique. He might not lose even when fighting 1 against 2 or 3. Furthermore, he had evaded more than 10 encirclements, becoming famous in the Kunlun secret realm. However, now that he had been killed, the experts of the demon sect couldn't accept it for a while. The demon master was a young man who looked at most 20 years old and exuded a gloomy and cold aura. After hearing the news, his face darkened and he paced back and forth. I'm well aware of the strength of the demon general. Logically speaking, it's impossible for a normal expert at the peak of the innate realm to kill him. Only a chi refining expert can do it. There are no chi refining experts in Danding clan at all, only those at the peak of the innate realm. Even in the entire Tianyun clan, there are only a few chi refining experts in the Tianyun clan. The death of one of the 5 demon marshals was indeed a huge loss for the demon sect, especially when they besieged the Danding clan. If they couldn't make the Danding clan surrender to the demon sect, they wouldn't be allowed to continue refining pills for the righteous sections. Now that Demon Marshal Bai Lang was dead, the disciples of the demon sect had also suffered heavy casualties. None of them returned alive. They had suffered a huge setback in the matter of the Danding clan. Go and investigate immediately. We must find out who did it. It would be best if we can bring back the corpse of the demon marshal. The demon master was very angry. If this matter was not resolved, the morale of the demon sect would be shaken. After all, if even the demon marshal could be killed, then the remaining 4 demon marshals could also be killed. They had to be on guard. In another place, in the Tianyun clan, Lei Tianying was fishing as usual. The fish were all fish monsters that were not strong, but they were very ferocious. Lei Tianying never got tired of it and would come fishing almost every day. With the strength of Ling Yun and the others, it shouldn't be a problem for the 5 of them to surround and capture one person. They should be back by now. Lei Tianying raised his hand and pulled out a strange fish. The strange fish opened its mouth and swayed back and forth. Gluttonous guy. The heavenly thunder eagle swung its arm, and the strange fish fell back into the water. It created a splash as it quickly fled. Clan Master, Ling Yun is dead. They are all dead. A figure came in hurriedly. It was the innate middle stage master that Lin Fei let go. He came to the lake with a face full of fear. Lei Tianying, who was fishing, shook his hand as if he had heard wrongly. He raised his hand and grabbed the innate middle stage master. What did you say? Ling Yun is dead? That's impossible. I know Ling Yun's strength. Ling Yun was Lei Tianying's right-hand man, so he basically let Ling Yun handle everything. Lei Tianying did not believe that Ling Yun was dead. Clan Master, Ling Yun is really dead. Not only him but the other two are dead too. Out of the 5 of us, I am the only one who came back alive. The innate middle stage master's voice was trembling. Lei Tianying's face darkened and the corner of his eyes began to twitch. This was an innate master. In the end, they lost 4 innate masters and one of them was Ling Yun, a complete innate master. Lei Tianying was in a terrible mood. 4 innate masters are dead. How did you do it? You are all innate masters, not grandmasters. Could it be that the person you met was a chi cultivator? Lei Tianying was furious. The number of innate masters in the Tianyun clan was limited, and losing one would hurt for a long time. Now that they had lost 4 innate masters, how could he calm down? It hurts, my whole body hurts. At this moment, this Xiantian middle stage expert suddenly screamed out. His hands tore at his body, and his clothes were instantly torn apart. Green veins popped out and he looked hideous. Oh no! As soon as Lei Tianying thought about it, the innate middle stage master in front of him turned into a huge ball. In the blink of an eye, there was a loud bang and blood splattered all over the place. Lei Tianying reacted quickly, but a large amount of blood splattered on his body. His entire face turned red and fresh blood flowed out. How could there be such a technique? Lei Tianying trembled. Chapter 4198. After telling Ling Yun about the mysterious master, the city lord of Wuxia City was completely relieved. The Tianyun clan would definitely put this matter in an important position. No matter what happened to the mysterious master, the city lord of Wuxia City did not need to worry. The city lord of Wuxia City recovered and no longer felt so nervous. After being targeted by the Tianyun clan, one would either have to leave the area or be taken down. The city lord of Wuxia City felt at ease and resumed his usual activities. That night, the city lord of Wuxia City returned to his study after dealing with his affairs, ready to read the latest news. As soon as he entered the study, the city lord of Wuxia City felt a chill. The meaning of this made his hair stand on end. Who is it? The city lord of Wuxia City turned around and slapped. At the same time, he rushed out. The moment he stepped into the study, he felt a chill. It was a chill that made him feel a terrifying aura. Without saying anything, he chose to escape first. When the city lord of Wuxia City was halfway out, he suddenly found that he could not move. He was only half a step away from the door. He panicked. He was completely panicked. You are quite bold. I spared your life to give you face, but you actually arranged for someone to follow me. I really don't know who gave you the courage to do this. The city lord of Wuxia City could not move and was sucked back by a force. The door was closed again. Senior, you misunderstood me. I really did not follow you. Someone must have wronged me. The city lord of Wuxia City immediately turned pale when he saw the figure of the other party. He did not expect that the mysterious senior would come back again. You seem to know something now, which makes me unable to calm down. This is a matter of life and death. Are you sure someone wronged you? Lin Fei looked down at the city lord of Wuxia City. If someone wronged you, why would I come back to find you? His killing intent was cold. It's over, it's over. The city lord of Wuxia City did not dare to think about it anymore. This is what Ling Yun asked me to do. I really did not want to deal with you, senior. With your strength, you are not someone I can do anything to. The city lord of Wuxia City said repeatedly. Lin Fei shook his head and looked disappointed. You are not honest, so you can only say that you are unlucky. An invisible sword chi whizzed through the space between the Luoxia city lord's eyebrows, leaving a bloody hole. Lin Fei took the things on Luoxia city lord's body and floated away. The corpse of the Luoxia city lord was discovered the next day. The entire Luoxia city was shocked. The news reached the Tianyun clan. Lei Tianning was once again enraged and smashed many things. Ancestor, this must be that guy's revenge. Our Tianyun clan has lost a total of 6 innate masters. Lei Tianning reported to the old ancestor. His face was filled with murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to capture this person and chop him into 18 pieces. I suspect that this person is a qi cultivating master. He should be at the first or second level of the qi cultivating stage. I just don't know which force he belongs to. The old ancestor, whose eyes were cloudy, looked calm. In that case, arrange for someone to pretend to be that guy and directly label him as an expert of the demon clan who has done all kinds of evil. Let him become famous in the Kunlun mystic realm. By then, we don't need to do anything. The other 4 top forces will immediately attack and kill this person. As long as that kid shows up, he will definitely die. The old ancestor suggested to Lei Tianning. Lei Tianning also thought that it was a good idea. The Tianyun clan had lost 6 innate masters, and they couldn't let the mysterious master get away with it. I'll immediately arrange for someone to do it. We'll definitely make him famous. It just so happens that we have a disguise expert in our sect. He can disguise himself as that person. No one will suspect anything. Maybe the demon lord will even thank us. They've lost a demon general. Lin Fei did not know about this. He walked back the way he came and arrived at the exit with ease. The array was still there. As soon as he came out of the Kunlun mystic realm, there was a huge difference in the changes of spiritual energy between the 2 worlds, which made Lin Fei a little uncomfortable. He sealed the entrance again. Lin Fei turned around and left the forest. I wonder how my training in Thailand has been while I was away. I should have gained quite a lot. Lin Fei went straight to Kai Shan's residence. It didn't take long for him to arrive at Kai Shan's residence. However, as soon as he reached the door, Lin Fei frowned slightly. Something seemed to be wrong. Although he had not been in the Kunlun mystic realm for a long time, the time of the 2 worlds was the same, and there was basically not much difference. Walking into Kai Shan's residence, Lin Fei saw something unusual. The people who were originally on guard were now all injured. Master, you're finally back. Senior sister Su Mei has been kidnapped. As soon as Lin Fei came in, he saw the injured Kai Shan. Kai Shan's injuries were more serious than the last time. The pills he gave to Kai Shan previously naturally allowed him to recover quickly. However, this time, his injuries were several times more serious than the last time, and he seemed to be on the verge of death. If it wasn't for his immense strength supporting him, Kai Shan would have died a long time ago. Little Su has been kidnapped. Who did it? With your strength, who can be your match in Southeast Asia? Lin Fei's face turned ugly. Little Su was his first disciple. He originally wanted to leave her in Thailand to train. But now, she was actually kidnapped. Kai Shan lowered his head and said, "That person is an expert. He should be a Chinese expert. He directly barged into my place, and none of my people could stop him. Even when I used my methods, I wasn't his match. In just 5 moves I lost to him. If it wasn't for senior sister Su pleading for mercy on my behalf, I might have been killed by that person. My people are already investigating. As long as there is a trace of him left behind, my people will definitely be able to find his whereabouts. This is all my fault. If it wasn't for me bringing senior sister Su around to challenge experts, we wouldn't have been targeted." Lin Fei snorted coldly, "This isn't your fault. You even dare to kidnap my disciple. I want to see who has the guts to do so." Lin Fei took out a bottle of pills and threw it to Kai Shan. "Eat this pill first. If I were here for a few more days, you'd be dead." Kai Shan originally didn't have much use for Lin Fei. However, with the entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan's importance was self-evident. Lin Fei didn't wish for Kai Shan to die so quickly. He still needed someone to help watch over the entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm. Not only did Kai Shan consume pills, Lin Fei personally helped Kai Shan resolve the energy in his body. It was a pure yang energy, and it was extremely overbearing. If he didn't resolve it, his injuries would be suppressed and unable to heal. Chapter 4199. In a small farm in the outskirts of Thailand. The surrounding area was filled with large plantations of banana trees. Farms like this could be seen everywhere in Thailand. Miss Su, you didn't expect this, did you? We meet again. Do you think I should smile or should you smile? Su Wenchang smiled as he pushed open the door and entered. Su Mei sat on the bed. Her face was a little pale and she was in a bad state of mind. However, she was still all right. How did you get in? Why are you here? When Su Wenchang entered, Su Mei was shocked. How could she have forgotten about this guy? Su Wenchang chuckled. Miss Su, I didn't expect this day to come. However, don't worry, I won't touch you. I'm just here to see if you're doing well. After all, it's all thanks to me that you're here. So, you're the one behind this. Su Mei's eyes were spitting fire. She clasped her hands together and slashed at Su Wenchang. However, this movement caused her to fall to the ground. Su Mei's face turned pale. She just remembered that her strength had been sealed. She was no different from a normal weak girl. In fact, she might even be weaker than a normal person. Su Wenchang squatted down. Hee Miss Su, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't have met my current master. Now, I've reached the heavens in a single step. When Su Wenchang thought about what happened on the plane that day, he was infuriated. Especially after he saw Chai Shan, he was extremely uneasy. In the following days, he was terrified and he almost wanted to leave Thailand. However, he had things to do, so he had no choice but to bear with it. Until one day, he met Su Mei by chance. He found out that Su Mei was a martial arts expert who had defeated many famous experts in Thailand. Initially, that was fine. However, Su Wenchang was found by a mysterious person who agreed to help him. Initially, Su Wenchang didn't really believe it. However, after the other party displayed his strength, he completely believed it and worked very hard for that person. Moreover, that person seemed to be looking for someone and it was a young girl. Hence, he added Su Mei's name to the list. Due to a freak combination of factors, Su Mei was captured by that mysterious person. Now, she was being watched by Su Wenchang. Although Su Wenchang didn't dare to touch the person in front of him, he was very happy to be able to look down on Su Mei. Miss Su, I know you are very strong, but you are no different from a weak girl now. Do you want to hit me? Come on then. I'm afraid you don't even have the strength to walk. Su Wenchang laughed, his face full of pride. Su Mei opened her mouth and spat on Su Wenchang's face. Su Wenchang, just you wait. Once I recover my strength, I will definitely break your limbs and throw you into Thailand to be a beggar. These days, Su Mei had defeated countless experts in Thailand. Experience was very useful. Even if she couldn't use any of it now, Su Mei didn't have the slightest bit of cowardice as she stared at Su Wenchang. Su Wenchang chuckled, then I'll wait for you to break my limbs. I'm so scared. Su Wenchang shrunk his neck and smiled. He didn't take Su Mei's words seriously at all. At this moment, a figure walked over. Su Wenchang turned his head abruptly and saw a cloaked man walking over. Su Wenchang immediately revealed a smile. Master, you're here. Miss Su's temper is still very bad. I think it's better to starve her for a few meals. Look at Miss Su's full of energy, she doesn't look like she wants to talk nicely at all. There was an additional figure in black at the door. Under the cloak, one couldn't see his face clearly. The aura on his body was very gloomy and cold. Who are you? Why did you capture me? Until now, Su Mei couldn't forget that it was this person who charged into Kai Shan's residence and defeated him in 2 or 3 moves before capturing her. Su Mei was originally very afraid. She didn't expect that after this person brought her here, he would seal her strength and lock her in this wooden house. It seemed like he even let Su Wenchang watch from outside. Even though Su Mei was very smart, she couldn't guess the other party's thoughts. However, based on a woman's intuition, Su Mei felt that the mysterious person's motive for her was not simple. Miss Su, you don't need to know who I am. However, you should be glad that I found you. With your 10,000 yin body, it's very hard to find you in this secular world. I didn't expect to find you here. I can only say that you're lucky. You don't need to worry about me killing you because you're a treasure in my eyes. You just need to eat and drink well. After a while, you'll realize that this world is more interesting than you can imagine. Ordinary people don't have this kind of opportunity, the cloaked man said with a sinister smile. When this voice fell into Su Mei's ears, It was very ear-piercing. I don't care what you plan to do with me, but I want to tell you that my master is very powerful. When my master comes, I'm afraid that you won't have a good ending, Su Mei said coldly. The cloaked man said with disdain, "Isn't your master Kai Shan? Kai Shan's strength is indeed very powerful outside, and he's the #1 expert in Southeast Asia. However, in my eyes, he's just trash that can't withstand a single blow. You'll definitely regret it." Su Mei looked at the cloaked man. "Then I'll wait for your master to come. In my entire life, I've never encountered anything that could make me regret," the cloaked man said lightly. He turned to Su Wenchang and said, "I still have something to do. Look after Su Mei for me. If she escapes from here, you don't need to continue living." Su Wenchang nodded repeatedly. "Master, don't worry. I'll definitely look after Miss Su. She can forget about escaping from my eyes. Once you've done this, I'll bring you into the sect and let you officially become a martial artist," the cloaked man said before turning around and leaving. "Miss Su, you've also seen it. You should just obediently accept your fate." Su Wenchang said with a smile, "I should also thank you. If it wasn't for you, how could I possibly have the opportunity to become a martial artist? It's all thanks to you." Su Mei didn't speak anymore. She struggled to stand up from the ground and sat on the bed. "Close the door for me. I don't want to see you. You don't want anything to happen to me, right? Otherwise, I'm afraid that mysterious person will be the first to kill you." Su Wenchang's face instantly turned somewhat ugly. He opened his hand and was about to hit her. "Go ahead and try." Su Mei glared. Su Wenchang hesitated and retracted his hand. He didn't dare to do anything and slammed the door fiercely. "Miss Su, I'll starve you for 3 to 5 days first. You won't starve to death anyway." Chapter 4200. With Lin Fei's help, Kai Shan quickly recovered from his injuries and even improved a little. Kai Shan's men were searching for clues immediately. However, after 3 days, there was no result at all. It was as if Su Mei had disappeared into thin air repeatedly. "Master, our men haven't found anything. The whole of Thailand has been turned upside down. We've sent people to investigate all the suspicious places. We've also contacted the factions in the surrounding areas, but there are still no clues." Kai Shan lowered his head and looked depressed. "Master, our men didn't find anything." "It's normal that you can't find anything. Logically speaking, the person who kidnapped little Su shouldn't have left so easily. He must be hiding somewhere." Lin Fei snorted coldly. The person who kidnapped little Su was indeed good. He had concealed the marks on little Su's body. Even now, Lin Fei couldn't sense Su Mei's general location. He could only vaguely sense that Su Mei hadn't left Thailand. Originally, Lin Fei wanted Kai Shan to send people to search for clues. Even if there was a trace, he would be able to find Su Mei's whereabouts. Unfortunately, he was happy for nothing. "Since your men can't find her, I'll do it myself." Lin Fei's face turned cold. He decided to do it himself. When he returned, Lin Fei knew that Su Mei had been kidnapped. However, he wasn't worried because her aura was still there. In other words, she was locked up somewhere. Now that Kai Shan's men couldn't find any clues, Lin Fei could only do it himself. Prepare high-quality yellow paper, cinnabar, and a wolf hair brush. The older, the better. Kai Shan immediately went out to prepare. The long table was quickly filled with the things that Lin Fei needed. "I haven't made talismans in a long time. There shouldn't be any problem." The ground cinnabar was placed beside Lin Fei. Lin Fei grabbed the wolf howling brush and started drawing on the yellow paper. Lin Fei hadn't drawn a talisman in a long time. In order to find Su Mei, Lin Fei had to draw a talisman. Of course, the talisman that Lin Fei drew was not just any ordinary talisman. It was the 1,000-mile person finder talisman. This was a real top-notch talisman. Although it was somewhat useless, it was still useful for finding people. Thankfully, I have recovered 20% of my strength. I can now use the 1,000-mile person seeker talisman. A few hundred miles should not be a problem. When the last stroke fell, the entire talisman emitted a faint light, and a splendid light flashed. Lin Fei knew that he had succeeded. "Master, is this talisman drawing? I heard that there are requirements for drawing talismans." Many people spend their entire lives unable to draw a simple talisman. Kai Shan said respectfully. The difficulty of drawing talismans is average. It's just a matter of how many talismans you draw. Practice makes perfect. Lin Fei grabbed the talisman and activated it. On the talisman, Su Mei's birth date and 8 characters were left behind. The talisman turned into a cloud of green smoke. After the green smoke disappeared, a little bird came out. The bird wasn't big, and it was faintly discernible. After staying in place for a while, he flew out with a whoosh. You drive. I'll point the way. Lin Fei ran out and sat in an off-road vehicle outside. Kai Shan ran over to be the driver. Drive forward. He stepped on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle rushed out. Drive to the right. Drive forward to the end. Don't stop. The little bird's speed wasn't fast. It seemed to be waiting for Lin Fei. Kai Shan had learned a lot. He always knew that talismans were a very profound skill. A powerful talisman could exert great power. For example, this time, he suffered a big loss from the other party's talisman. If it wasn't for his profound skill, that attack from the talisman would have seriously injured him. He wouldn't have been able to hold on until his master returned. Gradually, the car kept driving out. Master, this is already the suburbs of Thailand. There are many farms outside. Could it be that Miss Su is hidden in this farm? After a few dozen miles out of Thailand, this place seemed desolate. It wasn't as lively as Thailand. It would be better if she was hidden in a farm, Lin Fei said. Kai Shan knew that his master was angry. The little bird continued to fly forward. After 100 kilometers out of Thailand, the little bird's speed became slower and slower. If I'm not wrong, little Su should be in one of the farms in front. Lin Fei coldly snorted and got out of the off-road vehicle. At this time, the off-road vehicle couldn't move anymore. In front of them were dense banana trees. The little bird had already flown into the banana forest, but with Lin Fei's divine sense locked onto it, there was no need to worry about not being able to find it. No wonder my people couldn't find her. So she was hiding in these banana forests. Kai Shan angrily said, "What a cunning fellow." A place like this was indeed not something he could find. It was impossible to leave any clues in these places. This area was a large area for planting bananas. It was filled with dense banana trees. Among these banana trees, one could occasionally see 1 or 2 wooden houses. These wooden houses weren't big, just enough for one person to live in. I hope Miss Su is fine. Kai Shan prayed. Lin Fei and Kai Shan walked through the banana forest. After walking for another 20 to 30 kilometers. Halfway up the mountain, 2 wooden houses appeared. Around these wooden houses were banana trees of all sizes. If one didn't enter the banana forest, they wouldn't be able to see the wooden houses. The little bird flew all the way to the top of the wooden houses before turning into a green smoke and completely disappearing. In front of the wooden houses, Su Wenshang was lying on a recliner, lazily smoking a cigarette. Beside him was a pile of snacks, as well as big and small cups of instant noodles. In order to keep an eye on Su Mei, Su Wenshang didn't dare to leave for even a moment. Fortunately, there were 2 wooden houses, and he could sleep in one of them. This wooden house was locked by him. During the day, he would sit at the door. "Miss Su, you must be hungry. I have instant noodles and biscuits here. As long as you beg me, I'll give them to you. How about it? I'm finally easy to talk to." Su Wenshang chuckled. "Surnamed Su, just give up. Even if I, Su Mei, starve to death, I won't eat your food." Su Mei's cold voice came from inside the house. Su Wenshang was a little annoyed. "Today is the 3rd day. Let's see how much longer you can hold on." Su Wenshang wanted Su Mei to lower her head. He believed that Su Mei wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Not eating for 1 or 2 days might be nothing, but not everyone could hold on for 3 or 4 days. "So it's you, kid. You're really bold." Just as Su Wenshang finished speaking, a figure rushed in front of him. Before Su Wenshang could react, with a bang, his entire body was smashed to the ground. He only heard cracking sounds. Who knew how many of his ribs were broken? A figure appeared in front of Su Wenshang. "It's him. Invincible leveling king, invincible leveling king." Chapter 4201. Su Wenchang's kick had left him half dead. He had never expected that someone would come to this place. His master had told him that this place was far from Thailand, in the outskirts, and surrounded by banana forests. Other than a few acquaintances, no one knew of the existence of these two wooden houses. Are you surprised? Of course, I'm even more surprised by your appearance. Lin Fei walked over and looked down at Su Wenchang as he spoke coldly. Kai Shan slashed open the door with a palm. Senior sister, we are here. Su Mei, who was in the room, saw Kai Shan standing at the door and her master, Lin Gei, behind him. She cried tears of joy. Master, you're finally here. Your disciple has disappointed you. Su Mei didn't even dare to raise her head to look at Lin Fei. She had come to Thailand to train for such a long time, but she was kidnapped and her strength was sealed. Su Mei didn't know how to face her master and felt that she had learned for nothing. Lin Fei was relieved to see that Su Mei was fine. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to slap Su Mei several times. Every slap was as fast as lightning and as light as a gust of wind. Su Mei snorted and was pleasantly surprised to find that the strength in her body was flowing through her body again. She had recovered her strength. Su Wenchang, do you remember what I said? I will break your limbs. Su Mei, who had recovered her strength, pounced forward with a cold expression. She lifted Su Wenchang up from the ground and slashed at his arms and legs. Su Wenchang screamed and was thrown to the ground. He couldn't move and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Miss Su, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me. This was all arranged by my master. I am just doing things for him. Su Wenchang's face was pale. How could he forget what Su Mei said? He didn't expect it to come true so quickly. Wave after wave of intense pain assaulted Su Wenchang's entire body, keeping him awake at all times. At this moment, Su Wenchang wanted to faint, but the more he did so, the more energetic he was. Su Mei also had a belly full of anger. She kicked Su Wenchang's body again, directly sending Su Wenchang flying. He crashed into more than 10 banana trees in a row. Lin Fei didn't stop Su Mei from doing this. He knew that his eldest disciple had been suppressing her anger and it was time for her to vent it out. Don't kill this guy. I still have some things to know. Master, I understand. Miss Su, please spare my life. I really can't take it anymore, Su Wenchang begged. How could Su Mei listen to Su Wenchang's words? She went up and continuously beat him up. Bang bang bang. Kai Shan was sweating as he watched. It was too tragic. After beating her up for more than 10 minutes, she finally stopped. Su Mei's face had also recovered, and there was no longer as much hatred as before. He threw Su Wenchang in front of Lin Fei. Su Wenchang had already been beaten up to the point where he didn't look like a human. If he wasn't still breathing, he would have been beaten to death by Su Mei. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with Su Mei's change. At least in Thailand, strength was effective. Her mental state had clearly changed. Su Wenchang couldn't move. He couldn't even say a word. His teeth were almost all beaten out. Once he opened his mouth, air would leak out. Lin Fei lifted Su Wenchang and tapped his forehead with a finger. The memories in Su Wenchang's mind kept appearing. In just a few seconds, Lin Fei had gone through all of his memories. When Su Wenchang landed on the ground again, his eyes were completely lifeless. Under Lin Fei's violent methods, his consciousness was scattered. Now, he was no different from an idiot. Even if God Daoist came, he wouldn't be able to save him. Kai Shan, do you know the Dojo of Limits? When checking Su Wenchang's memories, there was a paragraph that stood out the most. It was that the master he recognized seemed to come from a place in the Dojo of Limits. He definitely had a great relationship with the Dojo of Limits. Kai Shan said in shock, I know about the Dojo of Limits. It's a mysterious force in Thailand. This dojo has existed for a long time, but no one dared to touch it because there are experts overseeing it. They are very strong. I once went to the Dojo of Limits to spar with them, but I didn't gain any advantage. Later, I heard that the person I fought with wasn't the strongest. Since then, I didn't go to the Dojo of Limits anymore. I secretly arranged people to keep an eye on the Dojo of Limits and found out a lot of information. This dojo of limits should have a lot of God-rank experts overseeing it. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Looks like this dojo of limits background isn't small. Let's go, we'll go to the dojo of limits now. I want to see just what kind of background this dojo of limits has. Lin Fei had already memorized that person's appearance. Master, I heard from that mysterious person that I seem to be very useful to him. Moreover, he could see that I have the 10,000 yin body at a glance. He should be very concerned about me. I saw that he was busy with something. That person should be in Thailand. Su Mei told him about the situation that day. Lin Fei brought Su Mei out of the banana forest and got into the off-road vehicle. Kai Shan continued to be the driver. At the same time, he arranged for people to take Su Wenchang away and left people to watch the wooden house. Master, am I very useless? I caused you trouble again. Su Mei said with her head lowered. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. This little trouble is nothing. As a fighter, you will always encounter all kinds of troubles. You also have the 10,000 yin body. Since that person could see that you're naturally not weak, it's normal for you to not be his opponent. However, with your own body, in a few years, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Moreover, your strength has increased very quickly. You're now a grandmaster. Lin Fei saw Su Mei's improvement. He was naturally very satisfied with this big disciple of his. Thank you for the compliment, Master. This was just an accident. This kind of thing won't happen again. Lin Fei realized that he had neglected some things, such as making some powerful methods for the people around him. Fortunately, this time's situation wasn't as bad as he imagined. Lin Fei wasn't that worried anymore. When he returned, he must make powerful talismans for them to protect their lives. With these talismans, even if an expert attacked, they could easily repel the opponent, unless the opponent didn't want to live anymore. When they returned to Thailand, it was already evening. Master, my people are already watching the extreme dojo. No one came out or went in. An off-road vehicle stopped on the side of the road. Not far from the roadside, there was a villa with 2 stone lions. It was hard to imagine that the extreme dojo was in this villa. This is the extreme dojo? Lin Fei glanced at the villa. He didn't feel any powerful aura, but he noticed something different. There was a formation set up in this villa, isolating all auras. Chapter 4202. The dojo of limits was very mysterious in Thailand. Until now, no one knew who the founder of the dojo of limits was. Anyone who had a relationship with the dojo of limits, in a short span of 10 years, would have a meteoric rise. Any opponent of these people, without exception, would have all kinds of accidents. From then on, no one dared to look down on the dojo of limits. At this time, in a study room of the dojo of limits, the smell of sandalwood lingered in the air, filling the air with a faint fragrance. Under this fragrance, a light sniff could make people feel relaxed and happy. Junior brother, you did very well this time. I didn't think that we could find a 10,000 yin body outside. This is a nearly extinct body. The one speaking was a black-faced brute. The black-faced brute's skin was dark as if he came out of a mine, forming a huge contrast with the white skin of the middle-aged man opposite him. Speaking of which, this is also a coincidence. It's just that we found the 10,000 yin body, but we don't know when we'll find the pure yang blood. Young master needs the 10,000 yin body and the pure yang blood to cultivate that technique. Only then will he be able to cultivate that technique at a critical moment. Once he cultivates this technique, he will have the strength to cultivate qi. Our sect can have another qi cultivating expert. The middle-aged man said, I already know the whereabouts of the pure yang blood. There should be concrete news soon. At that time, we can discuss how to act. But you put that Su Mei with the 10,000 yin body in the banana forest outside. Will there be any accidents? The middle-aged man opposite said, that place is very safe. If Kai Shan wasn't the #1 expert in Southeast Asia and time was tight, I would definitely kill him. Otherwise, why would I go through so much trouble to hide Su Mei outside? Wouldn't it be fine if I just put her in the dojo of limits? The black-faced brute shook his head. Luckily you didn't kill her. That Kai Shan isn't simple. Don't look at his strength as a Xiantian, he has people behind him. Last time he was ambushed and quickly recovered from his injuries. If he didn't have people behind him, he wouldn't be able to recover that fast. Plus, if we really killed Kai Shan, there would be chaos. It wouldn't be good for our dojo of limits. With Kai Shan at the front, no one would suspect us. The middle-aged man opposite said, "Senior brother really knows how to calculate. In this aspect, I'm much worse than you." A knock on the door interrupted their conversation. "Head, there's a man and a woman outside, but the woman is a grandmaster. She said she wants to spar with our dojo of limits. Many of our disciples have been defeated. Do you want to come out and take a look?" In Thailand, a grandmaster was considered very powerful. The black-faced man was a little surprised. Female grandmasters are quite rare. "I want to go out and take a look." The middle-aged man didn't plan on going out. "I won't go outside. It's just a female grandmaster. She probably heard from someone that our dojo of limits has an expert. These guys are all crazy girls." The black-faced man laughed. "So what if she's a crazy woman? I quite like crazy women." The dojo of limits inside the villa was very big. From the outside, there was a garden with a lot of facilities. After walking through this path, they arrived at the dojo of limits lobby. The hall was very big, and the most eye-catching thing was the huge arena in the middle. At this moment, there were many disciples of the dojo of limits sparring with each other. The fight was very intense. It wasn't as weak as usual. One look and you could tell that they had put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei and Su Mei walked in. Kai Shan was left outside by Lin Fei. He told him to keep an eye on the dojo of limits and send him a message if there's any movement. There really is a formation inside the dojo of limits. Standing in the lobby, Lin Fei felt 5 powerful auras. Among the 5, 4 were early and middle Xiantian, and the last one was a peak Xiantian. What surprised Lin Fei the most was that this peak Xiantian seemed to have a certain connection with the formation. In other words, this person could control the dojo of limits formation. Maybe he could increase his strength by 30 to 50%. No wonder Kai Shan wasn't their opponent. That's right. Kai Shan's poison techniques are indeed powerful. However, against these people, his poison attacks are weak. "I'm here to spar with the dojo of limits." As soon as Su Mei came in, she didn't say anything and rushed towards a fighter who looked strong. She used a series of bagua palms and kicks. She attacked fiercely, catching the opponent off guard. In the blink of an eye, she defeated several disciples of the dojo of limits. At this moment, the disciples of the dojo of limits were furious. "Who allowed you to cause trouble here?" A disciple of the dojo of limits rushed out and started fighting with Su Mei. Su Mei used Su Wenchang to beat him up. She vented a lot of her anger, but there was still a large portion of her anger that hadn't been vented. After all, no matter how much Su Wenchang beat her up, he wouldn't be able to handle Su Mei's strength. And now, Su Mei finally had an opponent she could face. Pung 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 pung. Su Mei's palm technique had a cold aura. It made the opponents feel a lot of pressure. Lin Fei stood on the side and didn't say anything. He just silently watched. He was very satisfied with Su Mei's performance. "I heard that the people of the dojo of limits are very strong, but you guys disappoint me too much." Su Mei once again whipped out her leg, sending a disciple of the dojo of limits flying. The disciple landed heavily on the ground with a loud thud. At this moment, the disciples of the dojo of limits only dared to surround and not attack. "If you don't dare to attack now, then I'll do it myself." Su Mei chose the closest disciple and pounced on him. She used a series of palm strikes and kicks. Many more disciples were knocked to the ground. "Impudent. This is the dojo of limits. You, a female grandmaster, can do whatever you want." Another figure rushed out. This figure was very strong. Every step was like an earthquake. Su Mei's face became serious. An expert. Only like this can be considered an opponent. Su Mei dodged the attack with a swallow flip. She turned around and used a whip to ruthlessly hit the opponent's body. This attack was very strong. It landed squarely on the opponent's body and made a muffled sound. "You dare to behave atrociously here with just this bit of strength," the bulky man said in disdain. He chopped down with one hand. It was like a knife, incomparably sharp. Su Mei flipped up and used her legs to clamp the opponent. She fiercely flipped the bulky man and threw him away. 4 tails against 1,000 caddies. How do you feel now? Su Mei pounced on him. Cold air attacked. The bulky man underestimated the opponent. He wiped the blood from his mouth. Interesting. Chapter 4203. P.S. I'm stuck at the last minute. The brawny man's fighting style was big and bold, constantly attacking Su Mei at close range. Su Mei's cold palm technique used softness to overcome hardness. The two of them were locked in a stalemate and were evenly matched. For a moment, no one could hold the other. After a long time, the two of them were a little anxious. The brawny man used a secret technique and the aura on his body instantly soared. Su Mei took advantage of this opportunity and also used a secret technique. Heart-chilling strike. Su Mei lightly shouted, affecting the surrounding cold chi, and instantly launched a blow in the brawny man's body. The burly man groaned and retreated a few steps before sitting on the ground. His entire face was covered with a layer of white frost. I didn't expect you to have this move. I'm not as good as you. The brawny man spoke with a trembling voice and spat out white mist. Thank you for letting me win. The secret technique that Su Mei used was taught to her by Lin Fei. She had never used it before and did not expect to use it here. More importantly, the opponent had withstood Su Mei's attack and his injury was not as serious as imagined. Su Mei could be considered to have seen what it meant by there is always someone better out there. What a great female grandmaster. You are so young and yet you can master this secret technique. If you are given time, it won't be long before you can break through to the innate realm. A black-faced brawny man walked out with his hands in his hands. His eyes stared at Su Mei and his whole face revealed a trace of ecstasy. This was because he smelled the aura of the 10,000 yin body on this female grandmaster. Others might not feel it, but the black-faced brawny man was exceptionally clear. His junior brother had just obtained a 10,000 yin body and now another one had appeared. The black-faced brawny man felt that his luck was too good. There was no fear of having too many of such top-grade physiques. One was one, there would never be too many. Dojo master, her palm technique is very special. I'm not her opponent. The brawny man stood up, his whole face was still pale. The black-faced brawny man said, It's normal that you can't beat her. Fortunately, her strength has not reached the innate realm. Otherwise, her strength can be increased by several times. Ordinary people are not her opponent at all. There is nothing to be ashamed of losing to her. You're that dojo master? Su Mei sensed a trace of powerful aura from the other party. It was even more powerful than the muscular man in front of her. Looks like you're not a good person either. Su Mei fiercely pounced forward and attacked with both hands. Each of them sent out a palm strike that was frighteningly cold. Lin Fei, who was standing not far away, secretly nodded in approval when he saw this scene. Facing a strong opponent, her eldest disciple still dared to make a move. In terms of mentality, she had already surpassed many people. As a martial artist, if they did not have a strong mentality, then they would never be able to accomplish anything. Su Mei had done very well in this aspect. She clearly knew that the opponent was strong, but she still decided to give it a try. This was not the immensity of heaven and earth, but a kind of attitude. This attitude determined what the future would be like. The black-faced man took a step forward and punched out, aiming for the root of the problem. A wave exploded like a scarlet flame. Su Mei's 2 palms were directly broken, and a huge wave surged on her body, causing her to retreat several steps. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Su Mei. A hand blocked Su Mei's back, dispersing all the power. At this moment, Su Mei's forehead was full of sweat. The moment they exchanged blows, it was as if she was in a furnace. All the water in her body seemed to be evaporating at this moment. Little girl, seeing that your strength isn't bad, just obediently stay in the dojo of limits. As long as you're willing to stay in the dojo of limits, I can guarantee that you'll become a Xiantian master within 3 years. The black-faced man laughed. You should know that the Xiantian realm is a huge threshold. It's like ascending to the heavens. Who knows how many grand masters have been stuck? Every Grand Master wishes to become a Xiantian master. What do you think? Su Mei spat on the ground. You have the nerve to ask me to stay in the dojo of limits. Have you asked my master? With just this bit of strength, you have the nerve to behave atrociously in front of my master. Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see who you are? The dark-faced burly man's gaze landed on Lin Fei, who was standing behind Su Mei, and was filled with disdain. I don't know where this young man behind you got his courage from, but he actually dares to become your master. Doesn't he know that a person like you can't be guided and nurtured by an ordinary master? The black-faced man didn't feel any aura from Lin Fei's body. This kind of person's strength couldn't be that strong. The black-faced man decided to teach this guy a lesson. To let him know that being a master isn't that easy. Let me see what makes you qualified to be someone else's master. The black-faced man's feet moved, and a few afterimages appeared. In an instant he arrived on the left side of Lin Fei, and a fist fiercely struck towards Lin Fei's head. If Lin Fei was hit by this punch, his head would explode and he would turn into a pool of blood. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He had no enmity with this black-faced man, and he didn't even say a word. Yet his attack was so vicious. Lin Fei was a bit unhappy. In the face of this violent punch, Lin Fei moved his head slightly to the side, dodging it. The black-faced man was clearly surprised that his fist actually missed. Then, let's punch again. He pulled back his fist and punched out again. In one breath, his strength was even greater than before. Lin Fei lightly moved his head and directly dodged it. The black-faced man once again missed. Look, you can't even hit my master, and you still have the nerve to act in front of my master. Su Mei hid behind Lin Fei and smiled happily. The black-faced man's face was a bit embarrassed. Pung peng ping ping ping. The speed of his punches instantly increased, and a dozen fist shadows fiercely attacked. Not only that, his legs also kicked out at the first moment. It turned out that the black-faced man was not only powerful in fist techniques, but also in leg techniques. In close combat, he suddenly displayed such a move, and it really caught everyone off guard. The black-faced man revealed a cruel smile. His trump card was not something that just anyone could block. But in the next second, the black-faced man suddenly screamed. It was as if his leg had kicked a large steel plate. His leg bone was definitely broken. The black-faced man couldn't believe it. This guy obviously didn't have any aura on his body. How could his leg be so hard? With his leg technique, it was as if he had kicked a steel plate. His legs were almost numb, and he took a few steps back. It seems that you are still too weak. Lin Fei shook his head. Who the hell are you? In a flash, he flashed in front of the black-faced man and slapped the black-faced man's face. Plop. A loud sound echoed. The black-faced man's whole body hit the ground. Countless cracks and fragments spread out like a spiderweb. It was a ghastly sight. The black-faced man had already sunk to the bottom of the ground. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4204. A loud sound. The ground of the dojo of limits was filled with countless cracks. The entire dojo shook as if an earthquake had happened. The dojo master actually lost. Impossible. How could our dojo master lose? The disciples of the dojo of limits were all dumbfounded and immediately shrouded in fear. In their eyes, the dojo master's strength was unfathomable. Who knows how many experts had been defeated by him, including the #1 expert in Southeast Asia, Kai-shan. Since then, the name of the dojo of limits spread throughout Southeast Asia. No one dared to offend the dojo of limits. Just being a disciple of the dojo of limits allowed them to walk unhindered throughout Southeast Asia. This was something they were proud of. But right now, the powerful and invincible dojo master in their eyes was defeated just like that. His whole body was lying in a pit, not knowing if he was dead or alive. You don't need to know who I am, but you touched my disciple. We'll have to settle this. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. The black-faced man didn't have time to do anything before he was sucked out. In front of this power, the black-faced man's expression changed again. He didn't even have the slightest ability to struggle as he was tightly grabbed by Suemo. Even though he mobilized all the power in his body to the limit, he still couldn't break free. Disciple? Senior, You must be mistaken. When did our extreme martial dojo make a move against your disciple? The black-faced man said bravely. A light flashed through his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. It can't be that coincidental, right? Su Mei took a step forward and stared coldly at the black-faced man. My name is Su Mei. I don't know if you have any impression of me. The black-faced man's mind exploded. He revealed an expression of disbelief and blurted out, You're Su Mei. Weren't you locked outside? Why are you here? The black-faced man obviously knew the name Su Mei. She was the 1 in 10,000 person with the 10,000 yin body. She was locked in a banana forest in the outskirts by his disciple. Now, Su Mei actually came to the dojo of limits. What the black-faced man couldn't accept the most was that Su Mei had such a powerful master behind her. He was a peak Xiantian expert, yet he was defeated in one move and was heavily injured. The black-faced man couldn't believe this was true. Are you surprised and shocked? Wasn't I, Su Mei, locked outside? However, you have underestimated me. I have a good master. My master came from afar and saved me. Now, we can properly settle our old debts. I know that it wasn't you who did it. There should be someone else. Su Mei said coldly. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at the black-faced man. You should have heard my disciple's words, right? If you know what's good for you, call him out. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your life. The black-faced man had indeed underestimated Su Mei. However, since things had already developed to this point, he could only try his best to resolve this matter. Senior, I don't know where you came from, but you shouldn't have come to the dojo of limits. You should know that the dojo of limits isn't a normal dojo. Even though you caught me, you forgot that I'm not the only expert in the dojo of limits. Junior, you can make your move. The black-faced man suddenly yelled. A loud boom resounded. The disciples of the dojo of limits that were originally standing fell to the ground. An invisible force instantly crushed everyone's body. Su Mei was also caught off guard by this move. Luckily, Lin Fei put a hand on Su Mei's shoulder and the invisible force disappeared. You dare to touch my senior. You can go die now. With a loud bang, a cold shout rang out, and a figure quickly pounced over. A ray of sword light exploded into thousands of sword shadows that bombarded Lin Fei's body. It was unknown how many sword shadows were contained in this sword light. In any case, the power of this sword became very terrifying. The black-faced man who was caught in the air also had a proud smile on his face. This was the dojo of limits trump card. For example, the invisible force he just used was called gravity crush. Under normal pressure, the terrifying gravity increased by more than 7 to 8 times. No matter which fighter it was, they wouldn't be able to withstand it in one move, let alone display any fighting strength. The black-faced man dared to attack the young man because he had great confidence in the formation. The formation was personally set up by the experts of the sect behind them. Relying on gravity and this sword technique, you really think you can kill me? Lin Fei laughed loudly. Then, a formless strand of sword chi charged into the sword light and swept away all the sword images. A figure retreated awkwardly. He took 3 steps back on the ground before stopping. Master, this is the guy who caught me and injured Kaishan. Su Mei immediately recognized this person. It was the mysterious person. The mysterious person landed on the ground. At this time, his wounds were covered with sword marks. 10x gravity, crush for me. Another loud bang. The gravity of the formation crushed down again. This time, it was even more powerful than before. The disciples of the dojo of limits were crushed until they vomited blood and fainted. Lin Fei put 2 fingers together and a sword light slashed over. The mysterious person blocked again and again. Sword shadows covered his body, but he was still sent flying by the sword and fell heavily to the ground. Yi Fan stomped on the ground. With a loud bang, the 10x gravity that covered his body instantly disappeared without a trace. Little Uncle Su, that guy tried to capture you. Now that I've seriously injured him, you can settle the debt with him. Only by defeating this kind of person yourself can you make the demon in your heart retreat. Lin Fei said with a smile. I won't let Master down. Su Mei's face was full of hatred as she pounced forward. All of this happened very quickly. The black-faced man couldn't believe it. The dojo of limits gravity formation was broken just like that. It was even under 10x gravity. That was 10x. Even if he was under 10x gravity, he wouldn't be able to move at all, let alone use his strength. But this young man was able to completely destroy the formation with just one kick. This kind of method. The black-faced man's face turned even darker. He realized that he was in trouble this time. Senior, please be lenient. We are from the Heaven's Limit Palace. Everything can be discussed. Lin Fei looked at the black-faced man. Heaven's Limit Palace, one of the top 5 powers in the Kunlun's secret realm. They really hid themselves well. They actually opened a dojo of limits in Southeast Asia. Lin Fei knew that the dojo of limits wasn't simple. He didn't expect that the shadow of the Heaven's Limit Palace was behind this dojo of limits. Senior, this matter is the dojo of limits' fault. We didn't intentionally want to capture your disciple. Everything was just a misunderstanding. Our Heaven's Limit Palace is willing to compensate Senior. You can choose any cultivation technique you want. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4205. The black-faced man still couldn't figure out the background of this young man. At the start, when he found out that his junior brother had captured a female evolved Jing master with the 10,000 yin body, he was in an extremely good mood. He had even instructed his junior brother to investigate the other party's background to ensure that there wouldn't be any problems. His junior brother had assured him that nothing would go wrong and that this female evolved Jing master was from China. She didn't have any background in China and was just an ordinary person. As for how she managed to reach the evolved Jing master realm, they thought that it might be due to her physique. The black-faced man was relieved. But who would have thought that Su Mei actually had such a powerful backer behind her? He and his junior brother had made their moves and even used formations, but they still weren't a match for this person. The black-faced man realized the severity of the situation and had no choice but to use the Heaven's Limit Palace. The Extreme Dojo had been in Thailand for so long, but the black-faced man had never leaked any information about the Heaven's Limit Palace. Who would have thought that he would make an exception this time? There was no other way. In the current situation, he had to use the Celestial Palace to suppress the other party. Otherwise, with his junior apprentice brother's injuries, he would definitely not be a match for Su Mei. Unless the black-faced man was willing to see his junior apprentice brother die in front of him. Your Heaven's Limit Palace really thinks that you're so great. You captured my disciple and you think that you can make up for it with some pills and techniques? Lin Fei coldly snorted. You better watch how your junior brother is beaten to death by my disciple. The black-faced man's heart turned cold. Senior, my junior brother is from the Heaven's Limit Palace. If you kill my junior brother, the Heaven's Limit Palace will definitely not let you off. Since Senior knows about the 5 major powers of the Kunlun secret realm, you should also know how strong my Heaven's Limit Palace is. My Heaven's Limit Palace has a chi refining stage expert. The black-faced man crashed into a huge pillar. It turned out that Lin Fei had sent the black-faced man flying with a slap. Don't use this to threaten me. So what if the Heaven's Limit Palace has a chi refining stage expert? If you have the ability, then come out. If you don't have the ability, then don't talk nonsense here. The black-faced man's injuries worsened. He spat out an unknown amount of blood. He couldn't understand this young man. Was he really not afraid of the Heaven's Limit Palace? That was one of the top 5 forces in the Kunlun mystic realm. Wasn't he worried that he wouldn't be able to survive in the Kunlun mystic realm? The black-faced burly man had never been unable to see through a person before. He couldn't see any emotions from this youth. In fact, he could only see a trace of disdain. This was the Heaven's Limit Palace they were talking about, yet someone actually dared to mock them. The black-faced man wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. While Lin Fei and the black-faced man were talking, Su Mei and the mysterious expert were fighting. Weren't you so majestic when you took me down before? Now if you have the ability, then continue. Su Mei's chain of palms continued to strike, raising waves of yin wind. The mysterious expert could only passively defend himself. When the chilly wind attacked him, although he could block a part of it, his body was full of wounds. The chilly wind seeped into his body through the wounds, causing his movement speed to slow down. It was a very bad situation. Su Mei, if you have the ability, wait until I'm healed. What's the meaning of bullying people now? The mysterious expert also felt very wronged. If he hadn't been injured, he would have been able to beat down a dozen Su Mei by himself. He wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. Frost freeze. Su Mei shouted loudly. A surge of energy exploded within the mysterious expert's body, causing him to continuously vomit blood. He retreated again and again with blood flowing out. Next, Su Mei sent another chain of palms towards him. For a moment, the mysterious expert was flustered. He had lost any advantage and was surrounded by danger. It seemed that if he wasn't careful, he would be beaten to death by Su Mei. Lin Fei just watched quietly. Su Mei's progress was very fast. Today, she fought with this expert. Although the Xiantian expert only had 10 to 20% of his strength left, he was still a Xiantian expert. In the end, Su Mei was only an evolved Jing expert. However, she had the 10,000 yin body, which gave her an advantage in cultivation. Moreover, she also practiced a yin attribute cultivation technique. Under such circumstances, they were in a deadlock. There were a few times when Su Mei encountered the mysterious expert's trump card. Although she was slightly injured, she was able to turn misfortune into fortune. On the contrary, it was the mysterious expert who was in a bad situation. He tried to escape from the door several times. But every time he thought of doing so, an invisible sword chi would slash at him, forcing him back. He knew that it was the young man who didn't want him to leave. The mysterious man was completely desperate. It's very easy to get out of here alive. It's that easy to defeat my disciple. Lin Fei said indifferently, otherwise, unless you can kill me, you will have no choice but to obediently fight with my disciple. Perhaps Lin Fei's words made the mysterious man make up his mind. The next fight became more intense. Both Su Mei and the mysterious man didn't dare to take it lightly. After 30 moves, Su Mei launched a freezing move and broke the mysterious man's means in one fell swoop. Taking advantage of the other party's unstable state of mind and his strength was greatly affected, she smashed the mysterious man's heart and took his life. After the mysterious man died, Su Mei was gasping for breath. She had never fought with a Xiantian master before. The intensity of the fight was self-evident. She had walked around the gates of hell several times, but she managed to survive without any mishaps. Take the elixir first. Sit down and consolidate the battle experience just now. This is an improvement for you. Elixir floated to Su Mei. Su Mei unceremoniously swallowed it in one gulp. Then, she sat down and began to digest the battle experience silently. You really dared to kill Junior Brother Wu. You are making our Heaven's Palace your enemy. The black-faced man stared angrily at Lin Fei. Wu was a disciple of Heaven's Palace. To kill him just like that, not to mention he died in the hands of a grandmaster. He died with his eyes wide open. Lin Fei laughed as he walked over. So what if I killed Junior Brother Wu? Even if it was you, I would still kill you. A finger was pointed out. The black-faced man blocked with both his hands and felt a sharp pain in between his eyebrows. A figure appeared in front of him. Lin Fei's finger was already on the black-faced man's eyebrows. The black-faced man lost all consciousness in an instant. A moment later, he fell to the ground with a piu tong sound. Lin Fei muttered to himself, "Who asked your Heaven's Palace to offend me? From today onwards, there will no longer be a dojo of limits in Thailand." At this moment, there wasn't a single disciple left standing in the dojo of limits. Basically, all of them had fainted. Even those that remained were in a state of fear. Take your people and scram. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4206. After the people from the dojo of limits escaped, Kai Shan immediately brought people in. "Master, do you want to capture all of them?" Kai Shan asked after entering. Lin Fei didn't really care about the disciples of the dojo of limits. Let them escape. Since the dojo master is dead, the rest doesn't matter. If they can help you, then you can arrange for people to capture them. I don't have any opinion on that. Lin Fei added. Kai Shan looked at the corpses on the ground. One of them was the dojo master and the other was an expert with the surname Wu. These two knew each other. He couldn't help but feel a trace of regret. Who told them to offend his master? A dignified Xiantian expert fell to such a state. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave the dojo of limits. The dojo wasn't famous in Thailand, but its influence in Thailand wasn't weak. Lin Fei naturally wanted to see what was inside the dojo of limits. As for the Heaven's Peak Palace behind the dojo of limits, Lin Fei didn't really care. He more or less knew something about it. For example, qi cultivating experts. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't come to China. Perhaps this was an invisible binding force. Of course, this kind of binding force didn't exist for Lin Fei. The dojo of limits wasn't very big. Lin Fei released his divine sense to look around. He didn't find anything. Finally, he came to a study room. Master, this study room looks very ordinary. There doesn't seem to be a place to hide anything. Su Mei glanced at it and said. Lin Fei said with a smile, then you are gravely mistaken. He stepped on the ground. With a kacha sound, the ground split in half. A stone staircase appeared, leading deep into the ground. It was like the entrance to hell, filled with unknown dangers. This is the place where the secret is hidden. Lin Fei walked down. As soon as he went down, he saw countless black lights attacking him. It was filled with an aura of destruction. So there was a trap set up at the entrance. Lin Fei raised his palm and slapped downwards. Next, an invisible force charged downwards. The loud rumbling lasted for quite a while. Su Mei, who was standing to the side, had a slight change in expression. She could feel a great sense of danger from the commotion below. Alright, it's safe now. Lin Fei was the first to walk down. Su Mei followed behind. It turned out that there was a secret room under the study. The secret room was surrounded by reinforced concrete, and the thickness was not low, at least 20 to 30 centimeters. Even if a martial artist was underground, it would be impossible to break through this secret room. There were many things in the secret room. Master, what are these things? Why can't I understand what they are? Su Mei looked around but did not recognize many things. The things placed here were all strange and grotesque. How could Su Mei have any experience? She only felt that it was very strange. After Lin Fei looked around, he smiled and said, it's normal for you to not recognize these things. After all, you are still lacking in experience. When you have more experience, you will naturally know what these things are. I never thought that this Heaven's Pole Palace would have some methods. They actually collected these things in the secular world. It seems like this Heaven's Pole Palace isn't some good stuff. Master, could these be bad things? Su Mei looked around and shrunk her neck. Lin Fei said, actually, if I didn't guess wrongly, these things should be used to refine an incomparably vicious magic tool. No, it should be a magic treasure. Don't think that these things looked unremarkable. When all these things were gathered together, they could be used to refine a powerful magic treasure. Lin Fei's eyesight was not something an ordinary person could compare with. With just a glance, he was able to make a general judgment of the situation. These were the various materials used to refine magic treasures. In the Kunlun's secret domain, most experts would use magic tools. Of course, magic tools were not something an ordinary expert could possess. Above magic tools were magic treasures, which were not something that just anyone could control. Lin Fei did not doubt that as long as he had a magic treasure in the Kunlun's secret domain, his strength would definitely increase by a huge amount, allowing him to become a peak expert in the Kunlun's secret domain. The extreme martial arts school had been silently collecting all sorts of materials. This move was indeed powerful. From these materials, one could tell that they had been collecting them for a long time. Almost all the materials for the magic treasure had been collected. Lin Fei waved his hand. With a loud rumbling sound, all the materials for the magic treasure turned into fine powder, scattering on the ground. Lin Fei naturally would not leave these things for the Heaven's Pole Palace to refine magic treasures. He might as well destroy them. Since they dared to capture his own disciple, Lin Fei would not let them off just because they had killed 2 experts from the extreme martial arts school. He believed that once the people from the Heaven's Pole Palace knew of this, they would definitely vomit blood. After all, These materials would require at least 10 years to gather. As for why the Heaven's Pole Palace did not have any experts guarding the place, the reason was very simple. It was because too long had passed. Coupled with the strength of the Dojo of Limits and the strength of the Extreme Martial Arts School, no one would suspect that the Extreme Martial Arts School was secretly collecting the materials for the magic treasure. In fact, this was indeed the case. Back then, the Heaven's Pole Palace had experts guarding the place. Moreover, they were at the Xiantian full circle. Coupled with the gravitational force of the array, it could be said that no matter who broke in, they would not have a good ending. Unfortunately, they met Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not care if they were at the Xiantian full circle and directly killed them. After dealing with this, Lin Fei prepared to leave. Master, there seems to be something amazing here. Su Mei suddenly discovered something strange. She pointed to an object not far away. Under the violent impact of Lin Fei's strength, there was actually an object that was not destroyed by his strength. Interesting. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed. That object flew over on its own and landed in Lin Fei's hand. So it's a cultivation technique. Moreover, it was refined using special materials. No wonder it wasn't damaged. After Lin Fei saw that it was an ancient book, he also smiled. Master, if that's the case, then this cultivation technique should be very powerful. Su Mei said curiously, I wonder what kind of cultivation technique this is. It was actually preserved using this kind of material. Lin Fei was also a little surprised. He couldn't see through the material. Logically speaking, Lin Fei's experience was more than anyone else. There was nothing he couldn't recognize. However, he couldn't recognize this item. He had never seen it before. It was like paper, but not paper. It looked like gold, but not gold. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was a very strange existence. Lin Fei tried to use his strength to tear this ancient book. However, no matter how much he increased his strength, this cicada's wing-thin paper didn't move an inch. This caused Lin Fei to be very surprised. This is strange. Although I have only recovered 20% of my strength, it is enough to tear apart anything. This paper is actually able to withstand it. How strange. Bookseller's Reading Website. Chapter 4207. Lin Fei's interest in this ancient book was piqued. He used almost 20% of his strength and still couldn't tear this ancient book apart. This was a bit thought-provoking. He opened the ancient book. Inside, it wasn't a cultivation technique. Instead, it was a travel manual. Lin Fei was very surprised. The entire travel manual didn't have a lot of words. It was only a few tens of thousands of words. It was about a student traveling around the country. It described the hardships of this student. It was as if there were 81 hardships. There wasn't anything special about the entire manual. Lin Fei handed the ancient book to Su Mei. Take a look and see if there's anything different about this travel manual. Travel, not a cultivation technique? Su Mei was shocked. She took the ancient book and flipped through it. Su Mei didn't read very quickly. Word by word, it took her around 20 minutes to finish reading. In the end, she shook her head helplessly. Master, this is a very ordinary travel manual. I really don't see anything unusual about it. However, this ancient book was completely fine after Master's attack. It definitely isn't simple. However, what this manual talks about is travel. Recently, Su Mei had crammed a lot of words into her foundation, so she could recognize the words on the book. However, Su Mei really couldn't see anything special about it. If even you can't see it, then the people from the Dojo of Limits probably can't either. However, since they left this thing here, they should know that this ancient book has some secrets. It's just that they haven't been able to solve it. Lin Fei smiled. If you really think that this is a journey, then you are gravely mistaken. In fact, there is a very powerful cultivation technique contained within it. How should I put it? If you can break up all of these words and reassemble them, you will be able to obtain a cultivation technique. Right now, even I am feeling curious. To be able to reassemble a cultivation technique into a journey, that person is truly quite capable, said Lin Fei with a smile. That's right. Su Mei's eyes widened. That's right. Hiding a cultivation technique in your travel? Isn't the hole in your brain a little too big? No wonder everyone couldn't see through it. Lin Fei didn't get anything useful from the dojo of limits. However, just this ancient book alone wasn't enough to make Lin Fei's trip go to waste. He was ready to take a good look at what kind of technique was hidden in this ancient book. It was worth it to go through so much trouble and travel around to change the true nature of the cultivation method. Lin Fei and Su Mei left the extreme dojo. Kai Shan did not leave. Instead, he dealt with the aftermath. First was to capture the disciples of the dojo of limits. These disciples weren't weak. If they were captured and controlled, their strength would be even stronger. These dojo of limits disciples can't fall into other people's hands. Kai Shan wouldn't do such a thing to increase their strength. Back at Kai Shan's residence, Su Mei went back to digest the experience of fighting with the mysterious man. Lin Fei, on the other hand, went to study the ancient book. Wanting to restore a cultivation technique with tens of thousands of words of travel was indeed very difficult. It required a powerful calculation ability. Even the current supercomputers would find it hard to complete it in a short period of time. However, to Lin Fei, this wasn't a big deal. He used around 3 hours to calculate the travel technique and turned it into a cultivation technique. Endless Sea of Qi. This was the cultivation technique that Lin Fei obtained. It really is an incredible cultivation technique. No wonder it was changed into a travel technique. It's a pity that the people from Heaven's Pole Palace don't have good eyesight. They actually couldn't see that this was the real deal. Lin Fei had seen countless cultivation techniques. However, this was the first time he had seen a cultivation technique like this. It actually opened up a dantian in the fleshly body to contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If it was any other time, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't care about this cultivation technique. However, after flipping through this endless sea of qi, he felt that this cultivation technique was quite suitable for him to cultivate. Even though his immortal divine body had recovered quite a bit and his strength had also recovered about 20%, the further he went, the harder it would be. The purpose of Lin Fei's trip was to recover from his injuries. However, even after absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy in the Kunlun mystic realm, he only managed to recover 10% of his injuries. It would be extremely difficult for him to recover to 30%. Even if he could absorb a large amount of spiritual energy, it would still take a long time for him to fully recover. If I cultivate this endless sea of qi, I can open up a dantian in my fleshly body to contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This is a different path. I don't have to worry about my strength being affected. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This could be considered a new attempt. If Lin Fei used his fleshly body to condense his dantian, he wouldn't have to worry about his fleshly body being unable to withstand the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lin Fei pondered over it a few more times. He was sure that the endless sea of qi was the most suitable for him to cultivate. At least, that was the case for now. Unless Lin Fei was able to obtain better ingredients, such as the divine essence pill. Currently, the endless sea of qi was a shortcut to recover his strength quickly. There were no flaws in this endless sea of qi cultivation technique. In fact, it was perfect. Lin Fei could definitely cultivate it. Lin Fei was a decisive person. Since he could cultivate it, he wouldn't hesitate. After familiarizing himself with the endless sea of qi, Lin Fei started to condense his dantian. It wasn't difficult to condense a dantian. Opening up a dantian in the fleshly body required a large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth to rush into the fleshly body. If the fleshly body couldn't withstand the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it wouldn't be able to open up a dantian in the fleshly body. Both were not difficult for Lin Fei. The energy in his body was like a torrent, rushing into his fleshly body and opening up a mini dantian. To others, it was difficult to cultivate the dantian, but to Lin Fei, it was a piece of cake. The whirlpool spun continuously, and traces of energy constructed a dantian. From illusory to condensed. An hour later, a dantian the size of an egg appeared in his fleshly body, filled with surging energy. This energy was nothing. Lin Fei realized that the dantian was indeed quite useful. He could completely bypass his body to perform it, and it wouldn't cause any harm to his immortal body. After condensing the first dantian, Lin Fei immediately began to condense the second dantian. This time, Lin Fei did not face any obstacles, and it was extremely easy for him to condense the second dantian. If those old antiques found out about this efficiency, they would probably be shocked. With the first and second dantians, the rest was easy. That night, Lin Fei did not feel tired, and he continued to condense the dantian. 3, 4, 5. Every time he condensed another dantian, Lin Fei's strength improved a little. This feeling of flying was really good. Chapter 4208. When the first rays of the morning sun shone in, Lin Fei opened his eyes and walked out of his room. His entire being felt refreshed. Endless sea of qi. It really has a history. I'm afraid it should be a powerful cultivation method. I condensed 20 sea of qi dantians in one night. Each sea of qi dantian is filled with all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now my strength is not restricted and it's easier for me to use some techniques. To Lin Fei, condensing 20 sea of qi dantians in one night was not very efficient. That was because the process of condensing sea of qi dantian was getting slower. If the power of 20 sea of qi dantians burst out at the same time, he would be at the peak of qi refinement realm. There was no need to worry about affecting his injuries. Starting from cultivating endless sea of qi, Lin Fei realized that he would have to cultivate endless sea of qi for a period of time in the future. Although this method was a shortcut to improve his strength, it was the most powerful help for Lin Fei. Endless sea of qi might seem easy to cultivate, but the prerequisite was a strong body. Without a strong body, it was impossible to open up sea of qi dantian. This was the biggest requirement. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen sword lights flew out from behind Lin Fei. They were all condensed by power and turned into a sword formation. Lin Fei had not used the sword formation for a long time. Using the sword formation now would still consume a lot of energy. However, it was also a killer move that could be used both offensively and defensively. This sword formation was called the Great Void Sword Formation. The Great Void Sword Formation could be used as a powerful technique. Of course, this move consumed a lot of energy. If one did not have a lot of energy in his body, he would not be able to use it. Lin Fei used it freely as if it was an arm. After using it for a while, Lin Fei put it away. After a night of digesting, Su Mei was still very helpful to her. Master, I plan to stay in Thailand and fight with those people. I feel that the people here are very fierce. Fighting with them will be of great help to me. Su Mei came over and said. Lin Fei was not surprised by Su Mei's words. After experiencing it a few times, Su Mei had grown a lot. Staying behind and continuing to gain experience was a very good thing. As your master, I am very happy that you have such considerations. Don't worry, even if I am not here this time, no one will be able to hurt you. Lin Fei called Kai Shan over to prepare a series of things. He guessed that they had already prepared some on the mountain last time. However, he had ordered people to prepare some more, and the quality was better than the last time. Master, are you going to write? Su Mei didn't understand. Lin Fei said, this is not writing, but drawing a talisman. This talisman is not an ordinary talisman. I drew it for you to protect your life. When the time comes, even if an expert comes, he will suffer a great loss. Lin Fei adjusted his state of mind. His essence, qi, and spirit were in full swing. In an instant, he was like a great grandmaster. He picked up the brush and started to draw talismans. What Lin Fei drew was a sword talisman with great attack power. It could explode with superpower and was most suitable to use against enemies. As the saying goes, the strongest defense is active offense. If the enemy was defeated, there was naturally no need to defend. Su Mei stood behind. Although she couldn't recognize what was written on the yellow paper, she could feel a sharp aura from the words. It was as if everything in front of this aura would be split apart by a sword. It was rather terrifying. The first sword talisman was quickly drawn. When the sword talisman was completed, a bright light flashed silently. Only Lin Fei could see it. The sword talisman was finished. Lin Fei handed the sword talisman to Su Mei. This is a sword talisman. Drip your blood on it first. When the time comes, it will protect you. Su Mei successfully dripped her blood to refine the sword talisman. After refining it, the sword talisman flew around Su Mei. It was very incredible. This sword talisman can explode with a total of 10 attacks. The strength of each attack is the same. Even if a Khanate expert comes to capture you, with my sword talisman, he will be heavily injured in 1 strike and killed in 2 strikes. Lin Fei said. Thank you, Master. Su Mei was very happy. She couldn't bear to part with the sword talisman. After Lin Fei drew a sword talisman, he drew a Vajra unyielding talisman for Su Mei. Once it was used, it would form a strong defense around her body. Even a Khanate expert would find it hard to break it. Other than that, Lin Fei gave Kai Shan a sword talisman. After all, Kai Shan would be guarding the entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm for him in Southeast Asia for a period of time. Although there were restrictions outside, there still needed to be someone to watch over it. Oh right, Kai Shan. I really like a region in the deep mountains. I want to take that place. Lin Fei thought of something. A place like the entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm had to be under his control. If it was in China, it might be difficult. However, this was Southeast Asia. Kai Shan was the #1 expert in Southeast Asia. Naturally, Lin Fei would have some ideas. I wonder which area Master wants. Kai Shan found a map. It was a very detailed one. Very quickly, Lin Fei found a rough area. He picked up a pen and drew. This is the area. I want it. Kai Shan said, this kind of place is not worth much in Southeast Asia. If Master wants it, I will definitely help Master get it. It's just a matter of money. My relationship with the royal family is not bad. If I suggest it, they won't have any objections. Just say that I like that place and want to build a villa in that area. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Lin Fei said, it's about time for you to increase your strength. It just so happens that I brought some pills this time. Take them and consume them. It shouldn't take long for you to become a true Khanate expert. In addition to my sword talisman, you should be able to hold the fort. After making the arrangements, Lin Fei boarded the plane and headed to England. After all, Lin Fei was quite concerned about the Dragon God key. There was still the Dragon God's blood in the mystic realm. No matter what, he had to go take a look. Su Mei had Kai Shan's protection, so there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, the sword talisman in his hands was not to be trifled with. Unless there was an Khanate expert willing to test the power of the sword talisman. On this trip to England, there were no accidents, and no one came to disturb him. Speaking of which, this was the first time Lin Fei went abroad, and it was to England. When he woke up, the plane had already arrived in England. This time, Lin Fei treated it as a vacation. There were not many people here, so naturally, there was no need to inform them. Lin Fei did not know if those people had arrived. Calculating the time, there was still half a month, so naturally he was not in a hurry. After stopping a car, Lin Fei went to a relatively famous Four Seasons hotel in England and stayed there. As for not knowing English, it was simple. Lin Fei used a small trick to take away the ability to speak English from a Caucasian and easily learned English. Chapter 4209. After staying at the Four Seasons Hotel, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to find Yi Zishuan and the others. In the following 3 days, Lin Fei had a very leisurely time, tasting the unique delicacies of England and walking around. In the eyes of outsiders, it was as if he had come to England for a vacation. But who knew that Lin Fei was secretly observing the feng shui of England and so on? If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but he was really shocked. This place was quite famous in England. There were many things that Lin Fei was interested in. For example, at night, Lin Fei could see some guys who were brimming with a strong aura of qi and blood. These guys were like ghosts in the night. Lin Fei thought of a word, and that was the famous vampires in the Western world. He couldn't guarantee whether these people were vampires or not, but it had something to do with them. Lin Fei's view of the Western world was very different. Perhaps when he was young, he thought it was just a joke, but now that he was really standing in a place like England, he knew that this joke was not groundless. Another day of shopping in England. Lin Fei returned to the Four Seasons Hotel and took a comfortable bath. Then, he received a call from Bai Shengnan. To put it nicely, it should be a video call. Bai Xingnan was lying on her bed, wearing pink pajamas. She was cute and seductive. Bai Xingnan giggled at Lin Fei. You really know how to run, big boss. In the blink of an eye, you ran to England. Lin Fei said generously, I have nothing to do, so I came out to take a look. On the other hand, you, the lady boss, look quite relaxed. Could it be that you conquered a few more areas? Ever since he handed over all the matters of the company to Bai Xingnan, Lin Fei really didn't manage the company much, but he could hear some good news from Bai Xingnan every time. Of course, don't you know who I am? With your Yunshu materials, our company's shapewear and other different products have become popular all over the country. We have basically taken over all the domestic markets. It won't be long before our Yunshu products become the leading products in China. Bai Xingnan's face was brimming with a bright smile and happiness. Lin Fei liked seeing the satisfied smile on Bai Xingnan's face. Bringing Yun Su from another world to Huaxia was not in vain. Big boss, since you're already in England, I have a small matter here. Can I trouble you? As they chatted, Bai Xingnan suddenly said, as if she had thought of something. You've already called me big boss. If I don't agree, I probably won't even be able to climb into your bed when I go back. I don't like to sleep on the sofa alone at night. Manager Bai's words are like an imperial edict. How could I dare to disobey? Bai Xingnan, who was on the other side of the phone, burst into laughter. She rebuked, You're such a flirt and you're not being honest at all. Actually, it's not that difficult. My cousin is studying in England, so I want you to visit my cousin on my behalf. My cousin is a great beauty. She's the epitome of a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. When Lin Fei heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What is this? Even if your cousin is fair, rich, and beautiful, so what? Can this fair, rich, and beautiful woman be more beautiful than you? In my eyes, you're the real fair, rich, and beautiful one. If you're not fair, rich, and beautiful, what else can you be? Bai Xingnan rolled her eyes. I knew it. Are you going or not? Of course I'm going. Lin Fei said with a smile, Give me an address later. I'll go see your cousin tomorrow. By the way, what do you want to say to your cousin? Also, should I bring a gift over? I'll listen to you. These days, Lin Fei didn't have anything to do. Yi Zixuan and the others didn't come, so Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. It wasn't a big deal to visit Bai Xingnan's cousin. Hearing that Lin Fei agreed to visit her cousin, Bai Xingnan's face was brimming with a bright smile. Just visit my cousin for me. By the way, my cousin's name is Yang Liuxi. What do you think? Doesn't the name sound very poetic? I heard that it was named by a master. After chatting with Bai Xingnan for a while, Lin Fei hung up the phone. Not long after, Lin Fei received an address from Bai Xingnan on his phone. It turned out to be a university in England. Lin Fei was proficient in English now. He looked it up on the internet and found that this university was very amazing. It had nurtured many talented students. Thinking about the Bai family's identity, it wasn't too much for Bai Xingnan's cousin to have such a high education level. The next morning, Lin Fei stopped a taxi and went to the university mentioned on the address. The university wasn't very far from Sijiqing. It only took him half an hour to get there. The university was very big, and the buildings inside were all in the medieval style. Lin Fei swaggered into the university. Compared to the universities in the country, this university was very different. It made Lin Fei feel a scholarly atmosphere. It was a very reading atmosphere. Lin Fei found a few students who were studying in China to ask Yang Liuxi. However, these people said that they didn't know. After a round, Lin Fei didn't find Yang Liuxi. Lin Fei felt a little helpless. Did Xingnan not talk to my cousin? Or is Yang Liuxi not in the university? Disappointed, Lin Fei planned to leave the university. When he was at the entrance of the university, he met another international student. One of them was the one Lin Fei had just asked. You're from China, right? If you want to find Yang Liuxi, maybe you can find her boyfriend. You should know, another Chinese student said. Yang Liuxi has a boyfriend? The Chinese student said, it's a white boyfriend. I heard that her boyfriend is a master. Yes, he seems to be a master of gambling. He likes to go to casinos. Yang Liuxi is also a person who likes to seek excitement. Maybe you can find her in the casino. The Chinese student took out a pen and paper, wrote down the name of the casino, and handed it to Lin Fei. This is the casino they often go to, and it's also the most influential casino in our area. You can go there and take a look. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to find her. Lin Fei thanked the other party and got into the taxi again. He frowned slightly. This is a little different from what Bai Xingnan said. No matter what, Lin Fei still decided to go and take a look. After all, he had promised Bai Xingnan. If he didn't see his cousin, he wouldn't know what to say when she asked him at night. Chinese, are you planning to go first? The driver asked curiously. You know too? Lin Fei said with a smile. The driver said, we all know that it's a money-squandering den. It's the world of the rich. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4210. 1938. This was the name of a casino. It was purely calculated with English numbers. 1938 was very famous in this part of England. When Lin Fei arrived at the casino, he saw a lot of people going in and out. At the same time, Lin Fei also saw a lot of Chinese people appearing in this casino. When Lin Fei walked into the casino, he noticed that perhaps because of the Chinese people, the security guards at the entrance, that is, those white men, looked at him a few more times with a strange look in their eyes. There was even a trace of a hunter who caught his prey. Lin Fei never thought that he would be wrong about this kind of look. This 1938 casino is really interesting. Lin Fei pretended that he didn't know anything. He walked into the casino. The casino was very big, comparable to the casinos in Macau, or even much bigger. Now Lin Fei understood why the driver had said that in the car. 1938 was indeed one of the most famous casinos in this area. Sir, this is your first time coming to 1938, right? I don't know if you need a guide. I feel that a customer like you really needs a gorgeous guide. She can teach you all the games in the casino, and it doesn't cost too much. Lin Fei had just taken a few glances when a Caucasian man came up to him and asked with a smile. Thank you, I don't need one for the time being. After hearing that, the white man didn't leave immediately, but continued to say, Friend, I think you really need a beautiful guide. Because there are a lot of games in this casino, any newcomer wants to find a beautiful woman to accompany him. Also, the beauties here are not expensive, and the amount of tips depends on your personal preference. No matter what kind of beauty you need, our casino has everything. The white man continued to say, Sir, you can look around. Those are the beautiful guides of our casino. The white man pointed at the beautiful women beside the men in the distance. Lin Fei looked over and found that it was really as he said. There were all kinds of beautiful women, pleasing to the eye. Originally, Lin Fei didn't want to call them, but after hearing that, he became interested. Okay, find me a Chinese beauty. The white man seemed to be very happy and quickly said, Don't worry, sir, I will help you find it immediately. Please wait here for a moment. In fact, this short wait did not take long. Lin Fei saw the Caucasian man coming over with a female student who was about 20 years old. Why did he say she was a female student? Lin Fei sensed a childish aura from her. Even though it was covered by makeup, it still couldn't escape Lin Fei's eyes. She must be a female university student studying here. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm your little tour guide tonight. You can call me Xiao Xiao. The Caucasian man brought him over and said a few words before leaving. The female university student introduced herself. The girl named Xiao Xiao, after introducing herself, held onto Lin Fei's hand and leaned half of her body against his. Sir, what kind of game are you planning to play? I know all the projects here very well. Even if it's your first time here, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. Lin Fei admired the methods of this 1938 casino. Using a beautiful woman as a guide in the casino would indirectly make people bet crazily in the casino. After all, no one could resist the coquettishness of a woman. Then just walk around with me, Lin Fei said. As Xiao Xiao walked, she introduced the situation of the casino to Lin Fei. She was very familiar with the situation here. Very quickly, Lin Fei had a general understanding of the place. The casino here was very big. It operated dozens of projects and also had some game machines. As Lin Fei walked, he looked around. After a while, he found that the upper floor seemed to be more lively than the lower floor. Most importantly, Lin Fei seemed to have inadvertently seen a figure. Even though this wasn't the first time he had seen this figure, he remembered it very clearly. This figure was the cousin that Bai Xingnan had mentioned, Yang Liuxi. Anyone who was looked at by Lin Fei would not forget. The person up there was definitely Yang Liuxi. Is there a casino up there? It looks different from the one below, Lin Fei asked with a smile. Xiao explained, this is a VIP's place. Only those with a certain amount of wealth can go up to the second floor. Perhaps you can only go up to the second floor if you win enough chips in the casino. After listening to the explanation, Lin Fei understood. He immediately led Xiao to the second floor. At first, Xiao was a little worried and surprised. However, who knew that the man in black at the door didn't seem to see Lin Fei and allowed them to go up to the second floor. The look in Xiao's eyes clearly changed. Mr. Lin, are you a nouveau riche? Or are you a regular here? Why haven't I seen you before? Xiao had accompanied many people, but they were all ordinary gamblers. She had never met anyone who went up to the second floor. Naturally, she wanted to get to know this nouveau riche in front of her. Lin Fei gave a few perfunctory replies. He searched for Yang Liuxi in the crowd. That's her. Not long after, Lin Fei saw a figure. It was Yang Liuxi. However, Yang Liuxi was a little different from what Lin Fei had imagined. At this time, Yang Liuxi was gorgeously dressed. She looked a little similar to Xiao. What made Lin Fei feel a little strange was that Yang Liuxi's expression seemed to be very frightened and nervous. Beside him stood two black-robed men, who seemed to be guarding him. There's no way I'll lose this round. I'll definitely win. At the gambling table, a young man with curly hair stood up. His expression became very nervous. His eyes stared at the cards in his hand and slowly revealed them. Sitting opposite him was also a middle-aged man. He was smoking a cigar and looked indifferent. This round you have no chance at all. I know you are very good, but you will definitely lose this time. Your Chinese girlfriend is not bad. Don't worry, I will definitely let her enjoy our Western etiquette tonight. The young man flipped the cards in his hand. His eyes widened and he fell to the ground. How can this be? I clearly remember that it was a king of diamonds. How did it become a three of spades? The young man couldn't accept the scene in front of him. He almost broke down. The middle-aged man opposite him slowly revealed the card in his hand. It was the king of diamonds. Sorry, my points are a little higher than yours. All the chips on your table, including the beautiful lady behind you, will become my spoils of war. It's over, it's over. The young man hugged his head. Hunter, tell me you didn't lose. The gorgeously dressed woman was also in a panic. Bookseller's website. Chapter 42:11. Let me go, don't grab me. The gorgeously dressed girl was grabbed by two big men. Hunter, come and save me. I don't want to go with him. The young man called Hunter held his head and muttered to himself, It's over, it's really over. I have nothing left. It was as if he didn't hear the gorgeously dressed girl. The surrounding people were already used to this scene. There's something wrong with this person. Lin Fei, who was standing at the entrance to the second floor, narrowed his eyes. No one could see it more clearly than him. Bai Xingnan's cousin. I thought she was highly educated, but it turns out her EQ is so low. She doesn't even know that she's being schemed against. I bet they've been waiting for this day to come. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. If it was someone else, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to care. However, this person was Bai Xingnan's cousin, and she had personally instructed him to do so. He couldn't just let this happen. Lin Fei didn't even need to think to know that if the middle-aged man brought Yang Liuxi back, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whether or not she could return to school was a problem. Even if she could, she would probably be crippled. Xiao, what's going on over there? Do you guys block people in your casino? Lin Fei asked Xiao with a smile. Xiao was already used to this scene. She said with a smile, Mr. Lin, you may not know this, but this is the exclusive way to play in the VIP venue. You can bet everything you own or anything around you as long as you win. But if you lose, all of your belongings will be taken away by others, And all of this will be approved by the casino. In other words, that Chinese girl is really out of luck. Lin Fei smiled. Then your casino is quite interesting. You can actually play this kind of game. Doesn't that mean that if I go and gamble with them, I can bet you? Xiao Zhao's face suddenly turned cold. Mr. Lin, don't joke around. We're just the casino's guides. You're a little timid. I was just joking with you. Xiao Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Mr. Lin, please don't scare me like this next time, okay? By the way, how many chips do I need to get on the gambling table? I'm quite interested in that. Lin Fei asked. I remember that the gambling table only needs 30 million yuan, which is equivalent to $5 million. Xiao Xiao said after thinking for a while. I think it's quite interesting. Let's go and play a few rounds. Mr. Lin, you're amazing. Xiao Xiao's face was full of smiles. The middle-aged man who won this round stood up. He was a white man named Alan. He was a frequent customer of this casino. Every time he came, he would return with a full load. Hunter, I've received your gift tonight. If you want to bet with me again next time, please inform me in advance. Alan was ready to bring them back. When he looked at Yang Liuxi, a trace of cruel desire flashed through his eyes, and then this trace of desire was put away. No one present saw it. Yang Liuxi had lost all hope. No matter how much she shouted, her boyfriend Hunter did not seem to hear her. He kept talking to himself, as if his body and mind were about to collapse. This was not what Yang Liuxi wanted to see. She had heard that this Alan was especially fond of foreign women. At the same time, this Alan was a very cruel person. It was said that none of the women he brought back had a good ending. Even if they made it out alive, they would be bedridden for 3 to 5 months. This was not the first time Yang Liuxi had heard of such a thing. She never thought that she would become a foreign woman in Alan's hands. She did not dare to imagine what would happen if she went in. But no matter how much Yang Liuxi struggled, she could not break free from the dark-skinned man's hands. Alan walked over with a smile, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He said in a very gentlemanly manner, "Beautiful lady, you don't have to struggle anymore. You're my guest tonight. I'll give you a very precious gift that you won't forget for the rest of your life." "I don't want your gift. Let go of me. My family has money. As long as you give me a number, I'll definitely give you the money." Yang Liuxi seemed to have thought of something and said repeatedly. Alan laughed. "Beautiful lady, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I'm not short of money. I only like the spoils of war that I've won in the casino. I won't take out the spoils of war that I've won." Alan had already planned to bring this beautiful Yang Liuxi back. He had not tasted a Chinese woman in a very long time. "From what you've said, as long as there's something good, you'll be able to go to the gambling table." A voice rang out. Alan turned around and saw a young Chinese man appear in his sight. His expression turned cold. "You want to gamble with me too, kid?" Lin Fei said, "Yeah, I'm quite interested in gambling. I like to gamble with all kinds of things. I don't know if this thing of mine will catch your eye." Lin Fei took something out of his pocket and casually threw it on the gambling table not far away. "Is this jewelry? It looks like pearls and gems." Some people looked at it curiously, but they did not recognize it at first. Alan did not recognize it either. "You have the nerve to take out such a broken thing." Alan snorted. Lin Fei walked over, picked up the red stone ball, and patted it lightly. Hua 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 hua. The originally red stone ball instantly became transparent. There were traces of flames flickering inside the stone. Everyone could even feel the penetrating aura of the flames. One by one, their eyes widened as if they had seen a peerless treasure. "This is amazing. Yeah. Unbelievable." Everyone was shocked. "This is a stone ball that I obtained by chance in a place. It looks a little ordinary, but there's a flame hidden in it. When you hold this bead in your hand, you can feel the warm aura. It's a very comfortable warmth. I guarantee that everyone will like this feeling. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." Lin Fei threw it casually, and the bead flew in Alan's direction. Alan subconsciously reached out and grabbed the bead in his hand. In an instant, a warm aura spread from his palm, and then reverberated throughout his body. After a moment of silence, Alan's eyes lit up. "Are you sure you want to gamble with this treasure?" For me, this is just something that I picked up. I don't know how much this treasure can be sold for. Alan looked at the stone ball in his palm again, raised his head again, and said, 30 million, no more. Okay, 30 million it is. I can just gamble a few times. Shukju website. Chapter 4212. What are you going to play? Alan asked Lin Fei. I'm not interested in 5-card stud. Let's play something simple, such as gambling with dice. I wonder if you're interested? Lin Fei said casually. Alan was a little surprised. Dice? You're quite an interesting guy. Let's play dice then. Best of 3, I wonder if you dare. Alan was also a smart guy. Lin Fei suggested playing dice. Alan changed the rules and made it a best of 3. All right, 2 wins out of 3. I have no objections. Lin Fei's lips curled up slightly as he spoke with a smile. Cut the crap. Let's start, Alan said to the beautiful dealer. There was no need to say anything else. The beautiful dealer immediately found the dice. The onlookers were also looking forward to it. The stone ball contained a flame within it. It was very mystical, and anyone could tell that it was a very expensive item. Whether it was taken out to be auctioned or placed at home, it would be a good choice. Yang Liushi was very surprised. She didn't know the young man in front of her at all. She didn't expect him to take the initiative to stand out. Tell me? Wait, is this person the boyfriend of my cousin, Bai Shengnan? Yang Liushi suddenly thought of something and her expression changed slightly. Just a few days ago, her cousin, Bai Shengnan, who was in China, had called her and said that someone would come to England to visit her in a few days. At that time, Yang Liushi only took it as a small joke and didn't take it seriously. Now it seemed that this person was Bai Shengnan's cousin's friend. Oh no, this is really bad. He will definitely tell my cousin. Yang Liushi became nervous. After all, she had been studying abroad. In the eyes of her family, she had always been a good girl. But now no one would believe this scene. Her heart was in a mess. Lin Fei and Alan sat down. Before we play the dice, there is something I want to confirm, Lin Fei suddenly said. Alan said, I don't know what you want to confirm, or if I can't afford it. Lin Fei shook his head with a smile. I'm just confirming what I'll win after 2 wins out of 3. Is it your chips or everything else you've won today? For example, this Wuxia beauty. Is she also in today's best of 3? Alan laughed heartily. So that's how it is. I understand now. As long as you can beat me, this Chinese girl will be yours tonight. I, Alan, am a man of my word. Everyone in the casino knows my reputation. That's good. Let's begin. The best of 3 dice system was actually very simple. The 2 people did not take the initiative to shake the dice. Instead, the dealer used a machine to shake the dice. Then both sides would guess the big or small. Using a machine to shake the dice could eliminate many suspicions of cheating, so shaking the dice was more like relying on luck. The dice kept shaking back and forth in the machine, making a series of sounds until it finally stopped. In order to increase the difficulty and also increase the gambling, we'll only play guessing for these 3 rounds. Alan suddenly said with a smile. Wuxia kid, you don't have any objections, right? Lin Fei could clearly see a trace of pride on Alan's face. Although he did not know why Alan was proud, it was not difficult to guess that he must have some experience with dice points. Guessing points? Are you sure? Lin Fei looked at Alan. You should know that I'm quite experienced in guessing numbers. I'm afraid that you'll lose 3 rounds in a row if you win 2 out of 3. Alan laughed heartily. You don't have any objections to guessing points. Then, let's just guess points. At this moment, the beautiful dealer said, after both sides guess points, the person who is closest wins. I don't know if the 2 of you have any objections. Alan and Lin Fei both shook their heads, indicating that they did not have any objections. Alan's heart was full of pride. Although he did not play dice much when it came to guessing points, although he would not be able to guess the specific points 5 or 6 times out of 10, he would be able to get the closest to the guessed points within a certain range. Alan rarely told this secret to others because he had a strong 6th sense. Most of the time, it was not too far off. Since this young Chinese kid wanted to play dice with him, he might as well just play. Wuxia kid, you're a guest and I'm a veteran here. I'll let you guess the points first, lest you say that it's unfair. Alan put on airs. All right, whatever you say. I have no objections. Lin Fei said with a smile. Just guessing the dice points. I think it's purely based on luck. I think this round will be 18, 3 sixes. Alan immediately laughed when he heard this. Young people are young people. How can you shake out 18 points with 3 sixes? Casinos only opened a few times in a month, not to mention that they ran into one. 18 is indeed a good number, but I don't think it's a good number today. I think it should be 9. Alan looked at the machine and said after thinking for a while. One guessed 18 and the other guessed 9. It was a multiple, which made many people curious. Of course, most people still approved of Alan. Are the two of you sure? The dealer confirmed. Alan and Lin Fei both nodded, indicating that they had no objections. The beautiful dealer turned on the machine. There were 3 dice lying in the machine. The front of each dice was a 6. There were exactly 3 sixes. Leopard, 18 points. The expressions of the beautiful lady and the dealer changed slightly. They immediately smiled and said, 3 sixes? This gentleman has won the first round. Alan's expression was obviously a little stiff. He found it hard to believe that he could even guess 3 sixes. Moreover, it was an accurate number. His luck was too good. I'm sorry. I won the first round. It seems that my luck is pretty good. Lin Fei said with a smile. Young and promising. Alan also laughed. However, his expression was a little insincere. The second round began. This time, it was Alan's turn to speak first. This time, Alan looked dignified. He opened his mouth much later than the last time. I guess the points for this round are 12, fluctuating between 11 and 13. Alan said. Lin Fei said without looking, I think this round should be 8. What an auspicious number. Alan really didn't believe that Lin Fei would guess correctly. Open. Everyone pricked up their ears. 1, 3, 5, 9 points. The beautiful dealer announced. I lost. Alan stood up and held the gambling table. He found it hard to accept. Yes, you lost. Bookseller's reading website. Chapter 4213. 2 wins out of 3. Everyone was shocked that the Chinese kid would win in the end. There was also a tinge of disbelief. One had to know that Alan was a regular here. He had a certain level of ability. He didn't expect to lose so badly. Alan couldn't believe it either. He didn't even win a single round in the best of 3 and lost just like that. Not only did he lose all the chips on the table, but he also lost the Chinese girl that he could enjoy immediately. In order to enjoy this Chinese girl, Alan had put in a lot of effort. Finally, this piece of meat was in front of him, but it was snatched away by this kid. Alan couldn't accept it. Pretty lady, you can come over now, Lin Fei said to Yang Liushi with a smile. Yang Liushi felt like she was dreaming. But no matter what, this Chinese kid in front of her did her a great favor. Yang Liushi opened the man behind her and ran behind Lin Fei. The 2 men didn't dare to stop her. After all, this was the 1938 casino and they were rather particular about their reputation. If they really dared to stop her, they wouldn't have a good ending. They were well aware of this in their hearts. I'm going to take all the chips on the table and this pretty lady, Lin Fei said with a smile. Alan wasn't willing to give up just like that. Hold on, Chinese kid, Alan said quickly. I think we can have another round. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. You still have chips? I wonder what you're going to bet with me. Alan said, Isn't it just money? I'll take out $30 million and let's bet again. But this time, let's not bet on dice. How about stud? Lin Fei shook his head. You're thinking too much if you want to bet with me for $30 million. I have more than 30 million chips on the table now. Is there something wrong with your head? Lin Fei's words hit Alan like a stick. There were indeed more than 30 million chips on the table now. In addition to the chips that Alan had won, it was more than 30 million. Using 30 million to bet with Lin Fei was definitely a huge advantage for him. Isn't it just money? Who doesn't have money? 60 million? Let's bet a few more rounds. Alan gritted his teeth. After all, he had lost to this Chinese kid today. The fat meat that was in his mouth was gone. Alan was somewhat unwilling to accept it. No matter what, he had to win this round back. 60 million? That's more like it. But I'm in a hurry. After all, there's such a beautiful girl around. How can this be more interesting than playing with girls? I'll only bet once at most. I just don't know if you're interested, Lin Fei said lazily. When the people around heard this, they were secretly shocked. This Wuxia kid is really bold. He actually played once for 60 million. This kid is really too rich to be stupid. Who knows? Anyway, I know that Chinese people are very rich. Maybe this person is another rich second generation. Hee hee, 60 million just for one round. I'm impressed. This time, it was Alan's turn to be shocked. For a moment, he had misjudged this Chinese kid. 60 million US dollars for a round. Even if he was rich, he wouldn't dare to play like that. No matter who it was, no one would have so much money to play such a game. What? You're not willing? If you're not willing, then forget it, Lin Fei said with a smile. Who asked me to be young? I like to decide life and death in one round. The more he said this, the more unhappy Alan felt. He didn't even suspect that this young man knew Yang Liuxi. It was definitely Xiao who had met her just now. Alan had played with many people before, but he had never seen such an arrogant Chinese kid. He actually played 60 million in one round. He really didn't take him seriously. All right, isn't it just 60 million? I can afford to lose. Let's play a round of stud-stud. Alan gritted his teeth and said, you have to put this Chinese beauty, the 30 million chips on the table, and that artifact on the table. Lin Fei said, no problem. We can let the referee be the notary. Whoever wins can take it. I have no objections. Since it involved such a big bet, the higher-ups of the casino immediately came over to be the notary. At the same time, they found a new dealer. She was also a beautiful dealer with a hot figure and a pair of seductive eyes. She opened the poker cards and shuffled them directly. It was a dazzling sight. One look and one could tell that this dealer was also a beautiful expert. The two drew cards to compare the size of the cards. In the end, Alan's cards were big. Therefore, the first round of dealing was given to Alan. After that, it was the second card. Alan's card was the ace of spades and Lin Fei's card was a 10. Since they were both decided in one round, there was naturally no need to raise the stakes. Alan's face also looked a lot better. It seems that my luck is better than yours. Just my ace is bigger than your 10. Alan didn't look at his cards. He looked very confident. Lin Fei said with a smile, it's just an ace of spades. It's not a big deal. If I had a pair of 10, it would be bigger than your ace of spades. The third card, Alan's card was AK. Lin Fei's card was a 5, which was even fewer. Yang Liuxi, who was standing behind, was a little surprised and nervous. I can't lose. I definitely can't lose. Yang Liuxi could only pin her hopes on this young Chinese guy. She hoped that he was really her cousin by Xingnan's friend. Otherwise, if she was brought back by Alan, she didn't dare to imagine what would happen to her. As for calling the police, Yang Liuxi didn't even dare to think about it. One had to know that the 1938 casino had a lot of connections. Now, Yang Liuxi really regretted coming here with her boyfriend, Hunter. Originally, she had only come here to gain some experience and seek some excitement. How could she have known that Hunter would lose so badly? This was completely different from the past. In Yang Liuxi's eyes, Hunter had always been a champion in the casino. He would win every time he played. However, this time, it was as if he had met his nemesis and lost in a mess. Look, my cards are bigger than yours again, Alan said with a smile. His eyes became even brighter. Lin Fei's expression was very calm. Until the last moment, who knows who will win or lose? I still feel that I will win because my luck is very good. In your Western words, I am blessed by the goddess of luck. The fourth card. Alan's card was a queen and Lin Fei's card was a 6. In total, both sides were dealt 4 cards. At this moment, Alan's cards were the biggest. Lin Fei's hand was a small deck of cards. The small cards were mixed up and he had no chance of winning at all. The biggest card was only a 10. Alan laughed very happily. Haha, looks like I'm going to win this. Bookseller's website. Chapter 42:14. That kid is going to lose this time. Exactly. The cards are so small. It's just a small deck. Alan's biggest ace of spades is bigger than his 10. If nothing goes wrong, that Chinese kid is going to lose. This is called a disaster caused by greed. I also admire that Alan. He's actually willing to make such a big bet with that Chinese kid. This is a big scene in 1938. I remember there hasn't been such a big scene in more than half a year. As spectators, they shook their heads. At first, they thought that the kid would be very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that the winner would be decided in one round. Who would have thought that the ending would be like this? They had gotten the smallest deck of cards. Chinese kid, it seems like I'm also better than you at the last card. Alan looked at his cards and smiled. His face was very proud because his current cards were Old A, Old K, Old Q, and Old J. If there was another 10, it would be a straight. Although it wouldn't be a straight flush, it would still be a very big hand. On the other hand, on Lin Fei's side, there was a 10, a 9, a 6, and a 5. It was a mess. Even if his trump card was an ace, he would definitely lose. Lin Fei chuckled. This is called excitement, okay? This is what it means to decide the winner with 60 million. Alan was also impressed by this Chinese kid. It had already come to this and he still didn't want to surrender. Did he really think that he could turn the situation around and win this round? Although he hadn't seen his trump card, judging from the current cards, he was definitely going to win. Young man, it's really rare to see someone like you with such a mentality. However, I still have to teach you a lesson. Luck is never reliable. Alan reached out to flip his cards. Let me show you what it means to win. Everyone was looking forward to it. His trump card was flipped open. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. What a pity! What a pity! It's actually a 3. Even if it's a 3, so what? Mr. Allen still has a very big chance of winning. After all, his biggest card is the ace of spades and that kid only has a 10. Allen saw that it was a 3. Although he was very disappointed, when he looked at his opponent's cards, it was obvious that his chances of winning were higher. He would definitely win this round. Young man, did you see that? My biggest card is an ace of spades. Even if your last card is an ace, you're still going to lose. Show me a pair if you can. Alan smiled at Lin Fei, his face full of pride. Based on his many years of experience, the opponent's trump card should not be big, and the probability of it being a loose card was relatively high. At this moment, Yang Liuxi also raised her guard. After all, the opponent's highest card was the ace of spades. Even though it was just an inferior ace, it was still a very powerful card. A couplet. I think the possibility is quite high. Lin Fei said with a smile, Beauty, you don't want to lose again, right? Then you can reveal this card. I believe that your luck is very good. Lin Fei didn't reveal the plaque, instead smiling at Yang Liuxi. Ah, you want me to reveal my trump card? Yang Liuxi was a little surprised, suspecting that she had heard wrongly. Yes, I always say that the hands of a beauty are very fragrant. Since my cards are so bad now, why not let the beauty help me reveal it? No matter what it is, I won't blame you. Lin Fei said with a smile. Under this smile, Yang Liuxi didn't feel nervous at all. She felt a sense of respect. Sir, it's better if you do it yourself. I'm afraid that the trump card I reveal is not good. Yang Liuxi said. Lin Fei said in an indifferent tone, It doesn't matter. Anyway, the moment the trump card is revealed, the outcome of this round has already been decided. I just believe in luck. I believe that the hands of a beauty will definitely bring my luck back. Don't you want to reveal a good trump card? With this, Yang Liuxi realized that they were still in a gambling game. If she lost this round, she would be taken away by Alan again. It was impossible for her to count on her boyfriend now. Instead, the person in front of her might be her cousin's friend. Okay, then I'll reveal my trump card. If I reveal a small card, don't blame me, sir. No. After all, beauties have rights. Yang Liuxi was amused by these words and chuckled. She changed her previous panic and uneasiness and reached out to grab the trump card. Yang Liuxi's fingers were very slender and white. With a light flip, she revealed the trump card. However, when she revealed the trump card, Yang Liuxi closed her eyes. She didn't dare to look at it. She was afraid that if she revealed a small trump card, it would be completely over. Young man, even if you use a beauty to reveal the trump card, your chances of winning are very low. As soon as Alan finished speaking, his eyes widened. He stared at the trump card in disbelief. Why is it a 10? Alan blinked several times in a row. He finally saw clearly that it was indeed a 10. This time, Alan was dumbfounded. This was $60 million. Together with the money he had lost before, he had lost almost $100 million today. Even a rich man couldn't afford such a loss. That's impossible. How could it be a 10? After Yang Liuxi revealed her trump card, she closed her eyes. However, when she heard the exclamations around her, she instinctively opened them. That's great, it's actually a 10. We won. Yang Liuxi knew the rules of 5-card stud. The pair was bigger than the inferior card. Even if the inferior card was an old ace, the pair was still better than the opponent. Lin Fei had a faint smile on his face. I already said that a beauty's luck is the best. Look, even such a small card can be turned into a 10. It's simply divine. Yang Liuxi felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. She looked shy. Sir, I can only say that I was lucky. Yang Liuxi also let out a long sigh of relief. She didn't have to be taken away by this Alan. I'm really sorry. I won this round. I didn't think that I would be able to take away so much money after playing a few rounds. Lin Fei chuckled. Beautiful dealer, please help me tidy up these chips and bring the check over. The beautiful dealer was in a daze. Why was the 10 in his hand and not in Alan's hand? However, she didn't dare to say it. She didn't even dare to show the slightest expression. She said sweetly, Sir, please wait a moment. I'll get it done for you right away. Alan's face was cloudy. He couldn't believe that he had lost this round. Furthermore, he was prepared for it. Wait, I suspect that there's a problem with this round, Alan suddenly said coldly. Bookseller's reading website. Chapter 42:15. Of course, Alan wouldn't give up the $60 million in his hands so easily. It was such an injustice to lose. No one knew better than Alan what kind of cards he would have in this game. It was clear that Alan had the last 10 in his hand, but it ended up in the other party's hand. Instead, that guy got a pair and killed his ace of spades. As soon as Alan opened his mouth, the others' faces changed one after another, and then they looked like they suddenly realized something. I knew it. How could this guy be so lucky? It turns out that he cheated. This kid is finished. He could cheat anywhere, but he had to cheat in 1938. I heard that if he cheated in 1938, one of his hands would be cut off. That kid is finished. Yang Liuxi, who was standing behind Lin Fei, couldn't help but feel nervous. She opened her mouth and said, It's impossible. There are so many people watching and there are surveillance cameras. How could we cheat? Yang Liuxi was really anxious. Alan said fiercely, Whether it's cheating or not, those technical consultants will know as soon as they come. I don't think anyone's luck can be so good. Lin Fei's face was calm as he looked at Alan and said, Are you sure I cheated? I think you're old and dim-sighted, and your brain is confused. Alan was very angry and said coldly, You said I'm old and dim-sighted, and my brain is confused. Lin Fei looked at Alan with a faint smile. Are you sure you're not old and dim-sighted? I have another thing that everyone is very interested in. Are you sure? You really saw it clearly. For some reason, Alan was suddenly startled by these words, and became suspicious. Could it be that this kid saw something? Impossible. No one knows about the relationship between the dealer and me except for me and her. I think you should think about it seriously. Lin Fei looked at Alan with a smile again. I think you should think about it seriously. Alan couldn't figure out what this kid knew for a while. In the end, there was indeed some incredible situation. If it wasn't for his close relationship with the beautiful dealer, Alan would really suspect that the other party was going easy on him. Alan didn't know how long it had been since he last tried such a big bet. Although it wasn't to the extent that their vitality was greatly damaged, it would still make them feel pain for a long time. But now, this kid's words left him scratching his head. Alan wasn't willing to give up 60 million just like that, but if this kid knew something, then Alan would be the unlucky one in the end. Alan was considered the #1 player in England, but he was still a far cry from 1938. There were all kinds of big shots behind 1938. Any one of them would give him a headache. If all of them were to fight, he would definitely not be able to handle it. He was very clear about this. You're good. I was wrong just now. I'm convinced of this bet. Alan turned around and left after saying that. He didn't say anything else. Those who were prepared to watch the show were all stunned. Since when did this Alan become so good-tempered? He let go just like that? This was somewhat different from his style. Who didn't know that Alan was a narrow-minded person? Those who offended him never had a good ending. Everyone looked at Lin Fei with fear in their eyes. After all, not everyone could make Alan take the initiative to retreat. Alan had actually accepted the $60 million in this round. Once Alan left, there was naturally nothing to see. Everyone at the scene took the initiative to leave. Yang Liuxi also let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you, friend. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Lin Fei smiled. Pretty lady, are you sure that saying thank you is enough? Yang Liuxi was cold. What do you mean by that? Panic. She couldn't have just left a wolf's den and entered another one, right? Yeah, what are you trying to do? At this moment, Hunter got up. He was no longer depressed, and he blocked Yang Liuxi behind him. Hunter, you're all right? Yang Liuxi was pleasantly surprised. I'm fine. Hunter replied. Let's go. Lin Fei smiled at Yang Liuxi. Are you sure you want to go? I advise you not to go. I'm afraid that you'll regret it if you leave. Hunter glared at her. Liuxi, don't listen to him. If we want to leave, then leave. No one can stop us. Without another word, he pulled Yang Liuxi away. Hunter, tis. Yang Liuxi was pulled away. She didn't have time to say anything else. Lin Fei didn't stop Yang Liuxi from leaving. It's good that she left. Lin Fei watched Yang Liuxi leave. Some things have to be seen by Yang Liuxi herself. On the other side, Hunter pulled Yang Liuxi out of the casino, but Yang Liuxi flung his hand away. Hunter, why are you in such a hurry to pull me away? That person is our benefactor. Yang Liuxi was angry. She still wanted to know if that person was a friend of her cousin, Bai Shengnan. Hunter said, Liuxi, I'm sorry. I was afraid that guy would pester you. If we leave now, that guy won't dare to bring you back. All right, Liuxi, I have a gift for you. It's to celebrate our first year together. Hearing this, Yang Liuxi didn't get angry. At least you have some conscience. I won't come to this kind of place anymore. Hunter said, okay, I won't come here anymore. I'll listen to you. I'll go drive. Hunter went to drive. Yang Liuxi originally wanted to ask Hunter, but when she thought about how romantic Hunter was, the anger in her heart dissipated. A white van drove over. It stopped beside Yang Liuxi. Hunter's figure appeared. Get in. Yang Liuxi didn't hesitate and got in the van. When she got in the van, she saw that there were a few big white men sitting in the back. Yang Liuxi's face changed. I know you. Why are you here? A hand covered Yang Liuxi's mouth. Hunter, Yang Liuxi turned around and saw Hunter. She smiled cruelly. Yang Liuxi, you're really stupid. Do you know that in Alan's eyes you're worth $500,000? Yang Liuxi fainted. Let's take her away first. Hunter got out of the van. I'll trick that guy into coming here. Hunter's depressed expression changed. Excitement flashed in his eyes. That guy really thinks he can leave with tens of millions of dollars? He's thinking too much. Lin Fei kept his bank card. He politely declined the escort from the casino's security and walked out alone. Sir, it's me, Hunter. Hunter ran over, sweating profusely. What's the matter? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Miss Yang said that it's all thanks to you today. We discussed and wanted to treat you to a meal. Please forgive my rudeness. I hope you can give us a chance. Hunter's face was full of anticipation. Sure. If you don't mind, my car is downstairs, Hunter said. Chapter 42:16. Hunter took the initiative to lead the way. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, he pointed at a van not far away. "Friend, my girlfriend is in the van. Let's go in together. Don't think that this van is a little old. I've modified it and it's better than you can imagine," Hunter said with a dry smile on his face. Lin Fei laughed. "As long as you can sit in a car, it's fine. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. I don't really care about that. You should be glad that your girlfriend is Chinese. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made a move." Hunter nodded. "Thank you, Chinese friend. I know. I'll never come to this casino again. If I ever come here again, I'll be a dog." Hunter ran over and opened the door. He looked very enthusiastic. Lin Fei walked over and sat in the car. The moment he got in, he placed his hands on Lin Fei's shoulders. At the same time, he felt a cold breath on his waist. "Chinese friend, I advise you not to mess around. Otherwise, your waist will be pierced by a bullet. You'll die much faster than you think." A rather stiff Wuxia language came from the mouth of a brawny man behind. Hunter was already in the driver's seat. He turned around to look at Lin Fei and chuckled. "My friend from China, you'd better be obedient. It'll only be good for you and won't hurt you." Lin Fei looked at Hunter. "Hunter, I know you're this kind of person. You better let me go immediately. Otherwise, you'll regret it." "Idiot, I advise you to keep your mouth shut. These friends of mine are all hot-tempered. I'm afraid that if you open your mouth again, you might get stabbed." Hunter didn't think much of it. One of the strong men took out a knife and waved it around. Lin Fei looked at the unconscious Yang Liushi beside him. "I didn't expect you to do such a thing to your girlfriend." Hunter looked at the unconscious Yang Liushi and said, "No matter how good my girlfriend is, it's not as good as money. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll tell you something. My girlfriend is worth $500,000. With that money, I can find pretty girls anywhere." Hunter stepped on the accelerator and drove the car away. From then on, Lin Fei didn't say a word. Instead, he sat quietly as if he had given up all hope. The van drove all the way out. They arrived at the suburbs. However, outside the suburbs, Lin Fei noticed that there were castles in some places outside. There were large castles and small castles. On his way here, Lin Fei had read some information. He remembered that the most famous castle in England should be these castles. They were all left behind in the past and looked very old. No, it should be the medieval feeling. An hour later, a black castle appeared in Lin Fei's vision. The castle was bigger than the ones they had seen along the way. Obviously, such a castle was not cheap. It would cost at least 70 to 80 million pounds, which was more than 100 million yuan. Castles were not like villas. They needed to be taken care of constantly. Just the annual maintenance fee alone would cost millions of pounds. It was not something that ordinary people could afford. The heavy gate of the castle opened. The van drove in. The gate of the castle slowly closed. Immediately, a few strong men dressed in black surrounded them. They all had guns on their waists and were eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. "Get out!" Lin Fei was pushed out. At this moment, Yang Liushi had also woken up. However, she was still in a state of panic. She was also pushed out by Hunter. "Both of you, follow me obediently. That way, you can suffer less. This is Sir Alan's castle. Since you're here, you have no choice," Hunter said. Yang Liushi looked at Hunter with hatred. "Hunter, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be such a person. I really regret it." Yang Liushi was really regretful now. She seemed to have thought through everything that had happened before. Perhaps when he had approached her and saved her, he had probably done it on purpose to win her favor. Hunter smiled. "Thank you for your compliment. Actually, I have to thank you more. It's rare to see a beautiful Chinese girl like you. My only regret is that I can't sleep with you. It's a pity, but compared to $500,000, it's nothing." "Hunter, you son of AB***. Yang Liushi's eyes were red. Tears were about to fall from her eyes, but she held them back in the end. The strong man behind her came up. "Please come in, the two of you." Yang Liushi looked at Lin Fei with guilt. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been captured by them." Lin Fei smiled. "Actually, it's not your fault. Who asked me to win $60 million from him? Plus, I have this magical item in my hands. It would be strange if he didn't have any thoughts about it. A tycoon like him can't be compared to an ordinary person. Lin Fei and Yang Liuxi were invited to the castle's hall. The main hall of the castle was extremely large and spacious. There was even a hint of a cold and gloomy aura around it. Under the dim light, a middle-aged man sat on the sofa. It was Alan. Alan's face became even paler. "Welcome to my castle. You're my first guest. I've always been very polite to new guests." Alan clapped his hands. Immediately, a maid came over with water. However, this water was different from other water. Because it was blood-red in color, and with the glass, it looked even more flirtatious. Alan picked up one of the glasses and smiled. "Do you know what kind of water this is? Look at how beautiful the color is. Blood-red. This is the blood that we use to entertain our guests. Moreover, this blood is not ordinary blood. It's human blood. This person can't have any problems. He must be healthy. Only then will the blood have a taste. Just like this, 3 glasses of blood, each glass is worth a few $100s. After Alan finished speaking, he drank the blood in the glass in one gulp. His entire body revealed a satisfied expression. Yang Liuxi, who was standing next to Lin Fei, almost fainted. She couldn't use any strength. Most of her body was leaning on Lin Fei. "Do you know that doing such a thing in front of a girl is very ungentlemanly?" Lin Fei said to Alan. "Gentlemanly? You're mistaken. I'm not a gentlemanly person. On the other hand, you're a young man with a lot of guts. Most people would have panicked when they saw this situation. You're a little different." Alan smiled. "That's good too. When the time comes, it'll be interesting to experience the feeling of fear. Otherwise, it'll be boring." Bookseller's Reading Website. Chapter 4217. Alan never intended to let this Chinese kid go easily. Of all people to offend, he chose to offend him. That was $60 million. Together with that mystical item, it would reach $70 to $80 million. That was why Alan simply left the casino. After all, he didn't dare to make a scene in 1938. Once this Chinese kid was tricked out, there would be nothing to worry about. In his own castle, what he said counted. No matter how capable this Chinese kid was, he wouldn't be able to escape from the palm of his hand. Everything went according to Alan's plan. He easily caught him. The only thing he was unhappy about was that this kid seemed to be too calm. Alan didn't like this kind of calmness. This thought was quickly suppressed. Alan felt that he had found a very interesting little toy. He hadn't played with such a small toy for a long time. Alan decided that he must slowly deal with this kid. "Guards, take this brat away and lock him in my water dungeon. As for this beautiful Wuxia girl, send her to my room." Alan laughed. "Oh right, take out his bank card and those mystical items, especially that mystical item. Don't break it." There was actually another reason why Alan brought him back, and that was because that strange object was extremely unusual. For someone of his status, it was surprising that such a mystical item would be of some help to him. Alan valued this mystical item more. A few strong men in black surrounded Lin Fei and were about to take him away. Yang Liuxi was scared out of her wits. Her body was trembling slightly. "Don't come near me. Don't come near me." Yang Liuxi was so scared that she closed her eyes. Tears flowed down her cheeks. If she was given another chance, Yang Liuxi would never come to the casino, let alone get to know someone like Hunter. Who would have thought that Hunter, who was so sanctimonious, would want to sell her to Alan behind her back? People who studied abroad were naturally not idiots. Yang Liuxi was also one of the smarter ones. It was just that she fell into an endless loop because of love. Now that she had completely figured out everything that had happened before, she hated herself for being blind and causing herself to be like this. Yang Liuxi knew very well that those who owned a castle in a place like England were definitely rich bigwigs. Once you entered the castle, you could forget about leaving. When she came here to study, Yang Liuxi had more or less heard some negative reports. For example, the owners of the castles basically all had special hobbies. There was a period of time when many people went missing, and it was suspected that it had something to do with the people in these castles. However, a guess was just a guess because there was no evidence. As for entering the castle to search, that was even more impossible. Yang Liuxi only felt that her world had turned black and collapsed. She didn't know what she was going to face next, but it was definitely a nightmare that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Miss Yang, do you regret it now? The person who spoke was neither Hunter nor Alan, but Lin Fei, who was standing next to him. I regret it, I really regret it. Yang Liuxi nodded vigorously. If there's another chance, I'll definitely open my eyes and not be as stupid as I am now. Hunter laughed heartily. Yang Liuxi, you silly woman, don't even think about it. I've seen more than one Chinese woman like you. They're all idiots who are blinded by love. I've earned millions from you Chinese women. Where do you think I get my money from? It's all from you. Now it's time to reap the rewards. Don't worry, it's your fortune to be able to follow Mr. Allen. Yang Liuxi glared at Hunter angrily, as if she wanted to cut him into pieces. Hunter, even if I die and become a ghost, I won't let you off. Hunter laughed. Yang Liuxi, you're really a silly woman. Even if you die and become a ghost, so what? Are you going to come out and bite me? Lin Fei patted Yang Liuxi's shoulder. Why are you talking about death at such a young age? The beautiful world is still waiting for you. With that pat, Yang Liuxi's agitated emotions actually calmed down. It was as if those words were filled with magic. Yang Liuxi's emotions had calmed down. Naturally, there was nothing to be afraid of. Chinese kid, you really talk a lot of nonsense. But don't worry, when we get to the water prison, I'll definitely deal with you slowly. I have a lot of tricks up my sleeves. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. If 10 isn't enough, then 100 will do. Hunter waved his hand and the muscular men in black came forward to take her away. Did I say that you guys could do it? Lin Fei snorted lightly. Bang 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 bang. The muscular men suddenly groaned and all fell to the ground. Their faces turned pale and they immediately fainted. Even Hunter's face turned pale. It was as if he had been hit in the chest by a huge hammer. He sat on the ground paralyzed and wet his pants. A disgusting smell filled the air. What did you do to me? Hunter could only feel his ears buzzing. He couldn't believe that he was scared by a single sentence. What the hell was going on? On the contrary, Alan revealed an expression of ecstasy after a slight change. So you're a paranormal? No wonder you're so confident. I'm curious. In my castle, there are only a few people as calm as you. Alan's eyes lit up. Yang Liuxi blinked her eyes. She was confused. Her thoughts were all on Hunter. She rushed over and stepped on Hunter's body with her high heels. Ah! Hunter screamed miserably. Yang Liuxi, you crazy woman. I'll kill you. This foot directly stepped into Hunter's flesh. The pain made Hunter's face pale, and cold sweat flowed down his face. Yang Liuxi swung her hand and slapped Hunter's face. Even if you kill me, I'll still hit you. Yang Liuxi threw caution to the wind. Right now, she didn't care about anything else. She just wanted to teach Hunter a lesson. When Hunter wanted to retaliate, he found that he had no strength left in his hands. He could only watch helplessly as the slap landed on his face. His entire body fell to the ground. One could imagine how angry Yang Liuxi was at this moment. Who told you to lie to me? She kicked him. Who told you to coax me? You bastard. She stomped on him again. I'm really blind. Yang Liuxi stepped on Hunter's body again. Especially since she was wearing high heels, every step created a bloody hole. It hurt so much. Hunter kept screaming in pain. You're in pain. Don't tell me I'm not in pain. You scum. Yang Liuxi used both her hands and feet. If I'm not wrong, your identity is quite interesting. According to normal people, you can't live for so long. I don't know if I'm right. Lin Fei laughed. I think it's appropriate to call you a bloodling. Chapter 42:18. You really do have a good eye. You can even see this. Unfortunately, no matter how good your eye is, so what? You're still in my territory. Alan laughed loudly. I'm indeed a bloodling. It's because I'm a bloodling that I have such a long life. I've already lived for 200 years. If I can suck your blood this time, I might be able to increase my lifespan by another 10 years. You're such a good person. Alan smiled and looked at Lin Fei as if Lin Fei was a cornucopia. No, a ginseng fruit. Hee, bloodling. But a bloodling like you is really too weak. Alan seemed to have been hit by something. His entire person became ferocious. You dare to say that I'm weak? I'll be the first to suck you clean first. Wha? Alan instantly pounced forward like a ray of light. His eyelids also turned blood red. A few seconds passed in the blink of an eye. This was the fastest speed Alan could produce. Even the king of the 100-meter sprint champion could not reach this level. This is your speed. It's slower than I thought. Alan was already standing where Lin Fei was just now. However, Lin Fei wasn't there. He was 3 meters away and looking at Alan with a smile. Alan's grab actually failed. A trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Although he knew that the other party might be a superpower user, superpowers weren't generally strong. Especially when a bloodling was close, there was no way to avoid it. But he actually failed to grab. Alan couldn't accept it. You have some tricks up your sleeve. I wonder how long you can last in front of me. Alan pounced forward again. His speed was about 30 to 40% faster than before. A ray of light flew over. You can't escape this time. He tore the space in front of him with both hands. You're still too slow. You're indeed the lowest level of bloodling. You've lived for so long but your strength hasn't improved at all. You're really too weak. Lin Fei smiled and avoided Alan again. Alan's eyes turned cold. I'll definitely tear you apart. Lin Fei avoided Alan's attacks again and again. When Alan increased his speed, he did not put down the power in his hands. As long as he met him, he would naturally be able to take down the other party. However, under such circumstances, Alan was still unable to catch the other party. He failed every time. He was clearly just a little bit away, but this little bit of distance seemed to have become an uncrossable chasm, and he was unable to catch hold of the other party. Too fast, the opponent's speed is even faster than mine. Is he a speed-type metahuman? Impossible. Alan failed once again. The smiling face of the other party fell into his eyes. Alan could not accept it. It seemed that he was inferior to the other party. Forget it, I'm not playing with you anymore. You're too slow. Lin Fei shook his head and stretched out a hand. In Alan's eyes, this hand was indeed very slow. Not good. However, Alan discovered that he was actually unable to avoid this hand. But the hand turned into a slap and slapped him in the face. Alan, who was moving at high speed, was slapped to the ground, and his whole body came into close contact with the ground. Cracks appeared on the ground, and half of his face was covered in dust and blood. Pain. It still hurts. I was slapped away. Alan's mind went blank. The smell of blood at the tip of his nose told him that he was not dreaming. Look, your speed is still too slow. You can't even avoid this slow slap of mine. I really don't know what gives you the courage to continue living. Alan raised his head, and his whole face turned blood red. He could even hear the trickling sound of blood flowing like a river. Chinese brat, you finally made me famous. I'll let you know how powerful I am now. Alan's whole face changed, especially the 2 sharp fangs on his mouth, making him look much more ferocious. Yang Liushi, who was kicking Hunter nonstop, was also frightened by the sudden scene. What is this? Why does it have 2 fangs? Don't tell me this is a vampire? Yang Liushi finally came back to her senses. Hunter's face was already full of bruises, and his face was pale. His body was also twitching nonstop. After seeing Alan's appearance, he revealed a happy expression. You guys are dead, you guys are dead. This is the Lord's most powerful move. To be able to see the Lord's true body, even if you guys die, you should be proud. As soon as Hunter's words fell, Yang Liushi stepped on Hunter's thigh again. This time, her high heels directly stepped on the flesh, and Hunter almost fainted from the pain. Even if I die, before that I can still take care of you. Yang Liushi took a deep breath and stepped on him again. Hunter screamed. Why isn't she afraid? That's the great lord of the blood breed. Why isn't she afraid? Hunter had seen the scene of Lord Alan turning into a blood breed and killing people. It was still fresh in his memory, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Even if that brat was a psychic, Could he stop Lord Alan's attack? Alan's hands turned into sharp claws, setting off a cold wind. Brats see my true strength. Hua! Blood afterimage. Dozens of afterimages appeared around Alan's body, and each afterimage seemed to be real. Lin Fei said, "We are all adults, and there should be a limit to boasting. Didn't you just burn your own blood and qi? Do you really think that I don't know?" He actually knows. Alan's heart skipped a beat. "I also know that your true body is that." Lin Fei's voice once again entered Alan's ears. "Fake, it must be fake." Alan approached Lin Fei. How could he believe the other party's words? A hand stretched out and a slap came. "I've been discovered." Alan's eyes widened, and the incoming palm became bigger and bigger. The palm lines were clearly visible. Bang! Alan heavily smashed onto the ground. Kacha kacha! The ground exploded. The explosion spread out endlessly, and the entire hall rumbled loudly, and dust flew everywhere. "How is it? My strength is not bad, right? Do you want another slap?" Lin Fei walked over. Alan was lying in a huge pit. He seemed to have aged a lot, and seemed to be in his teens. Don't hit me anymore." Alan waved his hand. "I'm sure I don't want it anymore." Lin Fei smiled. "Really, I don't want it anymore." Alan panicked, and his eyes were filled with fear. He was a blood breed. His physical body was strong, but in front of this young man, it was like tofu, completely unable to withstand a single blow. If he did it again, Alan definitely wouldn't be able to take it and would be directly beaten to death. Alan was really afraid. Hunter, who originally expected Alan to turn over, was directly dumbfounded and fainted. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4219. At this time, Alan had no choice but to accept it. The guy in front of him was too powerful. Alan knew that he was no match for Lin Fei. After all, he was a master of the blood kindred. He was quite famous in England. However, when he encountered Lin Fei, he could not even put up the slightest resistance. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Alan didn't dare to try a second time. It was simply courting death. Outside the castle, none of Alan's men dared to rush in. They were all informed that no matter what happened, they were not allowed to come in. Alan was still lying on the ground, and blood kept flowing out. A hand reached in, lifted Alan out, and threw him on the ground like a dead dog. "I told you, you Blood Clan members are too weak. No matter how many Blood Clan members like you come, I'll take care of them all. Yet you won't listen to me." Lin Fei sat there with his saber in his hand. Alan was lying on the ground, and he didn't know how much blood he had lost. To the blood kindred, there was no difference between blood and life. "Senior, you're right. I'm indeed the weakest among the blood kindred. I don't even have a title," Alan said weakly. Actually, Lin Fei didn't need Alan to say it. He knew that Alan was indeed very weak. He couldn't even reach the innate stage. "Since you don't even have this bit of strength, how dare you attack us Chinese? I don't know who gave you the courage." Swoosh! A sword chi flew over and slashed Alan's body, leaving behind a huge wound. Who knew how much blood flowed down? "Senior, please spare my life. I have eyes but can't see. Please spare my life." Alan also began to beg for mercy. If he was really killed, there would be no place to say it. The person in front of him was too strong. Alan couldn't fight against him. "Now you know how to beg for mercy. Who are I going to settle the score with for my dead Chinese girls?" Lin Fei snorted coldly. A sword energy directly cut off one of Alan's arms. "I hate people like you the most. Even if you're a blood kindred, it's just a matter of a sword in my eyes." Alan's entire body was trembling. "Senior, please spare my life. I didn't do it because I wanted to. I was forced to do it." Alan's eyes were already filled with fear. He was afraid that if he did not explain, the saber would cut his body and kill him. He absolutely did not want to experience this again. "There will be people like you who are forced into a corner." Lin Fei chuckled. "Do you think I'm as gullible as a 3-year-old? Another streak of sword light slashed over. The sword light grew bigger and sharper in Alan's eyes. "Spare my life, I really didn't want to kill that Chinese girl. This is a mission from Dark Church, I have no way to refuse." Alan couldn't care less now. Even if he exposed a big secret, he still had to speak. If he didn't, he would be completely finished. Dark Church, your Western world still has this organization. The sword light that was originally slashing towards Alan suddenly dispersed and disappeared without a trace. This scene caused Alan's heart to shake even more. Such controllability, even in the Dark Church, it was estimated that not many people could control it. Alan felt that he had walked under the sword, and he was almost cut into two pieces. Afraid, completely afraid. Dark Church is the biggest organization in our Western world. Here, not only are vampires, there are also werewolves and vampires, forming a huge force to fight against the Light Church of the Western world. Alan was afraid that he didn't have time to speak, so he promptly said, "Dark Church will issue a mission every once in a while, making us collect specific things, but I don't really want to deal with the Chinese girl in the distant east. It's just that the higher-ups have a request. If I don't complete the mission, the unlucky one will be me. For example, this time, it's also a mission issued by the higher-ups. I am just following orders, that's all." Lin Fei's complexion slightly changed. He raised his hand and pointed at the space between Alan's eyebrows. Alan's whole body trembled and he spat out blood. Alan powerlessly lied on the ground. Compared to before, he looked like he was on the verge of death. It seemed as if he would die at any time. "You were indeed forced to do this, but since you attacked a Chinese girl, you have to pay the price. Since I, Lin Fei, have encountered you, I won't let it go so easily. You can only say that you are unlucky. Of all the people you can deal with, you just had to find a Chinese girl." Lin Fei's eyes were ice cold. A sword light shot out from his finger and slashed at Alan's neck. Alan was still that Alan, but this sword directly cut off all of his aura. The last bit of light in his eyes completely disappeared. Dead, Lord Alan is actually dead. Hunter, who had been holding his head and curling up, had goosebumps all over his body. He didn't know where his strength came from, but he took advantage of the situation to roll, crawled up, and rushed out of the gate. Hunter knew that as long as he rushed outside, Alan's subordinates would definitely attack him. Maybe he would still have a chance to live, otherwise, he would definitely die this time. Even an expert like Lord Alan died just like that. If it were him, it would definitely be the same. Go all out. Hunter wouldn't be able to go all out. Then he would really die. When he was only 2 or 3 meters away from the gate, Hunter didn't forget to turn around and said, "You dare to kill Lord Alan, you're dead, no one can save you." As soon as his voice fell, a dazzling light exploded in Hunter's eyes. Hunter, who was running, fell to the ground with a plop. His eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe that he was dead just like that. Everything happened too quickly. Yang Liushi stared at the scene in front of her blankly. This was the first time she saw a dead person, and it was Hunter who died. "Mister, hurry up and leave. You killed Hunter, the people outside will definitely know. If they call the police, you won't be able to leave." Yang Liushi suddenly clenched her teeth, turned around, and was about to push Lin Fei away. Lin Fei saw Yang Liushi's action and laughed. "What a silly girl, no wonder your cousin is so worried about you." Yang Liushi looked at Lin Fei. "You really know my cousin?" Although Yang Liushi had an idea, she had never confirmed it. Now that she could finally confirm it, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. If your cousin knew that you've made such a mess here, she would definitely be very angry. Of all the things you could learn, you just had to learn from others to come to the casino. You don't even know that you've been fished." Lin Fei said. Yang Liushi lowered her head. "I was wrong. Invincible King of Leveling, Invincible King of Leveling." Chapter 4220. Lin Fei could tell that Yang Liushi had really made a mistake this time. Naturally, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he smiled and comforted Yang Liushi. Only then did Yang Liushi's mood recover quite a bit. After all, Hunter's incident had scared her quite a bit. If she hadn't met Lin Fei, it would probably have taken her a long time to get out of this nightmare. Yang Liushi indeed knew that she was wrong. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's timely arrival, she didn't know what would have happened to her. At the very least, it would have been a terrifying nightmare. When Yang Liushi came to England, she naturally heard about vampires. It seemed that there wasn't much difference between vampires and vampires. They were both special existences that fed on fresh blood. Yang Liuxi had always thought that it was a joke, but who would have thought that it was true? There were actually vampires in England, and she just happened to meet one. This time, Yang Liuxi was already deeply frightened. In the future, she wouldn't dare to easily trust anyone. Stand here and don't move. I'll go out and take care of the people outside first. After giving Yang Liuxi a few instructions, Lin Fei walked out the door. Mr. Lin, you must be careful. Yang Liuxi didn't forget to say. After Lin Fei walked out the door, the first thing he did was to kill all the bodyguards in black in the castle. Lin Fei couldn't guarantee that these people were good people. At the very least, they knew what Alan was like. Naturally, he did this a lot. Therefore, in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, in for a pound. After making sure that no one was left alive, he returned to the main hall. He brought Yang Liuxi out of the castle. He brought her all the way to the hotel he was staying at. Only then did Yang Liuxi truly let out a sigh of relief. She was smart enough not to ask what they did during this period. She was very interested in Bai Shengnan's cousin's friend. She had never heard that Bai Shengnan's cousin had such a friend. It seemed that they were beyond the boundary of friends. Maybe they were even a boyfriend. You don't need to go back to school tonight. You can stay here for the night. Lin Fei booked a room for Yang Liuxi. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I hope you won't tell my cousin about what happened today. I'm afraid she'll be angry if she finds out. It'll be bad if she notifies our family, Yang Liuxi said to Lin Fei with a pitiful expression. Miss Yang, as long as you remember what you said today, it'll be fine. Otherwise, I'll definitely tell your cousin. I think your cousin will definitely nag you. Yang Liuxi hurriedly nodded. I won't make such a mistake again. I know my luck won't be as good as it is now. Yang Liuxi said, I won't do such a thing. I know I won. Yang Liuxi hurriedly nodded. I won. I will. This was not a difficult task for Lin Fei. Could be said to be very simple. He did not want Yang Liuxi to remember what had happened today. Everything related to Hunter's blood clan had been erased, and there would be no more memories left. That was all Lin Fei could do for Yang Liuxi. Of course, it was for Bai Shengnan's sake. If it was someone else, it would be impossible. For a period of time in the future, unless something unexpected happened, Yang Liuxi wouldn't even think about what happened tonight. After doing this, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He left the hotel. He had another thing to do, which was to go to Alan's castle. Now that he had cultivated the endless sea of energy, Lin Fei's strength had greatly changed. Naturally, he could use some spells. He couldn't do it before, but he could do it now. He arrived at the castle again. The situation here hadn't changed much. The trap that Lin Fei left behind after he left wasn't destroyed, which meant that no one had been here. He walked into the castle again. Lin Fei went straight to Alan's study. In the study, he found a secret door leading to the underground. The entrance was extremely obscure, but under Lin Fei's spiritual sense, it couldn't hide. Lin Fei found it easily. Under the study, there was a huge secret room. This secret room was made of steel. Even if there was a martial arts expert, it would be difficult to break in. There were a lot of things in the secret room. In the eyes of some people, it would definitely be an eye-opener. However, in the eyes of Lin Fei, these things only had some value. Clatter, 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 clatter. These things were taken away by Lin Fei. In a short time, the secret room became empty. Lin Fei killed Alan. He wouldn't leave these things for others. Even if they were useless, he had to keep them for himself. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. This should be the task that Alan mentioned. Lin Fei frowned. In a place on the wooden shelf, he found a special thing. This was a crystal sphere. However, inside the sphere, there was a mass of blood. It should be called a blood sphere. Each of them was the size of a thumb. And inside this blood sphere, there seemed to be a visible figure. This was also Lin Fei. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to see the figure. It seems that in the dark church, some people are practicing some evil means. Lin Fei's complexion became gloomy. It's fine if I didn't know about this matter, but now that I've come across it, I naturally have to find them to settle accounts. Lin Fei patted the blood sphere with his palm, and a raging flame aura enveloped the blood sphere. instantly evaporating the blood sphere. The gloomy aura in the secret room also dissipated a lot. After dealing with these things, Lin Fei left the castle. Lin Fei remembered the Dark Church and planned to take advantage of this time to have some fun with the Dark Church. Lin Fei's figure walked through the cities of England. If the address is not wrong, it should be here. Lin Fei stood inside, and in the distance, there was a huge castle. This castle was more than half the size of Alan's. A castle like this would at least sell for 700 or 800 million pounds. Not everyone could live in it. If he hadn't gotten the information from Alan, he wouldn't have known that the master of this castle was a vampire, moreover, a powerhouse among the vampires. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and rushed inside. The inside of the castle was very big. Lin Fei easily locked onto an aura. The strongest aura in the castle. When he was about to get close to you, Lin Fei felt a few auras. Although they were a bit weaker, they were also very powerful. It seems that I came at the right time. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4221. P.S. I've been out recently, so I can only continuously update. I'll go back in a few days to update again. This castle was very big, and it was built with black rocks. It was filled with a sense of majesty. At this moment, the lights in the castle's hall flickered, giving off a sinister aura. There were 8 men standing in the hall. Every one of them was dressed in black formal attire and exuded a unique aura. The reason why I gathered everyone here today is very simple. The church has a new mission. I believe that you will definitely complete it. The one who spoke was a tall white man wearing a black formal attire. His gaze was extremely cold, and he even had the aura of a superior. His gaze swept across the 8 people. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at an empty seat. Who knows why Alan didn't come? It turned out that there was still an empty seat behind the 8 people. It was very eye-catching, and it was hard not to notice it. Viscount Mike, Alan must have been delayed on the way, one of the white men said. I don't care why Alan didn't come. I have to see him immediately. A small bloodling, not even a baron, what right does he have to be late? Facing this Viscount Mike, everyone secretly lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. In the bloodling, the higher the title, the stronger they were. They weren't even barons yet, and Viscount Mike was only 1 step away from being an earl. Even in the bloodling, that was high and mighty. Hurry up and contact Alan. I want to see him within half an hour at the latest, or else he doesn't need to come anymore. Viscount Mike snorted coldly. His gaze was cold, and a wave of pressure swept across the 8 of them. Facing this pressure, the 8 of them shivered. Bang! A loud sound. There's no need to look, because Alan won't come anymore. A figure walked in. Who is it? The white man closest to him had a cold gaze. He pounced forward, extending his sharp claws and digging at the person's heart. The few of them had cold expressions. This was Viscount Mike's castle, and someone actually dared to barge in. He was simply courting death. Of course I'm here to watch a show. The newcomer smiled and opened his mouth. A sword light pierced through the Caucasian man, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The expressions of the 7 people present instantly changed, and their pupils constricted. Those were blood breeds who had the same strength as them, but they couldn't even block a single move from the newcomer and were killed. This person's strength was definitely stronger than theirs. Just who was it that had come? It was only when the other party revealed his true appearance that they were shocked once more. You are Chinese. You Chinese are really bold. Don't you know that killing blood breeds in the Western world is equivalent to breaking the rules? One of the Caucasians said, his eyes filled with fear. After all, they had clearly seen the sword move just now, and he had killed them just like that. Even Viscount Mike's expression turned serious. It was Lin Fei. This was the information obtained from Alan's memory. Viscount Mike was the most powerful existence in the vicinity, and all the missions came from here. It was the same for Alan. If he didn't listen to Viscount Mike, he would be in big trouble. Rules and whatnot, that's what I say, not what you say. With a swoosh, a ray of light directly pierced through the Caucasian man's forehead, and another blood breed expert fell. The remaining 5 people all shrunk their necks and subconsciously took a few steps back. They were scared out of their wits. It had been a long time since they had encountered such an expert. "Did you kill Alan?" Viscount Mike stared at the newcomer and said. Lin Fei didn't look at these lowly blood breeds, and his gaze landed on Viscount Mike. "If I'm not wrong, you should be that Viscount Mike, and Alan should be your subordinate. No, he should be a small blood breed under your control. I don't know if I'm right." Viscount Mike's gaze turned cold. "You really killed Alan, then you will pay with your life." Viscount Mike directly turned into a blood-colored stream of light and pounced over. His speed was extremely fast, and one couldn't even see a trace of him, only a ray of light could be seen. "With this speed, you actually dare to kill me? Who gave you the courage?" Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. His fingers were like a mountain as he grabbed onto the stream of light. It smashed into the ground, and with a loud thud, the ground cracked. A figure smashed into the ground. If it wasn't Viscount Mike, who else could it be? Viscount Mike was in a sorry state, and it was as if he had been beaten up. "You, a Chinese, actually injured me." Viscount Mike charged out from the ground. His eyes narrowed and he was extremely furious. He took out his dagger and stabbed forward once more. "I will definitely suck your blood dry." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Streaks of light exploded in front of Lin Fei. Viscount Mike was too fast. He used his strongest move. A sword light appeared. In an instant, it broke through Viscount Mike's attack, and the white light disappeared. The sword light flickered and slashed onto Viscount Mike's body. With a loud thud, Viscount Mike fell back into the deep pit. Compared to the last time, his injuries were even more serious. The sword light appeared in front of Viscount Mike's forehead, and a cold aura instantly enveloped him. Viscount Mike, who wanted to struggle, didn't dare to move when he saw this sword. An aura of death enveloped him. "Wait, don't attack. Let's talk." Viscount Mike's expression instantly changed. Just now, Viscount Mike had used his full strength. He rarely used this pair of daggers. Once he used it, his strength would instantly increase by 10% or 20%. However, he still couldn't suppress Viscount Mike and was instead broken by a single sword. He knew that he had met a mysterious Eastern expert. The 5 blood race experts were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. That was Viscount Mike, and he was defeated in 2 or 3 moves. Even his life and death were in the hands of Viscount Mike, let alone them. They didn't even dare to think about escaping. That sword light was very powerful. They were afraid that they would be killed before they could even leave the hall. They didn't dare to take the risk and would rather stand there obediently. "You are a Viscount, an expert of the blood race. You also have times when you lower your head. You really disappoint me." The sword light changed directions and slapped towards the left side of Viscount Mike's face. Viscount Mike smashed into the ground. Viscount Mike wanted to cry. How could he resist to the end against such an opponent? Was he killed by a single sword? "Mysterious Chinese expert, please spare me. I am willing to give you everything I have. Please spare my life." Bookseller's website. Chapter 4222. Under the night sky. 2 figures arrived in front of a huge castle. It was a blonde girl and a white-haired middle-aged man. Both of them exuded a holy aura. "Miss Irina, according to the information we received, Viscount Mike is living here. He definitely didn't expect us to kill our way to their castle today." The white-haired middle-aged man sneered. "Tonight, we will definitely kill them all." The golden-haired girl named Irina's eyes also became incomparably sacred. "I smell a filthy and rotten smell. It's indeed those filthy vampires. I've also heard a lot about Viscount Mike. Tonight, I'll meet him. After capturing him, I might be able to get more information about the whereabouts of the vampires and capture them all in one fell swoop." The white-haired middle-aged man said, "With Miss Irina's help, these dirty bloodlings will all be purified and completely disappear from this world. This world will be clean." Irina and the white-haired middle-aged man walked towards the castle. In the castle hall, Viscount Mike's body was covered in sword wounds. As for the remaining 5 bloodlings, they also didn't dare to move. Their originally arrogant heads were lowered, looking at the ground in front of their feet, not daring to move their eyes at all. Lin Fei looked at Viscount Mike and didn't know how to deal with him. After all, he was a Viscount. Although it wasn't much, it would be a waste and a pity to kill him just like that. Lin Fei learned a lot of information from Viscount Mike. Compared to Alan, Viscount Mike was much luckier. Lin Fei didn't directly search his memories. It could be considered as a trip to the gates of hell. Lin Fei didn't say anything. Viscount Mike's heart was even more unsettled. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat that flowed down his cheeks. Viscount Mike knew that the Chinese experts were very powerful, but he never thought that this young man in front of him would be this strong. He wasn't someone he could fight against at all, so he could only wait obediently. This feeling of being a fish on the chopping board was very unpleasant. Time ticked by minute. Viscount Mike was suffering. There was a loud bang. A voice flew in from outside and directly smashed into the main hall. The figure landed on the main hall and let out a pained cry. In an instant, it turned into a puff of green smoke that slowly rose into the air. The expressions of all the vampires, including Viscount Mike, changed drastically. Not good, it's the people from the Radiant Church. This is the power of light. It's specialized in restraining our blood clan. One of the 5 blood clan experts cried out in alarm, like a mouse seeing a cat. Viscount Mike, your own subordinates aren't even that strong. They can't even block one of my attacks. How dare they commit crimes in England? With a crisp voice, a figure walked in. A man and a woman were already standing at the entrance of the hall. The woman had blonde hair and blue eyes, while the man had white hair, but both of them had a divine aura. When the golden-haired girl came in, she instantly felt that the atmosphere in the hall was a little different. First, it was the 5 blood clan experts. Their faces were deathly pale with fear. Then, in the distance, Viscount Mike, who was on the Radiant Church's wanted list, was kneeling on the ground. His entire body was in a sorry state, as if he had encountered something. On the other hand, there was a young man sitting on the main seat. He had black hair and black eyes. Wasn't he Chinese? The golden-haired girl, Alina, couldn't be sure whether this person was Chinese or not. After all, there were a lot of Asians in the hall. It was difficult to distinguish between real and fake. The golden-haired girl coldly snorted. Her body emitted a holy aura as she directly slashed with her sword. The sword slashed towards the 5 blood tribe experts. The pure and holy sword light was filled with a holy aura. The 5 blood tribe experts' expressions changed drastically as they retreated. You won't be able to escape. The golden-haired girl, Alina, stepped forward. The sword in her hand continuously changed as she slashed at the 5 blood clan experts. No matter how fast the 5 blood clan experts reacted, they still couldn't block the golden-haired girl's sword. One by one, they were slaughtered and instantly turned into green smoke. Viscount Mike, who was kneeling on the ground, felt his hair stand on end. He already recognized who this golden-haired girl was. She was the Radiant Church's saintess candidate, Alina. Her radiant sword art was the bane of the blood clan. Viscount Mike, I don't care what you're up to today. If you know what's good for you, you'd better confess everything. Otherwise, I'll let you know what regret is with my light sword technique. Irina slashed with her sword. Viscount Mike was also miserable. First, there was a Chinese person. Now, there was Alina from the Radiant Church. There was nothing more miserable than this. Senior, save me. She is Alina from the Radiant Church. As long as Senior can save me, I am willing to rely on you and even offer my soul to you. Viscount Mike panicked. The closer Alina's sword got to him, the more crackling sounds came from Viscount Mike's body. It was as if he was being purified. This was also because Viscount Mike was seriously injured. He simply couldn't resist the radiant sword art. If he was at his peak, he would at most be able to suppress a portion of his strength. But now, Viscount Mike really didn't have the ability to resist. He could only watch helplessly. Viscount Mike knew that if he didn't ask for help, he would die for sure. Young man, you should just sit down obediently. A figure suddenly appeared. It was the white-haired middle-aged man. He threw a punch at Yishiwen. This punch was like a cannonball, fierce and overbearing. In the eyes of this white-haired middle-aged man, this Chinese person must have colluded with the Dark Church. He didn't need to be lenient with this kind of person. Lin Fei still hadn't thought about how to deal with Viscount Mike. How could he have thought that he would encounter the blonde-haired and blue-eyed people of the Radiant Church? Moreover, these two people were extremely strong, especially the pure and holy aura on their body. They were destined to suppress vampires. It was no wonder that these vampires and Viscount Mike didn't dare to fight them head-on. Under this kind of natural suppression, there was no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. But now, he seemed to be suspected by the people of the Radiant Church. No, it was a misunderstanding. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The punch of the light aura contained supreme light aura. It was as if it could evaporate all evil aura. This kind of aura made Lin Fei quite uncomfortable. He raised his hand and grabbed the fist of the white-haired middle-aged man. A pure and holy aura burst out. "You are courting death." The white-haired middle-aged man laughed, full of mockery. "Don't you know that my light power can purify everything?" Bookseller website. Chapter 42-23. The holy power immediately enveloped Lin Fei's head. It was as if it wanted to purify Lin Fei completely. The white-haired middle-aged man did not take this person seriously. Any dark creature in front of the holy power could not resist the purification of the holy light. The person in front of him was the same. Although he had an Asian face, he was still unable to resist the invasion of the holy power. This was the first time Lin Fei encountered this kind of holy power. This holy power contained a trace of purifying power. Although this trace of purifying power was very weak, it still had a certain lethality and deterrence to certain creatures. This is the power of the Radiant Church. It really has the ability to suppress. No wonder the vampires are afraid of the experts of the Radiant Church. As soon as he made contact, Lin Fei immediately understood the mystery of this holy power. Naturally, this holy power had no effect on Lin Fei. It couldn't even tickle him. The power in his hand was released. All the holy power was instantly shattered. The white-haired middle-aged man was sent flying. "So you are a high-level vampire. You can actually withstand the attack of the holy power." The white-haired middle-aged man coldly snorted and took out a huge sword from his back. This huge sword was very big and very wide, emitting a domineering aura. "Holy cross slash." The white-haired middle-aged man roared and directly used the swordsmanship of the Radiant Church. The power of this attack was completely different from before. The Radiant Church being able to suppress the Dark Church has some tricks up their sleeves. Just this move alone has increased their strength by 30 to 50%. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and flicked his finger. A sword light flew out and collided with the holy cross slash. The domineering holy light cross slash was slashed apart by the sword light. The white-haired middle-aged man's clothes were cut open by the sword light. "You have the nerve to show off your mediocre swordsmanship in front of me. Let me show you a real swordsmanship." Another sword light flew out and repeatedly slashed towards the white-haired middle-aged man. When had the white-haired middle-aged man ever seen such a domineering and invincible swordsmanship? He simply couldn't resist. He was flustered and full of openings. Xiu xiu xiu. The white-haired middle-aged man's body was hit by countless swords. Pu piu piu piu. In front of Lin Fei, the white-haired middle-aged man did not resist at all. He retreated all the way to the wall and sat paralyzed on the ground, his body covered in blood. "You're a duke of the blood race. When did the blood race give birth to another duke?" The white-haired, middle-aged man was very clear about his own strength, but in front of this person he was unable to block at all, especially this sword technique. Although there were only a few slashes, they contained terrifying power. Even if he used all of his skills, he was still unable to block it, and it was unknown how many slashes he had received. The white-haired middle-aged man had no doubt that if the other party hadn't spared his life, that sword would have easily killed him. On the other side, Viscount Mike was forced to retreat again and again. God knew how many times he had been hit by swords. His entire face was deathly pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun all year round. Alina's palm landed on Viscount Mike's body. Viscount Mike let out a blood-curdling scream, and an unknown amount of green smoke rose from his body. He was thrown against the wall with a bang, and no longer had the strength to stand up. The sword of holy light slashed over. Viscount Mike subconsciously closed his eyes and waited for death. At this time, Alina suddenly caught a glimpse of what was happening in the distance and was instantly shocked. How is this possible? She turned around and attacked Lin Fei. At the same time, she also heard the white-haired, middle-aged man's words. Duke. Alina almost suspected that she had heard wrong. One had to know that Duke was the most powerful existence in the blood race. So far, there were only a few Dukes in the entire blood race, and any one of them was an existence that the Church of Light had always wanted to kill. But this person in front of her was a Duke? Alina didn't know him at all. Could it be that this was a newly promoted Duke in the blood race? If that was the case, then it would be a huge problem for the Church of Light. The white-haired, middle-aged man shouted, "Miss Alina, leave quickly. He is a Duke, and you are not his match." Alina was the kind of person who refused to admit defeat. Just from the surface, this Asian guy didn't look like a Duke at all. But Alina was very clear about the white-haired, middle-aged man's strength. Although he was a bit weaker than her, ordinary blood race couldn't defeat him. At the very least, it would take a count-rank blood race to defeat him. He must have made a mistake. This kid might not necessarily be a Duke. At most, he is a Marquis. Although he is a Marquis, I still have the confidence to kill him. Alina didn't retreat. Instead, her body released a powerful holy aura. Dark Church's remnant, die. The entire hall instantly lit up, as if it was daytime. This time, Viscount Mike was suffering. He was originally seriously injured, but under this holy power, his body emitted green smoke, and he constantly screamed. Being able to become a saintess in the Church of Light, Alina naturally had her outstanding points. For example, her holy power was much stronger than anyone else's, and her purification ability was even stronger. Under normal circumstances, as long as it was an ordinary blood race, once they encountered the holy power, they would immediately evaporate into nothingness. Usually, Alina didn't even need to do anything, and the blood race would evaporate into nothingness. Alina decided to use her holy power to test this person's strength. Miss Alina, this person seems to be immune to the holy power. You need to be careful. The white-haired middle-aged man quickly warned. Although his holy power wasn't as strong as Miss Alina's, it was still very strong. He didn't want Miss Alina to suffer. This blonde Miss Alina released the holy power, which surprised Lin Fei. Because the holy power of the other party was stronger, and her purification ability was also stronger. Her strength was clearly above the white-haired middle-aged man. This is your holy power? I think it's only SOSO. The power is still too weak. Lin Fei laughed, and the blood in his body surged. A monstrous sea of blood spread out, and in an instant, the holy power was smashed. The whole hall was enveloped by the power of the sea of blood. Alina groaned, and was directly pushed back by the power of the sea of blood. After retreating several steps, she was able to stand firm. I didn't expect the Dark Church to have such a powerful blood race. You really have the strength of a Duke. This proves that you have killed a lot of people. I will definitely kill you here. Miss Alina didn't feel any fear because of this monstrous sea of blood. Instead, she revealed excitement, as if she had found a prey. Chapter 42-24. Irina was indeed excited. If she could kill this Asian guy in front of her, she would be able to make a great contribution to the Church of Light. Even if this person in front of her wasn't a Duke, he would at least be a Marquis. It was completely worth it for Irina to take the risk. Holy light blessing, salvation of all living beings. Irina shouted, and the entire hall was once again engulfed by holy light. This time, it was even more powerful than before. Viscount Mike screamed again and again as smoke rose from all over his body. "Senior, save me." Viscount Mike was already seriously injured. How could he withstand this kind of holy light attack? The injuries on his body became more and more serious. Even his screams became weaker and weaker. It seemed like he would die at any moment. On the contrary, the sea of blood released by Lin Fei actually showed signs of melting in front of this holy light. This piqued Lin Fei's interest. I didn't expect you to still have some hidden strength. The Church of Light does have some experts, but this alone is still not enough. Lin Fei laughed loudly, and the sky-encompassing sea of blood quickly turned into a towering bloody hand, which slammed down ferociously. Holy light shield, protect me. Irina waved her hand, and the holy light returned to form a huge light shield in front of her. However, this holy light shield was instantly hit by the towering hand. With a loud crash, the entire holy light shield began to ripple. Not good. Irina's expression suddenly changed. There was a crisp cracking sound like an egg cracking. The holy light shield broke into pieces. Irina was sent flying on the spot. The white-haired middle-aged man was shocked. He was even more certain that this Asian young man in front of him was a Duke expert. After all, Irina's holy light was very powerful. It could purify everything. Even the holy light shield had the ability to resist the power of a marquis. But now, it was destroyed by a bloody hand. If it wasn't a Duke expert, what else could it be? Unfortunately, the white-haired middle-aged man could only watch. He had no chance to resist and relieve the pressure on Irina. Wah 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 wah. After Irina was sent flying, holy light gathered behind her, and a pair of white wings appeared, alleviating the impact. She hovered in the air, and her face paled slightly. Her expression became grimmer and grimmer. An expert like you actually appeared in Dark Church. It seems this lady will have to use her real killer move. Irina looked straight at the opposite party and said, I will definitely kill you here. Lin Fei crooked his finger, I welcome you to kill me at any time. However, your strength is not enough. In the end, all your efforts will be in vain. That's not a good thing. Irina said coldly, don't worry, this kind of thing will definitely not happen. I should be thanking you for giving me the opportunity to use this killer move. Irina's expression suddenly turned solemn, and she began to chant. Viscount Mike, who had been tortured to the brink of death, heard her voice, and his expression changed drastically as though he had seen a demon. Senior, be careful. The Saintess of Light is summoning an angel. With the blessing of an angel, her strength will instantly increase. You must be careful. Viscount Mike had seen the powerful existences of the Radiant Church. They could summon an angel to enhance their strength. In a short period of time, they would have the strength to sweep everything. Angel. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, I am very interested in angels. It is said that there are many angels in the Western world, but I have never seen one. Since the Saintess of the Radiant Church has this ability, of course, I will take a look. Otherwise, I will come in vain. Irina, who was summoning an angel, glared at him. It was as if she was saying, boy, wait for me. After the angel descends, I will make you regret it. No one had ever dared to ignore an angel like this. The white-haired middle-aged man's heart became more and more unstable. The Radiant Church's most powerful ability was the angel blessing. On one hand, he was shocked that Irina could use this move, but on the other hand, he could see through this guy. Could it be that this kid wasn't afraid of the angel blessing? It must be known that after the angel blessing, the strength of the Saintess would increase by leaps and bounds. The worst one could reach the Marquis or even Duke level. Although the duration of the blessing wouldn't be long, the difference in strength would be like the difference between heaven and earth. However, the white-haired middle-aged man couldn't see any trace of panic or uneasiness on this young man's body. He was calm and composed as if he was watching a play. Isn't he afraid? This was a very ridiculous thought. Lin Fei was right. He had heard about the existence of angels a long time ago, but he had never seen one. When Irina mentioned summoning an angel, Lin Fei was even more in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to see what was going on with Irina's angel blessing. Bush, bush, bush. A large amount of holy aura gushed out from Irina's body. An invisible force opened up from the void, like a channel, and instantly blessed Irina's body. Lin Fei clearly saw an illusory angel with 4 pairs of wings entering Irina's body. At this moment, Irina's eyes became even more holy. Holy light cross/. Even though it was the same technique as before, this time around, it was imbued with a holy and inviolable aura, and even space seemed to have congealed around it. At this moment, Irina's strength instantly reached the level of Xiantian full circle, and even surpassed it. Lin Fei could feel the changes in Irina at this moment. The power of any move in her hands would be greatly improved. It seems that the Radiant Church in the Western world is also stronger than I imagined. This is only the blessing of a four-winged angel, and her strength has been greatly improved. What about 8 or even 12 wings? The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose slightly, and the sea of blood spread around his body, forming an invisible defense. The holy light attacked and continuously evaporated the sea of blood, but only a part of it was evaporated. Irina had already rushed over, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of Lin Fei. Holy light salvation. Irina slashed with her huge sword. Lin Fei did not retreat. He raised his hand and flicked the sword. With a loud buzz, the sword light collapsed. I am very interested in the angel in your body. You can forget about it. Lin Fei suddenly raised his hand, and the endless sea of blood instantly shrouded over, breaking through the power of the holy light. Under Irina's shocked gaze, Lin Fei instantly imprisoned Irina. Get out. The holy aura in Irina's body suddenly changed, and the four-winged angel that had entered her body was forcibly pulled out. It kept struggling but still could not break free. Chapter 42:25. P.S. First update today, second update will resume tomorrow. He's been caught. He's been caught. The four-winged angel has actually been caught. The white-haired middle-aged man sat on the ground, paralyzed. His face was filled with endless fear. He had never heard anyone say that a summoned four-winged angel could be captured by someone else. Elena's face was filled with shock. Her originally dense energy disappeared in an instant, and she fell from the clouds. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. The four-winged angel I summoned was caught. Elena was in a daze. The four-winged angel caught by Lin Fei kept struggling and turned into an illusory angel. The angel's eyes were cold and incomparably holy. A jingguang shot out from his eyes. This jingguang contained a terrifying purifying energy. It also contained an aura that made souls fear. Lin Fei snorted and slapped down with his palm. That purifying power instantly crumbled. The four-winged angel's essence, energy, and spirit changed greatly. You still dare to struggle? It's just an illusory will. Who gave you the courage? Lin Fei raised his hand and flicked the four-winged angel 3 times in a row. Each time, it hit the four-winged angel. It looked like 3 light hits, but to this illusory four-winged angel, it was nothing more than a disaster. The four-winged angel's body trembled, and it seemed to shrink. Your four-winged angel is too weak. Seeing that you have dense energy, I can do something. Lin Fei laughed lightly. He grabbed with 5 fingers and crushed the four-winged angel. The remaining pure energy was like a stream of light, entering Viscount Mike's body. After receiving the energy of the four-winged angel, the heavily injured Viscount Mike's face recovered instantly. His face became rosy and he cried out in surprise. I broke through, I finally broke through. It turned out that Viscount Mike actually broke through at this moment. First, he broke through from the Viscount realm to the Count realm. Then, he instantly broke through to the Marquis realm. He only stopped when he reached the peak of the Marquis realm. Haha, I finally became a Marquis. I am no longer that Viscount. Marquis Mike was overjoyed. Suddenly, a hand slapped the Marquis and sent him flying. Shut up and stand there obediently. With a single slap, the Marquis was sent flying like an ant, crashing into the wall. After landing, Marquis McManry crawled up, but there was no anger on his face. Instead, he was respectful. At this moment, he looked at Lin Fei with eyes full of worship. Han Sen had never expected his power to increase in such a way. In the blink of an eye, he absorbed the four-winged angel's essence and became a Marquis. This was something that Mike had never dared to think about in his life. Now, there was no longer any hatred in his heart. There was only worship and fear. Even if he was a Marquis, he would still be slapped away. Killing him would be as easy as flipping a hand. You shameless bastard! How dare you refine Lord Angel? You are courting death. Irina's eyes were filled with coldness and fear. There was also a trace of nervousness and trembling in her words. That was the great four-winged angel, but it was completely destroyed in front of this young man. The remaining energy even raised Viscount Mike to the level of a Marquis. It could be said that he had reached the heavens in a single step. Irina had never seen such an arrogant guy. As soon as he finished speaking, Irina felt a surge of power greet her. She instantly smashed to the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. You are just a saintess in training. Don't think that I won't hit women just because I am a man. You can only say that you are lucky. Otherwise, you would be a pile of rotten meat now, Lin Fei said calmly. Seeing that I am in a good mood today, hurry up and get lost. This was the first time Irina had been disregarded like this. However, she couldn't refute him. He was so ridiculously powerful that even the four-winged angel was caught. The power that was clearly compatible with her body was taken away just like that. The white-haired middle-aged man struggled to get up. He came to Irina's side and helped her up. Saintess, let's leave immediately. If we don't leave now, I am afraid we won't be able to get out of here. The white-haired middle-aged man saw through things more clearly than anyone else. Even if this man didn't kill them, the Blood Clan would definitely not miss such an opportunity to kill all of them. I will remember you. Irina, will definitely come and find you again. Although Irina was afraid of him, her gaze became very determined. She must kill this Asian young man in front of her. Lin Fei said calmly, remember, the next time you come, you must summon a powerful angel. A four-winged angel is still too weak. No matter what, you must summon an 8-winged or 12-winged angel. Irina almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Summoning a 4-winged angel almost cost her her life. Her vitality was greatly damaged, let alone an 8-winged angel or a 12-winged angel. Marquis Mike kept staring at Irina as she left with the white-haired middle-aged man. In fact, he really wanted to make a move, but he didn't have any guts because that young man was more terrifying than he imagined. After the two of them left completely, Marty Mike knelt in front of Lin Fei with a plop. My lord, from now on I, Mike, am your man. If you want me to go east, I will never dare to go west. If you want me to kill someone, I will kill them. You are my lord forever. Mike had joined the Dark Church for so long, but his strength hadn't improved much. But it was this young man who easily made his strength improve by leaps and bounds. He felt like he was dreaming. Compared to this, the Dark Church was nothing. As for how to choose, Mike knew how to make a choice better than anyone else. Lin Fei sat down and looked at Marquis Mike condescendingly. You are quite smart. You know how to make a choice. Otherwise, I really don't mind killing you with one palm. Marquis Mike broke out in cold sweat. He admired his own cleverness and kowtowed again and again. Great master, it was you who promoted me from Viscount to Marquis and let me see hope. I am willing to follow a powerhouse like you. I ask master to take me in so that I can be at your service. Marquis Mike didn't dare to raise his head. His heart was trembling. As long as he could curry favor with him, he might have a chance to become a Grand Duke in the future. Chapter 42-26. Lin Fei's original intention was to kill Mike, but after a series of events, he changed his mind. Leaving a nail in the Western world seemed to be a pretty good thing. The most important thing was that Irina had done a good deed. Lin Fei had the opportunity to promote Mike from Viscount to Marquis in one fell swoop. It might be difficult for others, but in the eyes of Lin Fei, this matter was very simple and easy to accomplish. There was no need to do anything to Marquis Mike. This Marquis Mike had already thoroughly regarded Lin Fei as his new master and abandoned the Dark Church. After all, he had followed the Dark Church for such a long time. Apart from completing all kinds of missions, his own strength didn't improve in any way. If there was no accident, he would at most cultivate to the level of Count in his lifetime. Being able to cultivate to the level of Marquis was already his good luck. But now, in the blink of an eye, he had become a great expert of Marquis. He was only a step away from becoming a Duke of the Dark Church. Just thinking about it made him ecstatic. Mike knew that following this Chinese talent in front of him was his only chance. Even reaching the level of Grand Duke of the Dark Church wouldn't be difficult. Whatever Lin Fei asked, Mike answered. Not only did he say what he knew, he also said some things that he had heard through hearsay. He simply didn't dare to omit anything. After a while, Lin Fei had a comprehensive understanding of the Dark Church. It could be said that his understanding was more detailed than anyone else's. It seems that your Dark Church is quite big. Experts are as common as clouds. You even have experts of Grand Duke level. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes as if he was thinking about something. According to Mike, above Marquis was Duke. Duke should be an expert of Xiantian Great Perfection level. Above Duke there was another level, and that was Grand Duke. Every Grand Duke was an existence that had broken through to Qi refining realm and could contend against the angels of the Light Church. Then do you know if there is such a place in England? Lin Fei suddenly remembered something. I remember it was called the Mythical Mountain. No, it should be the Divine Mountain. It should have been in England for quite a long time. It even has some history. Mike lowered his head. When he heard this, he quickly searched his mind. But after a moment, his eyes revealed a trace of fear. He carefully said, "Master, could this sacred mountain be the one that the Radiant Church is currently occupying? As far as I can remember, this is the only place that is called the Divine Mountain. You won't be able to find another sacred mountain in all of England." Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Are you sure there's only one sacred mountain in England? It just so happens that it's occupied by the Radiant Church. Marquis Mike nodded. There's only one sacred mountain in England. I heard that it was left behind a long time ago. Now, it's the second branch of the Radiant Church. However, even the second branch still has experts overseeing it. It's said that they can summon a great 12-winged angel. Therefore, the sacred mountain has always been incomparably sacred. No one has been able to ascend it. For us vampires, once we get close to the sacred mountain, we'll be attacked by the sacred aura within 100 miles. After Lin Fei asked a few more questions, he realized that the sacred mountain really did fall into the hands of the Radiant Church. He couldn't help but make a few guesses. Could it be that the Radiant Church is also aware of the existence of the giant lizard? Lin Fei suppressed the thoughts in his mind. He decided to take one step at a time. If worst comes to worst, I'll personally go to the sacred mountain. Master, could it be that you are interested in the treasures of the God Mountain? I heard that it is just a rumor spread by the God Mountain to the outside world. There are no treasures on the God Mountain. Mike seemed to have thought of something and said in a low voice. Lin Fei raised his eyelids and said, "What? Could it be that there's news about the treasure on the sacred mountain?" Mike nodded. A long time ago, there was indeed news about the treasure on the sacred mountain. Our vampires also sent a lot of experts, but they were ambushed by the experts of the Radiant Church on the sacred mountain. Our vitality was greatly damaged, so much so that our church hasn't been able to recover even after all these years. Lin Fei was a little interested in the Dark Church. Then what good things does your Dark Church have? Mike said, "Our Dark Church should have a treasure. I heard that it's in the headquarters of the Dark Church. It is said that it's a powerful magic tool that is used to fight against the sacred tool of the Radiant Church. And this magic tool is in the hands of the Dark Church's leader." Lin Fei wasn't too interested in these things. Apart from this magic tool, is there anything else? I heard a friend say that the headquarters of the Dark Church has a dark demon dragon, but I don't know if it's true or not. It is said that if an expert wants to become a Grand Duke, they must obtain the blood of the dark demon dragon. But this secret has never been recognized, so we marquises are not qualified to know about it. It is said that only marquises can know about it. Lin Fei's eyes brightened. Your Dark Church has a dark demon dragon? That is very rare. You are now a marquise, so you can go and ask around. You can also expand your influence. Maybe I will have something for you to do. Mike respectfully said, "Master, don't worry. Now that I have the strength of a marquise, I am qualified to join the core level of the Dark Church. When that time comes, Master can do anything you want. I don't want to hear about what happened tonight. You should know that," Lin Fei said, then turned around and left the castle. From beginning to end, Mike was respectful and adoring, with a hint of rapturous joy. "You pieces of trash, get up. You can't even stop the people of the Radiant Church. What use do you have?" Marquis Mike's eyes were cold as he looked at the 5 vampires. They were so scared that they shivered and knelt in front of him. Lin Fei left the castle and sensed that Irina and the white-haired middle-aged man had disappeared. Their aura was getting farther and farther away from him. They should be afraid, so they went back to their headquarters. "I hope you can send more experts." Lin Fei quietly returned to his hotel as if nothing had happened. There was no news about what happened in the castle. Everything was calm. But for Irina and the white-haired middle-aged man, this trip was like walking on the edge of death. Miao Shu House. Chapter 42:27. The appointed day was getting closer and closer. On the other hand, Lin Fei's side was quite free. Mike broke through from Viscount to Mark. He immediately reported the news to the Dark Church, causing a huge uproar in the Dark Church. After all, everyone knew that Mike was just a Viscount. Even if he broke through again, he would at most reach the Count level. But now, in the blink of an eye, he had become a Marquis. This really shocked the experts of the Dark Church. Many of them who looked down on Mike were dumbfounded. Everyone knew that Mike was about to step into the core of the Dark Church in one fell swoop. Mike's breakthrough quickly gained the approval of the Dark Church, who let Mike be a veteran and also a person with a clean identity. It was very normal for him to rise to the top. After entering the core of the Dark Church, all the secrets that outsiders didn't know were all revealed to Mike. Mike also immediately sent this information to Lin Fei. Unknowingly, Lin Fei had a deeper understanding of the Dark Church. For example, he confirmed that the sacred mountain had indeed been occupied by the Light Church. And before that, the sacred mountain had always belonged to the Dark Church, but they were no match for the Light Church. This also made Lin Fei even more certain that the Big Lizard should be sealed under the sacred mountain. As for whether the people of the Light Church had discovered it or not, that was another matter. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make his move. As long as he found the location of the sacred mountain, the rest would be simple. At worst, he would just have to go to the sacred mountain. Even if the Light Church could summon a 12-winged angel, so what? At that time, Lin Fei would be able to cultivate a Grand Duke-level expert. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. In this half a month, Lin Fei lived a leisurely and carefree life. Yang Liushi, who was studying abroad, would look for Lin Fei when she had nothing to do. Acting as a local guide, they practically toured the entire city. One morning, someone knocked on the door of Lin Fei's hotel room. Lin Fei knew that Yi Zixuan and the others had arrived. After opening the door, he saw an Asian man. This man took out an envelope and handed it to Lin Fei before turning around and leaving. Lin Fei opened the envelope. The envelope contained only a piece of white paper and an address. These days, Lin Fei also had an impression of this place. He immediately knew the approximate location of the address. It was quite far away. He furrowed his brows slightly, then relaxed. I never thought that Yi Zixuan's target would actually be this place. Looks like it's really quite a coincidence. However, Yi Zixuan is also quite bold. She actually dared to make a move against them. Isn't she afraid of being hunted down in the Western world? Lin Fei laughed out loud. He simply packed up and went out. Beyond England there were mountains. There was a huge castle on the side of the mountain. It was 3 days' journey from the center of England. Lin Fei got himself a car and unhurriedly rushed to the location written on the letter. They should be in the town up ahead. There was a small town in front of the mountain. The town didn't seem big. However, Lin Fei could smell a different aura from the town. It was a sacred aura that he was very familiar with. Outside the town, he could vaguely see a huge castle standing on top of a tall mountain. This mountain was a little unusual. It was a triangular mountain. The top part of it seemed to have been flattened by an external force. A palace was built on top of it. It was vaguely visible among the lingering clouds. Lin Fei retracted his gaze after taking a few glances. He drove to the town and finally walked into a small bar. The bar was very quiet. He could smell the mellow aroma of alcohol. One of the people inside raised his glass and slapped the table with his left hand. A glass flew slowly towards Lin Fei. Try the alcohol here. It's pretty good. It's a local taste that you can't get anywhere else. The person who spoke to Lin Fei was Shui Xiaotian. He had changed a lot since the last time they met. The aura on his body was a lot stronger. At the same time, there were a few more wounds on his body. Lin Fei took the glass and saw that it was filled with beer. Lin Fei smiled and drank a few mouthfuls. The taste is really good. He sat down beside Shui Xiaotian. He didn't see anyone else. Where are Saintess Yi and the others? Shui Xiaotian chuckled. Who knows? Yi Zixuan isn't an ordinary person. She might be plotting something. In any case, it doesn't matter to me. Lin Fei sat down and put the glass on the table. Was this the place Yi Zixuan picked? Or is it the radiant church behind us? There was no one in the bar. It was obvious that Shui Xiaotian had killed them. Lin Fei naturally wasn't afraid of others finding out. Shui Xiaotian nodded. It should be the radiant church. I also admire Yi Zixuan's courage. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't have dared to come. However, it's the radiant church. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Lin Fei didn't see a single trace of panic from Shui Xiaotian. All he saw was a trace of excitement. A trace of excitement. This guy was no different from a lunatic. No wonder Yi Zixuan would look for Shui Xiaotian. Lin Fei didn't get much information from Shui Xiaotian. Therefore, he didn't say anything else. He just silently tasted the beer in his hand. He had to admit that the taste of the beer brewed here was pretty good. It was strong, yet mild. It was a genuine local product. After a dozen minutes, another figure walked in. This person was Fan Tianxue from the Ghost sect. This guy was dressed in black like a cloak. His face was paler than before, but his aura had become a lot stronger. After Fan Tianxue came in, he glanced at Shui Xiaotian and Lin Fei. Then he casually found a seat and sat down. Not long after Fan Tianxue arrived, Luo Yong also entered the bar. The last one was Yi Zixuan. As soon as Saintess Yi arrived, Shui Xiaotian said, "Saintess Yi, you really know how to pick a good place. The Radiant Church is just a few dozen miles away. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I say, isn't this too risky?" Yi Zixuan was dressed like a fashionable girl. There wasn't a trace of a warrior's aura on her. As the saying goes, fortune is found in danger. You are all outstanding geniuses. I think you definitely won't be afraid of the Radiant Church. I have already investigated. The Divine Dragon Key is in the Radiant Church's branch. As long as we act carefully, we won't be discovered. Moreover, with the 5 of us working together, we can even kill a Xiantian realm expert, Yi Zixuan said. Miao Shu House. Chapter 42-28. At first, Lin Fei thought that they would be going to a very far place. For example, a deep mountain forest or an island. But he didn't expect it to be closer than he imagined. Especially after listening to Yi Zixuan's words about the Radiant Church's branch, he realized that the Radiant Church was somewhat different from the rumors. Lin Fei already knew a lot about the Radiant Church's branch from Mike. Combined with Yi Zixuan's information, he was able to confirm his guess. The Radiant Church's branch was more dangerous than he had imagined. This was because a huge lizard was being suppressed at the bottom of the mountain. Lin Fei believed that outsiders should not know about this. As for those who knew about it, they were either old or dead. At the very least, the people in front of him wouldn't know about it. I've already explained it to everyone. As for the remaining matters, I think everyone should know what to do. Yi Zixuan handed over the information to everyone. If anyone still has any doubts, feel free to tell me. After all, we're going to a branch of the Church of Light this time, not some other place where we can meet experts of the Church of Light if we're not careful. Shui Xiaoyan was the first to speak. I don't have any objections. Being able to fight with the angels of the Radiant Church is also a kind of experience. Fan Tianxue said gloomily, I also don't have any problems. I just want to confirm that the Radiant Church's branch has the Dragon Key as well as the rumored God Water of Life. I don't want to be chased by the Radiant Church if we don't get anything. Yi Zixuan chuckled. I have people from the Radiant Church's branch here. I've already investigated everything. The Dragon Key is in their treasury. As for the God Water of Life, it's underground. With our strength and the help of our spies, we can naturally obtain the God Water of Life. As for the danger, it's not as dangerous as everyone thinks. The Radiant Church's branch doesn't have many experts. I heard that they all went out on missions. Currently, the Radiant Church's branch doesn't have many experts. The sect leader is a Xiantian realm expert, but that person has already gone into seclusion, so there's no need to worry. After Yi Zixuan said this, Fan Tianxue didn't say anything. Luo Yong also faintly said, I have no opinion, but if we really encounter any danger, I won't help you resist the enemy. Let's escape first. Don't blame me for not helping you at that time. Everyone nodded. If they were to encounter such a situation, they would naturally flee for their lives. As for helping, it was better to forget about it. If they lost their lives, they wouldn't even have the chance to regret it. Since no one has any objections, neither do I, Lin Fei said with a smile. Anyway, I'm quite interested in the branch of the Church of Light. This time, I can go up the mountain and have a look. It can also solve one of my thoughts. Yi Zixuan naturally did not hear the meaning in Lin Fei's words. Alright, let's set off now. Yi Zixuan was an urgent person. She did not wish to waste any more time on this matter. She wanted to get the divine dragon key first. Out of the bar. The group left the small town and ran along the winding mountain path towards the mountain. Yi Zixuan seemed to be very familiar with this place. She avoided the hidden sentries and high-tech surveillance equipment along the way and unknowingly arrived at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of this mountain, they could feel the holy aura of the Church of Light. Their thoughts became uncomfortable. Everyone, don't worry, this is just an array formation left behind by the Radiant Church's branch. This area is filled with a sacred aura, but it is nothing to us martial artists. They only used it to guard against the vampires. Yi Zixuan made a gesture, and everyone stopped. Shui Xiaotian said, "It doesn't matter if you're a warrior, but my cultivation method is opposing this holy aura. I'm sure I'll feel even more uncomfortable than you." Fan Tianxue was the same. He frowned slightly. He did not say much. His gaze was ice-cold as if he was thinking about something. Everyone, follow me in a moment. There are a total of 5 hidden sentries around this mountain. If we're not careful, we'll be discovered by them. At that time, we'll have to face the experts of the Church of Light. Although these experts aren't very strong, there are many ants. It'll be hard to deal with them. Everyone should understand. Yi Zixuan, the saintess, also had a dignified expression. Everyone was a warrior, so they could naturally feel the abnormality of this mountain. The one who felt it the most was none other than Lin Fei. The moment he got close to the mountain, he sensed a dangerous aura. Of course, Lin Fei was the only one who could detect this dangerous aura. Sure enough, what Danding Gate said is true. There is indeed a big lizard below. However, this big lizard seems to be more powerful than I imagined. It seems the Church of Light knows about the existence of this big lizard, but they couldn't do anything to it for a while. Their real purpose should be to tame this big lizard. After all, such a big lizard is very powerful. It will definitely be a great help to the Church of Light. At the same time, it can also slap the face of the Dark Church. Lin Fei instantly figured out the reason why the branch of the Church of Light was located here. Hehe, fortunately I came. If I came later, this big lizard would have been controlled by the Church of Light. At that time, it would be somewhat troublesome to snatch it. Lin Fei was a person who hated trouble. At the same time, he realized that the branch of the Church of Light was more dangerous than he imagined. Yi Zixuan shouldn't have any specific information. She might have been tricked. Lin Fei also wasn't a good person, so he naturally didn't feel like saying anything to Yi Zixuan. Although Yi Zixuan and the god of war Yi Xian were related, Yi Xian's strength was just that, so Lin Fei didn't take it seriously. There were 5 hidden sentries inside and outside the mountain. Yi Zixuan carefully led everyone to break through. If not for Yi Zixuan leading the way, they really wouldn't have been able to avoid these hidden sentries. Maybe they would have already been discovered. At this time, they had already arrived at the halfway point of the mountain. There was a small path that led straight to the top of the mountain. As for climbing up from the outside, it was simply impossible because the branch of the Church of Light had left behind all kinds of means. Half an hour later, they finally reached the peak from the halfway point of the mountain. After reaching the peak, they discovered that the peak was much bigger than they had imagined. The buildings were connected together, just like a small town. China's Saintess Yi Zixuan, as well as you proud sons of heaven, I have been waiting for you for a long time. A loud crashing sound resounded. A splendid light spread out, instantly enveloping the peak as if it was daytime. Chapter 42-29. The moment the light shone, everyone's expressions, including Yi Zixuan's, changed greatly because this scene caught them somewhat unprepared. Lin Fei was the only one who sensed it in advance. Yi Zixuan, how are you going to explain this? Xue Xiaotian said coldly. His entire body was filled with vigilance. This time, we have become fish on the chopping board. Fan Tianshue's gaze grew even colder. Yi Zixuan was also confused. She had made arrangements in advance to catch the other party off guard so that she could snatch the divine dragon key away. It would be perfect if he could snatch some of the divine water of life as well. However, the scene before him seemed to be a little different from what he had expected. There was a bang. A figure fell heavily to the ground. Saintess Yi, you can't be blamed for this matter. It can only be said that the person you bribed was seen through by me, so I laid a big net and waited for you to take the bait. Now it seems that it's not bad. 5 big fish. If I take you down, maybe I can bite a piece of meat from the hands of the forces behind you. A figure walked out. It was a Caucasian man. He was about 2 meters tall and was wearing the attire of a priest. There were many people following behind him. Yi Zixuan immediately recognized the person on the ground. It was the spy she had arranged. They had cultivated this person for a long time, but they didn't expect him to be seen through just like that. Hierarch Felix, aren't you in seclusion? You didn't. It seems like I've underestimated you. Yi Zixuan's gaze only paused on that person for a moment before immediately landing on the tall Caucasian. His expression turned solemn, with a hint of anticipation. Because this person was the head of the Church of Light's branch. Lord Philip. Felix was the leader of the Light Church's branch. His strength was valiant and could be described as unfathomable. With him overseeing this branch, the Dark Church had been suppressed and didn't dare to move. It could be said that he had made great contributions. When Yi Zixuan called out his name, Xue Xiaotian, Fan Tianxue and the others' faces changed. They knew a little about the experts in the Western world. Felix, for example, was an expert amongst experts. He personally oversaw the branch of the Church of Light and possessed a sacred artifact. He was not to be underestimated. This is bad. I didn't think that Felix would not be in cultivation retreat. It'll be troublesome for us to leave, Xue Xiaotian said in a hushed tone. If only I had known that Felix was here, I wouldn't have come. Although these people were very strong, Felix's name was equivalent to the shadow of a tree. In the Western world, he was a peak existence. It would be strange if they didn't fear him. Felix's gaze swept across the 5 people, feeling extremely satisfied. These were 5 big fish, and if he could capture them, he would be able to eat a big piece of meat. Where else could he find such a good thing? At the same time, he could also use this to deter the Chinese powers, warning them that the Western world wasn't a place that just anyone could barge into. However, the pretty face of the figure standing behind Felix changed slightly. A trace of panic flashed across her eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. This person was none other than Irina, the saintess in training. Ever since she had returned that day, Irina had sent people to investigate Lin Fei's information. In a short amount of time, she had obtained some results. However, Irina didn't really approve of the information. In reality, Lin Fei seemed to be even more terrifying than what was written in the information. She had even summoned the 4-winged angel, and he had single-handedly raised Mike from the Viscount realm to the Marquis realm. If Irina hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Not much time had passed, and now, Lin Fei had come to the Church of Light's branch. How dare he come? Even if he is very strong, can he be stronger than the Church of Light? This is the Church of Light. Irina quickly got rid of the panic in her heart and calmed down. Her eyes became more spirited as she stared at Lin Fei. When Irina saw Lin Fei also saw her. In fact, when he had been going up the mountain, he had already felt Irina and the white-haired middle-aged man's auras. Saintess Yi, I feel that since it's rare for you to come to the Western world and to the Church of Light, you should stay here for a while. The scenery in the Western world is quite good, and everyone is very enthusiastic. Felix smiled. Yi Zixuan said, what if I leave? No matter how good the Western world is, I feel that it's not as good as the Eastern world. Felix said lightly, that's not up to you. In the Church of Light, if I say 2, no one dares to say 1. If you don't believe me, you can try. Yi Zixuan's face looked calm, but she was panicking in her heart. Although their combined strength could suppress a Xiantian expert, this Archbishop Felix was different. For Felix to be able to oversee the Church of Light's branch, his strength was naturally unfathomable. Originally, Yi Zixuan didn't care much about this archbishop. From the information she had gathered, she knew that this church leader had been in closed-door cultivation, trying to break through a bottleneck. Only then did Yi Zixuan dare to come to the Church of Light. Now that Felix was here, things were different. Moreover, the surroundings seemed to have activated a radiant formation. The holy aura was constantly affecting their minds. Everyone, I'm really sorry. I didn't think that because of my mistake, everyone would be trapped here. Yi Zixuan transmitted her voice to everyone. Right now, we only have one chance, and that is to take advantage of the chaos to leave. We can only delay the matter of obtaining the Divine Dragon Key for the time being. At this time, unless they left the Church of Light, they could forget about going to the Divine Dragon's secret domain. Shui Xiaotian rolled his eyes. Let's talk about it after we leave this place alive. I would rather fall into the hands of the Dark Church than the Church of Light. Who doesn't know that the people of the Church of Light are a bunch of lunatics? Whoosh! In an instant, Shui Xiaotian turned into a streak of bloodlight and rushed out. Fan Tianshue's movement was also very fast. He punched out, creating countless bloody shadows that enveloped the experts of the other side. At the same time, he retreated. Luo Yong roared. His entire body became incomparably huge, like a small mountain. The aura on his body also became fiercer. With a stomp of his foot, he was sent flying. Yi Zixuan inwardly cursed the three of them for acting so fast. They actually left her behind. She stretched out her hand and took out her trump card from her waist. A black ball. She threw it towards them. Bang! A black fog instantly pervaded the air. Yi Zixuan grabbed the black fog and quickly retreated. Lin Fei was the slowest one. I thought that Yi Zixuan and the others would fight against the great sect master. But now, it seems that these fellows don't have much courage. When they came, they were so arrogant. But now, it seems that they are only SOSO. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Their combat power was lacking. Lin Fei, since you have come to our Church of Light, you don't need to leave. Elena had long been suppressing her anger. Now, she finally had the chance to vent it. Bookseller's House. Chapter 4230. When Irina saw that Lin Fei did not leave, she immediately became excited. She finally had a chance to capture this guy. If it was somewhere else, she might not be able to do anything. However, this was the Radiant Church's branch, and all the experts were gathered here. Irina did not believe that Lin Fei would be able to escape from here. Flying out. Archbishop Felix was very surprised. It was rare to see such an expression on Irina's face. Could it be that this kid had an extraordinary background? Holy Maiden Irina, do you know this Chinese kid? Archbishop Felix had some understanding of the younger generation of Chinese experts. However, he did not know much about this kid. At first glance, he felt that he was a stranger. Archbishop Felix had a very high opinion of Irina. Although Irina was only one of the Holy Maiden candidates, her potential was limitless. She had made many contributions to the Radiant Church, and in the future, she would be able to fight for the position of Holy Maiden. Archbishop Felix noticed the killing intent in Irina's eyes. It was evident that this Chinese young man knew Irina. Although they knew each other, Irina's emotions did not seem to be quite right. Archbishop, this person is the Lin Fei I told you about. I had already taken down Viscount Mike, but because of this person, everything collapsed. Even my four-winged angel fell. Irina said with a face full of hatred. Archbishop Felix finally understood what was going on. He had heard of this matter before. He knew that Irina had suffered a loss at the hands of an expert, but he did not expect that expert to be this young man in front of him. If it was not for Irina gnashing her teeth, it would be hard to believe that this was done by this guy. Archbishop Felix coldly snorted, "You guys go chase after those fellows. Leave this guy for Irina to deal with. Remember, those people must be captured alive. If they are killed, it will be hard to explain." The Radiant Church was very powerful. They were fearless in the Western world and were extremely powerful. However, they were still afraid of the Far East. He did not wish for any accidents to happen because of these few youngsters. If those antiques from the Far East came to take revenge, it would not be good for the Radiant Church. If things went wrong, they might even suffer a great loss. One figure after another flew away. More than half of the experts who had been following Archbishop Felix had left. The rest of them locked their gazes on Lin Fei. It seemed that as long as Lin Fei made a move, they would immediately capture him. Irina, you women are so narrow-minded. I let you go back then, and now you want to get someone to capture me? You're not good. My mother was right, all beautiful women are liars, Lin Fei said seriously. You're right, all beautiful women are liars. A hint of displeasure appeared on Irina's face. You still dare to talk glibly in the Church of Light? See if I don't tear your mouth apart. Holy light appeared behind Irina. She reached out, and a long whip appeared in her hand. She then lashed it at Lin Fei. Bang bang bang. After the whip lashed out, it instantly turned into countless shadows, enveloping Lin Fei. After suffering a loss last time, Irina had secretly pondered over this attack before coming up with this attack. You're quite smart to think of a way to deal with me. However, this method won't work. Lin Fei smiled faintly. When the whip shadows were about to reach Lin Fei, they were blocked by an invisible force. No matter how Irina attacked, she was still unable to get close to Lin Fei. Alina attacked fiercely, but in the end, it was all in vain. She couldn't even touch her opponent's clothes. This was hard for Irina to accept. See, I said that your strength is lacking. You can't even break through my defense. What makes you think you can catch me? Even if I were here, you would only be able to stare at me. Lin Fei smiled faintly. However, for Irina, even though she had used all her methods, it was still useless. Instead, her face was flushed red to the point where she could barely hold on. She was a candidate for the saintess of the Church of Light. Every time she did something, she would be decisive and not sloppy. However, with Lin Fei, she had encountered a setback. Why don't you summon another four-winged angel? Maybe that four-winged angel will be able to injure me. Lin Fei smiled. It would have been fine if she hadn't mentioned anything else, but the mention of the four-winged angel made her feel terrible. Shut up. You still dare to say that? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost a four-winged angel. At the thought of this, Irina felt aggrieved. The Church of Light had so many candidates for the saintess, but she was the only one who lost a four-winged angel. Irina didn't know how to go back and explain it. When the time came, she would inevitably be scolded. Perhaps those saintess in training would kick her when she was down, and all of this was caused by Lin Fei. Isn't it just a four-winged angel? Even if it's gone, I can still summon more. What's wrong with that? You can't say that there's a limit to the number of four-winged angels, right? Irina's face turned pale, and her eyes were filled with tears. It seemed like they would fall at any moment. Archbishop Felix, who had been watching from the side, had a slightly gloomy expression. The few of you, go and have a taste of this kid's methods. Swish, swish, swish. The experts behind Archbishop Felix all followed Irina. They were all wielding greatswords that glittered with a cold light. With one look, one could tell that they weren't ordinary weapons. Saintess Irina, don't be discouraged. This person is in our Church of Light. Naturally, he won't be able to escape our clutches. Later, I will personally take him down and hand him over to you. Only then did Irina feel much better. The number one expert of the Church of Light's branch was Archbishop Felix. No one knew exactly how strong Archbishop Felix was. However, everyone who had fought with Archbishop Felix had all been defeated. Some died, while the rest were imprisoned in the Church of Light's dungeon, suffering so much that they wished they were dead. Thank you for your concern, Archbishop. The experts who had attacked were indeed very powerful. When they joined forces, they were actually able to shake the void. Every one of them actually had the strength of a Xiantian realm expert. However, their methods were still unable to break through Lin Fei's defenses. No matter how they attacked, Lin Fei's defenses were as solid as a mountain and as immovable as a boulder. Put in more effort, don't stop. At least let me experience the methods of your Church of Light. When I get out of here, I will be able to talk to everyone and see how they feel about the Church of Light. This can be considered as a free advertisement for you. Don't worry, I won't charge you. Lin Fei laughed. These words undoubtedly provoked the experts. Chapter 4231. The methods of the Radiant Church were actually very simple. Among them, the greatest deterrent was the Holy Light. The power of the Holy Light contained the power of purification. It had a strong killing effect on dark creatures like the vampires. When they fought, their strength would often be suppressed by 30 to 40%. As time went by, they were naturally not a match for the Radiant Church. The methods of these people were useless against Lin Fei. Now, they could only bitterly search for a way to break Lin Fei's defense. However, how could Lin Fei's defense be so easily broken? No matter how they attacked, it was still the same. In any case, they just couldn't break this layer of defense. Helplessness appeared on their faces. This was the first time they encountered such a powerful opponent. Even they couldn't break this layer of defense. One could only imagine how terrifying this layer of defense was. I think you guys should just summon the angels. I personally prefer to fight with angels. It doesn't matter if it's a 4-winged angel, 6-winged angel, or 8-winged angel. As long as it's an angel, it's fine. Lin Fei smiled and said to them. The experts of the Radiant Church almost fainted from anger. Hateful guy, we will definitely tear your defense apart and take you down on the spot. In the Radiant Church, who didn't know that it wasn't easy to summon an angel? It required the recognition of the Radiant Church. If they could summon an angel, their status would be incomparable to their current status. Then why would they need to gang up on a Chinese kid? Lin Fei's words were like a slap to their faces. It was so painful. Of course, this had also attracted a lot of hatred. As a result, their methods became even more violent and all kinds of moves emerged one after another. Alright, you guys can retreat. This person isn't someone you can deal with. Archbishop Felix's complexion was somewhat unsightly. These experts were the top experts of the Radiant Church's branch. If they joined hands, even if a Duke of the Dark Church came, they would still be able to severely injure him. Mysterious East, mysterious expert. May I know who your master is? To be able to nurture an expert like you, I think your master isn't a nobody. Maybe I even know him. Archbishop Felix couldn't see through this Chinese kid for a moment. With such strength, even if he were to make a move himself, it would still take him some time to break this layer of defense. It was hard to imagine that the other party was so young. Lin Fei chuckled, I'm sorry, but you don't have the right to know about my master unless you defeat me first. Are you ready to go down? If that's the case, make your move as soon as possible. After beating you up, I'm preparing to deal with this little Liangpi. When Irina heard him call her little Liangpi, although she didn't know what it meant, she more or less knew that it was definitely a curse. Archbishop Felix had indeed decided to personally take the field. If he didn't step in, no one present would be able to stop Lin Fei. I am a person who is eager to hunt. It is not easy for me to encounter an expert like you. Thus, I have decided to exchange a few blows with you. After all, it has been a long time since I last fought. Those people are not worthy of me fighting. Only you are qualified, Archbishop Felix said calmly, a look of admiration on his face. Among the younger generation in the West, there were not many experts like Lin Fei. Archbishop Felix finally understood why this person was the only one who remained calm when the expressions of those Chinese experts changed. Clearly, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Your strength is indeed not bad. I feel that it would be better for you to summon an angel. With your strength, I believe that you should be able to summon a 10-winged angel or a 12-winged angel. That would make the fight more interesting. Lin Fei said seriously, otherwise, dealing with you would be no different from dealing with an ant. Lin Fei, you are at death's door, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly to our archbishop. Later on, I will definitely let you know what regret is. Irina said fiercely. Lin Fei agreed with these words, don't worry. Because of what you said, I won't kill you after I capture you. Instead, I will teach you some tricks. I guarantee that you will be satisfied and will never forget them. As he spoke, Lin Fei revealed a set of white teeth and a smile spread across his face. When this smile fell into Irina's eyes, It was as though she had seen the smile of a demon. She felt uneasy all over. "You dare." Irina didn't even have the confidence to speak. After all, she still hadn't forgotten what had happened a few days ago. In addition to the fact that the experts of the Radiant Church couldn't capture Lin Fei, she naturally had other thoughts. "Irina, you must calm down. Even if Lin Fei is really strong, can he be stronger than the Archbishop? The Archbishop will definitely be able to capture Lin Fei." Irina kept encouraging herself in her heart, "When the time comes, I must ruthlessly torture this Lin Fei and let him know that the consequences of speaking nonsense are extremely miserable." Holy storm! Archbishop Felix finally made his move. He took a step forward and punched out, causing a huge storm of holy light to form. This storm swept out and instantly enveloped Lin Fei. The Archbishop is indeed different from others when he makes his move. He indeed has the strength to oversee a branch of the Radiant Church. I have learned something new. The moment the holy storm appeared, Lin Fei was enveloped by it. This holy light was like a blade that continuously attacked Lin Fei's defense. Bang 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 bang. Loud sounds rang out continuously. This move displayed Archbishop Felix's valiant strength. If someone else had said this to Felix, they might have felt a sense of accomplishment. However, Felix was facing Lin Fei, and he could clearly sense that Lin Fei's defense was as solid as a mountain. Felix's holy storm was actually unable to tear apart Lin Fei's defense in an instant, giving Lin Fei a chance to speak. "Seems like I have still underestimated this kid. He is even more powerful than I had imagined. If the younger generation of China were all experts like him, then our Western world would be in danger." Archbishop Felix's thoughts were far-sighted and thorough. Since the holy storm is unable to tear apart your defense, then what about this? Archbishop Felix coldly snorted. The holy storm soared into the sky and condensed into a huge warhammer. With a grab, it landed in Felix's hand. With the warhammer in hand, the void shook. Everyone could feel a dangerous aura. Hammer of holy light. With a loud rumble, the hammer smashed down. Felix did not believe that Lin Fei would dare to take it head-on. This was the power of holy light, and its might was several times stronger than the previous holy storm. It was a killer move. Miao Shu House. Chapter 4232. P.S. I've had a toothache all day, so I clenched my teeth and wrote a new chapter. Archbishop Philip's attack was indeed very ferocious. It could be said that anyone who encountered this move would treat it with caution. Archbishop Philip displayed his super powerful means as soon as he made a move. No matter who it was under this warhammer, they would either be injured or severely injured, losing their combat effectiveness. As soon as the warhammer slammed down, invisible ripples surged out in all directions. These ripples were condensed from the power of the holy light. They seemed peaceful, but in fact, they were full of fierce and overbearing power. It spread out in circles, and it was tantamount to a testing method. Archbishop Philip also wanted to see how Lin Fei was going to resolve his attack. He used this move to deal with many experts. Every time, he could basically defeat the opponent and even kill several on the spot. So he really wanted to know what level Lin Fei's strength had reached. After the ripples rushed out, they immediately impacted Lin Fei's body shield. Everyone heard a loud bang 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 sound. This sound kept on ringing, and it was very sharp, as if it was exploding in their hearts. The ripples attack was the first round. The warhammer fiercely bombarded down. A looming figure of an archangel appeared in it. Lin Fei was still very calm in the face of the warhammer and raised his hand to block it. His palm was not too big, and it met the warhammer head-on. A loud rumbling sound. Boundless power surged down. Lin Fei's surroundings were quickly attacked by the power, and large cracks exploded. The terrifying power instantly drowned Lin Fei in this warhammer. Archbishop Philip reached out and grabbed the air, and another warhammer slammed down. He knew that he would take advantage of the situation. If the first hammer was not enough, then the second one. It seemed that Lin Fei could not withstand the power of his two hammers. There was another loud rumbling sound. Only then did Archbishop Philip stop. There was a trace of pride in his expression, but his eyes kept falling within the range of the attack. Don't look at his casual use of the two warhammers, But in fact, the consumption was very large. It was also the strongest method that the Archbishop could use without using the power of the Archangel. If it was someone else, Archbishop Philip might not do this, but the person in front of him was Lin Fei, who easily blocked the attack of the Light Church's experts. Archbishop Philip naturally had to be heavy-handed, otherwise, how could he take down this Lin Fei? The dust gradually dispersed. A figure stood in the original place and did not move. His surroundings were full of potholes. But there was nothing under his feet. Lin Fei had a faint smile on his face. Archbishop, I told you, your power is still lacking. It seems that you don't believe my words. In that case, I'll let you summon the Archangel yourself. A loud buzzing sound rang out. A tyrannical sword chi slashed down from the sky. This sword chi was at least 100 meters long. As it slashed down, everyone's expression changed greatly. Archbishop Philip roared, "Let's go!" At the same time, he stepped on the ground, and a huge holy light emerged, condensing into an archangel, blocking in front of him. Those experts of the Light Church were already pale with fear when facing this 100 meters long sword. Before the sword light arrived, all of them were frightened by it. With a loud boom, the huge sword light slashed down and directly exploded on the ground where they were. A huge crack ran through the front and back. Under the power of the sword, the experts of the Light Church were blown away one by one. After landing on the ground, their bodies were full of sword wounds. In that instant, they were attacked by countless sword. They were full of holes, and each of them was only left with breath. He can actually cast a 100 meters long sword. Irina, the Saintess candidate, was also blown away by the sword. At the critical moment, she summoned the Archangel again, but this time, the Archangel was destroyed by the sword as soon as it came out. Even her whole body was blown away, and she was no longer the Saintess. Archbishop, what do you think of my sword slash? It's 100 meters long, not much inferior to your warhammer. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Now you should know that my words were not wrong. If you don't summon the Archangel, you are not my opponent. If you summon the Archangel, you still have the ability to fight. Archbishop Philip was smashed on the ground, and there was a big pit around him. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth and dyed his clothes red. Archbishop Philip now felt pain all over his body. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. He looked at Lin Fei not far away, and his complexion kept changing. I didn't expect that your strength would be so tyrannical. Then I can't let you leave the Light Church. With a person like you, you will be the biggest enemy of our Light Church in the future. Archbishop Philip was shocked, but he also realized that he must kill this person on the spot. You want to see the Archangel? Then I will do as you wish. Archbishop Philip coldly snorted, made a hand seal, and quickly summoned the Archangel. In fact, he knew that if he didn't summon the Archangel, he would not be Lin Fei's opponent. No one in the entire Light Church could be his opponent. Only by summoning the Archangel would he have the ability to fight with the opponent. Although summoning the Archangel required a lot of price, Archbishop Philip had no other choice. The person in front of him must be killed. Once he killed this person, even if he had to pay some price, it was still quite worth it. A sacred light pillar shrouded from the sky and fell on the top of the Light Church's mountain. The light pillar was as bright as day. Archbishop Philip, you haven't summoned this lord for a long time. I remember it should be 3 years. I didn't expect you to summon me again. Who are you going to deal with this time? On the top of the Light Church's mountain, a 12-winged archangel appeared. Compared to the 12-winged archangel, the aura of the 8-winged archangel was completely different. One was like a small mountain, the other was like a huge mountain, with the pressure of Mount Tai. As expected of an archbishop, you are indeed different. You can actually summon a 12-winged archangel with your own consciousness. Not bad, I am quite satisfied. Lin Fei smiled, very satisfied. Archbishop Philip lowered his head, his expression dignified and sacred. Lord Hart, he is a mysterious expert from the distant east. I am not his opponent, so I ask Lord Hart to take action and suppress him. Otherwise, this person will become a great threat to the Church of Light in the future, Archbishop Philip said. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 4233. Archbishop Felix was very respectful towards Heart, not daring to utter a single word. The gaze of the great 12-winged angel called Heart suddenly turned cold, and he looked at Lin Fei, who was not far away. To be able to make Archbishop Felix say such words, you, a Chinese expert, should be proud. Seeing that your strength is not bad, I will send you to the heavens with my divine technique, so that you will know the power of our Western world's divine technique. Heart suddenly started chanting. God said, let there be light. God said, let there be darkness. Hence, darkness and light are both here. While Heart was chanting, all the light experts present could not help but prostrate on the ground. Their faces were filled with sincerity and holiness. Their earlier panic and uneasiness were replaced by incomparable holiness. Even Archbishop Felix's expression turned holy. At this moment, light suddenly rose from where Lin Fei was. It was as bright as day, so bright that almost everyone had to close their eyes. After the light, darkness appeared. It was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. It was like the entrance to hell. Light and darkness alternated. Everything happened very quickly. However, only a few people could see some clues from this. This was because the alternating light and darkness were filled with great terror, causing their hair to stand on end. They were even more sincere towards Lord Heart. Archbishop Felix kept staring at the place where darkness and light alternated. He thought to himself, with Lord Heart making a move, Lin Fei should be dead for sure. He will never know the power of a great 12-winged angel. It is not something that can be defeated by martial arts. This was because a great 12-winged angel had grasped a divine technique. With just a thought, he could kill Lin Fei. Archbishop Felix had seen such a scene countless times. It had long since become a habit of his. Whenever he summoned a great 12-winged angel, the other party would definitely be killed due to their lack of strength. There had never been anyone who could survive in the hands of the great 12-winged angel Heart. Archbishop Felix, in the future, don't look for me for such trivial matters. It is too unchallenging. You can't even block my divine technique, and you still dare to barge into our Church of Light. I don't know what's wrong with your brain. Heart shot a cold glance at Archbishop Felix. Felix understands. I won't make such a small mistake again. Archbishop Felix lowered his head. As long as Lin Fei was killed by Heart, nothing else mattered. He had never seen anyone who could survive a divine technique. Lin Fei suffered the same result. Hey, you, aren't you a little too full of yourself? You even called that a divine technique, but why do I feel like it's not that powerful? At this moment, a voice rang out with a hint of mockery in it. The original place had already turned into a pile of rubble. However, Lin Fei was still perfectly fine. He was still smiling, a faint smile on his face. But at this moment, when Archbishop Felix and the others saw that smile, they couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. They were in disbelief. It's impossible for you to survive a divine technique. That's a divine technique, a technique that only a god can use. It can kill someone from 1,000 miles away without leaving a trace. Archbishop Felix found it hard to accept. It was obvious that Lin Fei was only slightly stronger than him, so how could he resist Heart's attack? Moreover, Heart had used a divine technique, so it was impossible for him to say that Heart had gone easy on him. Heart's originally disdainful expression also turned into a smile. No wonder Archbishop Felix considered you to be a future calamity for the Radiant Church. You really have some skills to actually be able to withstand my divine technique. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Your technique is called a divine technique, but it's nothing more than a spell. Do you really think that everyone doesn't know about it? It's just that your technique is a bit stronger, that's all. In my eyes, it really isn't much. Heart's pupils shrank slightly. A strange expression could be seen on his face. This guy actually knows about magic. Could it be that he also came down from above? No, I've never heard of anyone being able to come down. He must have read through those ancient books, or perhaps his master told him. Archbishop Felix roared, Lin Fei, you are insulting the Radiant Church, insulting our God. God cannot be blasphemed. Lin Fei laughed loudly once again. This kind of archangel dares to call himself God? I wonder if you've asked me for my permission. Buzz. 100-meter-long sword light suddenly slashed down. Archbishop Felix, I feel that you are too long-winded. It would be better for you to lie down and calm down. The 100-meter-long sword light slashed down once again. Archbishop Felix's expression changed on the spot. Lord Hart, save me. Previously, when Archbishop Felix had blocked the sword, he could already feel how powerful this sword was. The second sword slashed down, and Archbishop Felix had no confidence in blocking it. After all, there was still a difference in strength between the two of them. Impudent, you actually dare to injure a member of the Radiant Church in front of me? Do you even put me Hart in your eyes? Hart sneered, and with a flick of his finger, a holy light covered Archbishop Felix's body. At the same time, the two wings on his back instantly swept out like long blades. When I, Lin Fei, want to deal with someone, there has never been anyone who can stop me. The huge sword light suddenly condensed into a single point. This point was condensed into a 100-meter-long sword light. Gotcha! The holy light defense shattered. This point pierced through Archbishop Felix's forehead. Countless sword lights instantly exploded from within Archbishop Felix's body, turning his body into a hornet's nest. Archbishop Felix's eyes were lifeless, and with a plop, he fell to the ground. Hart's attack instantly missed, leaving a huge crack on the ground before he retracted his attack. Look, I am a man of my words. I said that I would kill an archbishop in front of you, so I killed an archbishop. Now it's your turn. I am quite interested in your identity as an archangel, especially since your wings can be used as roasted wings. I think they should taste pretty good. After all, I have never tasted such a huge bird's wing before. Lin Fei chuckled. This attack from Lin Fei caused Hart's expression to change. To be able to instantly condense his strength into a ball, and then take the opportunity to unleash it. Such a technique was something that even Hart could not easily accomplish. This was no ordinary technique. Hart decided to ignore Felix's words for now. His gaze paused on Archbishop Felix's corpse for a moment, before falling back onto Lin Fei. Kid, who exactly are you? If you tell me where you came from, I might spare your life. Hart said coldly, this is your only chance. Chapter 42-34. In the beginning, Hart had utilized his divine technique, wanting to kill this expert from the Far East. Unexpectedly, his divine technique had been ineffective. Instead, his opponent had seen through him. His divine technique was not a true divine technique. Rather, it was a magic technique. Not only that, but he had also used a magic technique to kill Archbishop Felix right before his eyes. For a moment, Hart was unable to figure out his opponent's origins. What gave him the courage to go up against Archbishop Felix? Was he not afraid that Hart would kill him? You are not qualified to be a great 12-winged angel. You are too timid to be frightened by a minor technique of mine. Aren't you afraid of losing face if news of this spreads? Lin Fei laughed. Hart raised his eyelids, a ferocious glint flashing in his eyes. Kid, since you are unwilling to speak, I will personally search your memories and see who is behind you. Hart instantly transformed into a beam of white light as he pounced forward. With a thought, he arrived before Lin Fei. His wings swept out like two blades. Hart's attack missed in the blink of an eye. His speed is actually faster than mine. Hart's heart trembled as his attack missed. After him, his wings flapped continuously, slashing out without respite. Bang, bang, bang. Everywhere the wings passed, explosions rang out. Many of the Radiant Church's experts had already been seriously injured. Under the attacks of the wings, they were simply unable to withstand it and died on the spot. Hart, look at yourself. These are people from your Radiant Church. No, they should be your believers. Now that you have killed them, don't you feel any shame? Lin Fei's figure kept moving forward. Every time he moved, the wings would follow. However, each time, the wings would be slower by half a beat. Not a single one of the wings managed to hit Lin Fei. On the contrary, the Radiant Church's experts were the unlucky ones. They were continuously killed by Hart. You are doing this on purpose. Hart had never thought of killing these believers. After all, the Radiant Church was established because of these believers. As archangels, they were existences of God, leading these believers and setting goals for them. But now, all of his followers were dying under his wings. Heart couldn't hold back any longer. His eyes narrowed as hatred filled his heart. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Fei with a single glance. "Brat, don't run if you have the guts. Let's fight." This short exchange made Heart realize one thing. This kid was actually faster than him. He was an archangel. Although he wasn't the type that excelled in speed, he wasn't slow either. But in front of Lin Fei, he was actually slower by a beat and missed every time. That was the most unacceptable thing to do. You want to fight just because you say so? That's so boring. It's not easy to meet a great 12-winged angel. No matter what, I have to sneak around. Moreover, this is my first time coming to the Church of Light. It's so boring to leave like this. Lin Fei was still moving. Finally, he jumped onto a big rock and said with a smile. These words made Heart quite angry. In the Radiant Church's territory, he didn't dare use too much power. He didn't want to accidentally destroy the Radiant Church's branch. It would be fine if he destroyed the church, but if he accidentally killed these believers, it would be a huge loss. Didn't they see that many of the Radiant Church's believers were already dead? Looking at their faces, they all had fear and unease. It was obvious that Lin Fei's words had hit the mark. Holy Light Barrier, there is nowhere to hide. In order to prevent Lin Fei from playing tricks again, Archangel Heart directly used the power of Holy Light to cast a huge barrier. This barrier was completely made of holy light. It was filled with holy light runes, forming a special world. "Welcome, Wuxia kid, to my holy light barrier. You're the one who made me use this holy light barrier. You're the first person I've opened it in all these years." Heart's entire aura had changed quite a bit. Clearly, casting the holy light barrier wasn't as easy as he had imagined. It consumed a lot of energy. "In my holy light barrier, you can't absorb spiritual energy from the world to replenish your energy. I don't believe you can still jump around," Heart said. "So this is the holy light barrier. As expected of an archangel. The power of holy light within your body is incomparably dense. You can even create this kind of barrier. However, this barrier isn't very small. It's too stingy." Lin Fei smiled as he looked at the holy light barrier. There wasn't the slightest bit of unease on his face. He was still very calm. "You dare say that the holy light barrier is too small?" Heart almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It should be known that not everyone could condense a holy light barrier. At the very least, 8-winged angels and 10-winged angels couldn't do it. Only 12-winged angels could. "Then I'll show you the power of the holy light barrier." Heart sneered. "God said, I will imprison you." The holy light barrier instantly fluctuated and a power enveloped Lin Fei's body. No, it was more like an imprison on Lin Fei's body. The power came from the holy light barrier. It could even be said that the power spread throughout the holy light barrier. The one controlling it was Heart. Heart immediately cast the imprison spell to imprison Lin Fei within the holy light barrier. Are you surprised? Shocked? Within this holy light barrier, I am truly an invincible existence. Heart spread his wings and landed before Lin Fei. "You are the most arrogant and courageous fellow I've ever met. I wonder what else you have to say for yourself?" One holy light runes after another landed on Lin Fei's body, circling around him. Every time a holy light runes landed on his body, Lin Fei's aura would weaken by a lot. Also, this holy light seal seals your strength. Your body is stronger than I imagined. It just so happens that I'm lacking a tool in the Radiant Church. I can use you to save me a lot of trouble. After all, it's been a long time since I've entered a human's body. Although your body is Chinese, it doesn't affect me at all. Heart was very confident in his own strength within the holy light barrier. He wasn't afraid of Lin Fei causing any trouble. He could suppress something with just a thought. How could there be so much trouble? Lin Fei grinned and said, "The holy light boundary is pretty good. It has both imprisonment and sealing powers. However, I feel that your holy light boundary is still a little lacking." A hand stretched out without any warning, lifted it up and slapped down hard on Heart's face. A loud sound rang out. The earth shook. Heart directly smashed onto the ground. Countless cracks spread out, and the inside of the barrier turned into a huge pit with a bang. Heart fell into the pit as well. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4235. The ground crumbled. Something unexpected happened. The ground, which looked very sturdy, was now like a piece of tofu. With a loud rumble, Angel Heart fell all the way down. After a long time, a solid sound could be heard. Heart had fallen to the bottom of the valley. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Then he revealed a smile and jumped into the deep pit. At the same time, more than a dozen figures were chasing after someone. At this time, all of them stopped and looked at the place in front of them with a dumbfounded expression. Yi Zixuan also stopped and turned to look at the mountain, wondering if she had heard wrong. Did some expert attack the Radiant Church? Otherwise, how could something like this happen? Shui Xiaoyan and Fan Tianxue were the same. They could feel the terrifying aura coming from the Radiant Church. If they encountered this terrifying aura, they wouldn't be able to resist and would be directly suppressed. Whether they could survive or not was unknown. Too scary, too scary. The Radiant Church actually has such an expert. Could it be a legendary archangel? Only an archangel has such strength. They more or less knew some inside information. For example, the existence of an archangel in the Western world. This was a rumor. They didn't believe in the existence of an archangel. But now they completely believed it. If an archangel didn't appear in the Radiant Church, how could there be such a huge commotion? That incomparably holy power was like the bright moon in the night. It was hard not to notice it. The only thing they couldn't understand was how the Radiant Church had an expert that could make an archangel act. Moreover, it was such a huge commotion. As for Lin Fei, he was completely ignored by them. Lin Fei was a lot stronger than them. But right now, he was being chased by the Radiant Church and was even trapped. It was impossible for him to burst out with such a fighting strength. The three of them thought that this was an opportunity. Without saying anything, they quickly flew outside. As for the matter of Lin Fei, they would arrange for someone to inquire about it later. Right now, it was more important to survive. After Lin Fei jumped into the pit, he continued to fall. After a few minutes, he reached the depths of the ground. Hua 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 hua. When his feet stepped on a huge rock, a blazing heat wave swept over and hit his body. However, it was blocked by his protective power. The temperature was frighteningly high. In the distance, Archangel Heart was in a sorry state. After all, he did not have a body of flesh and blood, but was condensed from pure power. Now, his entire body seemed a little blurry. It was clear that Lin Fei's attack just now had caused Archangel Heart to suffer greatly. Hee, I didn't expect the Radiant Church to have this kind of place. If I'm not wrong, there should be a vicious beast suppressed deep underground. Lin Fei said as he looked around. Great Angel Heart was indeed injured, and his injuries were not light at all. That slap had caused an endless amount of power to explode in his body. Even though his holy light defense was extremely strong, it was still unable to withstand the power of the slap, and he was blasted quite heavily. Upon hearing the man's words, Angel Heart subconsciously turned to a certain direction. It was a land of lava that was suffused with magma. The magma was constantly bubbling. Just a single glance was enough to make one feel a blazing hot aura that could instantly evaporate a person. Lin Fei did not expect his luck to be so good. All he did was slap Great Angel Heart, and he actually went all the way to the depths of the ground. What was even more unexpected was that the depths of the ground was actually a land of magma. This magma was hotter than any other magma. If an ordinary martial artist fell down, not to mention touching the magma, the high temperature here could easily evaporate a martial artist, leaving not even a skeleton behind. After seeing the magma, Lin Fei knew that he was not far from the giant lizard. Now, with Great Angel Heart's reaction, Lin Fei was even more certain that the giant lizard was here. Who are you? Do you intend to violate the Treaty of the Gods? Great Angel Heart stared at him. Treaty of the Gods? Do you really think of yourself as a god? Lin Fei laughed loudly. He took a step forward and used a god ability that allowed him to cross levels. He directly stepped in front of Great Angel Heart, raised his hand, and slapped Great Angel Heart's face. Great Angel Heart raised his hand to block, and a mountain-like force pressed down on him. His entire body was instantly smashed into the burning magma pool, and a large amount of green smoke came out. What do you think of my slap? I think your body should be able to withstand a few slaps from me. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Lin Fei smiled as if he had done something very normal. The power of this slap was even more terrifying than the previous one. After all, Great Angel Heart did not have a real body. It was condensed from the power of holy light. It was more like a projection that came down with his will. After being injured, Great Angel Heart's power was very weak. I alone am not a match for Lin Fei. I don't know where this guy came from. If this was my territory, I naturally wouldn't be afraid of this guy. But this is the Western world, not my base. If I want to defeat this guy, I'll have to release that guy. Great Angel Heart's eyes flashed. Although that guy isn't easy to deal with, it should have some effect on this guy. As long as I can delay this guy, I'll have a chance to injure him. When that time comes, I'll take over his body and look through his memories. I'll definitely gain a lot. Great Angel Heart formed a seal with both hands, and a huge mark was formed. It was actually in the shape of a hexagram, and it blasted towards a direction. Lin Fei, I must make you stay in the Church of Light today. I alone am not a match for you, but what if I add this guy? After the hexagram flew out, it shined with a dazzling light, and it floated above the magma pool. With a loud rumble, pillars of light, no, pillars of fire, shot up into the sky. These fire pillars were all formed by raging flames. A total of 99 of them appeared above the magma. With the appearance of these 99 pillars, a savage and violent aura rushed out from the raging flames. Ha ha, I finally smell blood again. A huge head grew out of the land of raging flames. Bookhouse website, Chapter 4236. This head was extremely huge. It looked like a huge room. Its entire body was crimson. As soon as this huge head appeared, the surrounding magma started to churn. Its eyes, which were the size of a door, kept turning and emitting a chilling aura. When this pair of eyes looked at Heart and Lin Fei, they contained a terrifying murderous glint. Heart's expression was calm as he pointed at Lin Fei. Benblai, go and defeat this kid right now. If you listen to me and successfully suppress this kid, I'll let you enjoy a week of pleasure. Otherwise, I'll make sure you suffer the pain of being burned alive. Heart's hands formed a seal, and his huge head started to struggle, causing magma to spurt out. If you're smart, you probably don't want to experience the pain of being burned alive again. Your task now is very simple. Suppress this kid. Given your strength, you can definitely do it. As a great 12-winged angel, Heart naturally had an incomparable advantage over ordinary people. He also knew that Benblai's life and death were in his hands. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Fei was exceptionally strong, he wouldn't have let Benblai out. This was a sly dragon, so he had to be careful in everything he did. Fortunately, Benblai's body was still sealed, so Heart could control him and not worry about him causing any trouble. Is it this kid? As you wish. The gigantic head was called Benblai. His voice was very loud and clear. Every word he spoke was like a huge bell, rumbling continuously. The huge head opened and spat out a mouthful of fire. The fire was dark red. Within the red, there was a hint of purplish gold. Heart's face lit up when he saw the color of the fire. All these years, Benblai had been imprisoned in the depths of the underground magma. However, his strength hadn't been crippled. Instead, it had increased by quite a bit. Great imprisonment. The fire that was originally aimed at Lin Fei instantly changed direction and blasted towards Heart. At that moment, Angel Heart panicked because he found that he couldn't move. That power had seeped into his body and quickly formed a special seal, making him unable to resist at all. The next second, the raging flames landed on Angel Heart's body, causing him to tremble and smoke to rise from his body. Heart, you didn't expect this, did you? I've long wanted to burn you to death. How about I let you have a taste of my dragon flames now? Angel Heart's eyes widened. He couldn't accept what he was seeing. Benblai, you've actually broken through. You've even successfully cultivated the Dragon Clan's great imprisonment technique. Aren't you afraid that the Radiant Church will kill you again? Benblai laughed heartily. Heart, Do you really think that I've been honest all these years? You're wrong. I've long since used my dragon clan's inherited cultivation method to completely disintegrate this seal. As for why you didn't discover it, that's because I've simulated this seal. How could you possibly know about my dragon clan's divine ability? Today, I'll use this dragon flame to thoroughly burn you to death. It was a sudden scene. Lin Fei was shocked. He didn't expect that the sealed lizard would actually break the seal. Lin Fei could see that this guy's strength should have reached the 7th or 8th level of Qi disciple. Compared to the 12-winged angel Heart, he was a lot stronger. Especially since this flame was the real deal, it had a very strong effect against this kind of projection. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't stop it. However, Heart had been summoned by Archbishop Felix with great difficulty. It was unknown when the next time would be. How could Lin Fei let this opportunity slip by so easily? That big lizard? I think you should wait a bit longer. This great angel Heart is mine. He is a rare great angel. To burn him to death just like that would be such a waste. Lin Fei laughed. What a waste. Lin Fei laughed. Puny human, I hate people like you the most. I'm not a big lizard, I'm a dragon. Ben Bly turned around and spat out a mouthful of dragon flame. The raging flames ignited the magma, turning it into a sea of fire. Ben Bly didn't like this human kid. His puny body contained puny power. Back in the day, he had killed countless warriors who wanted to kill him. Even after so many years, humans were still puny existences in Ben Bly's eyes. I said this archangel Heart belongs to me, so it's mine. No one can take it away from me. Besides, you're just a big lizard. Lin Fei's figure came next to Heart. Human, shut up. If you dare call me a big lizard, I'll burn you to death. The last thing Ben Bly liked was being called a lizard. Apparently, this came from the Eastern world. Ben Bly hated it. Grand imprisonment. Ben Bly roared and unleashed another grand imprisonment, spitting out a mouthful of dragon flame. Archangel Heart was burned by the dragon flame. He kept struggling, but he couldn't break free. He naturally knew that the grand imprisonment of the dragon race was very powerful. But at this time, he couldn't break free. He had underestimated its power. Lin Fei, if you help me escape, we'll join forces and kill him. I'm willing to give you all of his dragon blood without hesitation. Archangel Heart had no choice but to look for Lin Fei. Lin Fei found it funny. Heart, so you have moments of panic. Looks like losing your projection will be a huge blow to your vitality. If that's the case, why don't you give your body to me? I can use your energy to raise a Grand Duke. Isn't that a good thing? Archangel Heart glared at him. Lin Fei, don't you dare. There's nothing Lin Fei, wouldn't dare to do. Lin Fei laughed. Countless flying swords appeared behind him. These flying swords turned into a huge wheel of swords. With a boom, they pierced forward. Archangel Heart panicked and became a target. With a whoosh, the sword pierced through Archangel Heart. Boundless power exploded in his body. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. His 5 fingers spread out and enveloped the area. The power that was about to dissipate was instantly controlled again. It became incomparably condensed and spun. Well, Archangel Heart, I'll accept you. Now, let's talk about me and you. Ben Bly's huge body also appeared. You really should die. Lin Fei put away the energy ball. Do you need freedom? Wonderful Book House. Chapter 4237. Do you need freedom? Lin Fei's words provoked Ben Bly. Don't think I don't know. Actually, you were just putting on a show to scare Heart. But in my eyes, your method is too crude. Ben Bly's enormous body appeared. His eyes were as large as copper tombs as he stared fixedly at Lin Fei. Behind him, his tail swept out like a steel whip. Rumble. Wherever the huge tail passed, nothing was spared. Don't think that just because you have a huge body, you are so great. In my eyes, you are just a big lizard. With a smile, Lin Fei raised his hand and made a grabbing motion, landing on the tail. A cruel smile appeared in Ben Bly's eyes. I hate it when people call me a big lizard. You deserve to die. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. Wah 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 wah. The steel whip-like tail suddenly emitted a large amount of lightning. It flickered and filled the sky with lightning. Lin Fei's hand was still on Ben Blai's tail. He raised his hand and shook it. A loud rumbling sound echoed. Wave after wave of mountainous power exploded within Bablay's body. The sudden surge of power was hard for Ben Blai to accept. Death roll, let go of me. Ben Blai's huge body rolled towards Lin Fei like a mountain. That tremble just now had caused Ben Blai to suffer a huge loss. Ben Blai unleashed a ruthless attack. Lin Fei released the force in his hand and sent Ben Blai flying. Ben Blai was like a round ball that kept crashing into the lava and rocks. In the blink of an eye, he had rolled far away. His huge body was submerged in the lava, revealing only his furious eyes. Seems like you still don't know what kind of situation you are in. I have to tell you myself. Lin Fei stepped forward, the corners of his mouth curling up into a faint smile. I, Ben Blai, am a proud dragon. No one can defeat me, not even you. Ben Blai roared in anger. It flew out of the magma and stood in the air. Then, it spat out flames at Lin Fei. This time, the flames were even more terrifying than the last. They had turned into a dark red color and emitted the terrifying aura of a ferocious spirit. Dragonification. Lin Fei snorted softly and scales appeared all over his body. In the blink of an eye, they covered Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei, who wasn't that tall to begin with, instantly grew several times larger after being wrapped in the scales. He looked like a small giant. A formidable dragon might burst out from his body. Ben Blai's expression changed greatly, and his body fell into the magma. Ben Blai lifted his tall head in disbelief. Dragon's might. This is the true might of a dragon. You're just a human. How can you unleash the might of a dragon? Lin Fei had already broken through the flames and was about to pounce on him. I already told you that you're a big lizard. You still don't believe me? With your strength, you're really weak in front of me. Everything else aside, just that tail of yours alone doesn't have any strength at all. Let's see what the true tail whip of a mystical dragon is. Lin Fei dragged a tail behind him. With a swoosh, the tail swept out like a spear. With a bang, Ben Blai was sent flying and crashed heavily into the ground. I wonder how this attack feels. Another tail whip of a mystical dragon came crashing down, smashing heavily into Ben Blai's body. Ben Blai screamed again. He felt that he was too weak in front of his opponent. The pride that belonged to a dragon was almost gone. He couldn't even muster up any thoughts of resistance. "Or you?" Ben Blai kept asking the same question. Based on his many years of experience, the person before him was completely human. He was definitely not a dragon. But now Ben Blai was afraid and uneasy. Ben Blai had seen many dragons before, but he couldn't find any that looked like this fellow. However, the genuine might of a dragon on his body wasn't something that just anyone could unleash. After trying out the tail whip of a mystical dragon, let's see what dragon flames are. Lin Fei laughed. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of purple heavenly fire. The purple heavenly fire was like an umbrella as it shone on Ben Blai's body. Ben Blai's huge eyes were filled with fear and unease. His huge body trembled as he tumbled about on the magma. The purple heavenly fire contained a terrifying power. Not only did it tear apart his defenses, but it also seeped into his flesh and reached his soul. Dragon flame, this is the true dragon flame. Why is your dragon flame and your draconic might stronger than mine? This is impossible. I am the strongest colossal dragon. I am the great Ben Blai. Ben Blai roared as he struggled, but he still couldn't break free from the purple heavenly fire's attack. Its struggle became weaker and weaker, and its huge body fell directly into the magma, gasping for breath. This is the true might of a dragon and dragon rock. I wonder how you feel about it. I have many tricks up my sleeves. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Fei stood in front of Ben Blai and stepped on his huge head. Just say the word and I will fulfill your wish. Spare me, Lord Dragon God. I was blind and made a mistake. Ben Blai's pupils constricted. He finally knew what kind of dragon this Wuxia man had transformed into was. It was the legendary Eastern Dragon God. Only an Eastern Dragon God could have such terrifying might. Ben Blai had read in an ancient book that the Western dragons could be traced back to the ancient times. In fact, they originated from the mysterious East. This was because the mysterious Eastern dragon god existed. The dragon god roamed the skies, leaving behind his bloodline in the world. The giant lizards were the bloodline of the dragon god. Their ancestors rewrote history, mistakenly believing that they were the one and only existence in the Western world. Year after year, no one bothered to look back at what happened before the ancient age anymore. They believed that they were the one and only Western dragon in the Western world. They were even recognized by the entire Earth. But now, Ben Bly finally knew how powerful the dragon god was. Their powers were not even worth mentioning in front of a real dragon god. They could not even exert half of their power. Ben Bly wanted to fight the dragon god. Now, it seemed that he was the biggest fool. He actually dared to go against the dragon god. How stupid was that? Only someone with guts could come up with such an idea. Looks like you're not stupid after all. You know about the existence of the Eastern dragon god. Do you believe me now when I said that I would return your freedom? With a single kick, Lin Fei sent Bumbly's huge body flying. Ben Bly fell into the magma once again. Lord Dragon God, spare me! Ben Bly screamed in pain. Spare me! Please retract the dragon flame. I can't take it anymore. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 4238. The purple heavenly fire that Lin Fei unleashed was no ordinary fire, it was the true fire of immortal cultivation. In fact, its power was on par with the true dragon flame, perhaps even stronger. How could a large lizard like Ben Bly withstand the attack of the purple heavenly flower? Lin Fei didn't say anything. He just watched. Ben Bly struggled and begged for mercy until he was gasping for breath and on the verge of death. Lin Fei waved his hand and retracted the purple heavenly fire. Now you're convinced. Actually, there was no need for Lin Fei to ask any questions. Ben Bly was thoroughly convinced by Kiran. In front of this Lord Dragon God, he had lost all his advantages. Just one dragon flame and one dragon's force was enough to keep him pinned to the ground. If Ben Bly could not even see this, he would not have lived until now. I'm convinced, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Lin Fei teased, I thought you weren't convinced. If you're not convinced, feel free to continue. I still have many tricks up my sleeves, I guarantee that you'll continue to experience despair. Ben Bly's pupils shrunk as he shook his huge head. Sir, I'm really convinced. I don't dare to have any more thoughts. I only hope that Lord Dragon God will spare my life. I really can't hold on any longer. Even if Ben Bly's physical defense was strong, under the purple heavenly flower and the pincer attack from both inside and outside, the only reason he could hold on until now was because of his strong vitality. If this were to happen again, Ben Bly would definitely not be able to hold on. It just so happens that I'm still lacking a mount in the Western world, so I'll reluctantly settle for one. Would you be willing to be my mount? Ben Bly had finally managed to deceive Hart, but he did not expect to fall into the hands of an even more ferocious person. Furthermore, he had to be made into a mount. This was a great humiliation. Ben Bly wanted to roar at the top of his lungs, but what he heard next instantly changed his mind. If you're willing to be my mount, I'll teach you the true Dragon Clan's cultivation method. In the future, if you cultivate it, there's hope that you'll become an existence like me in the future. Otherwise, a big lizard like you will never be able to break through the bottleneck, let alone become a true god. If you follow in my footsteps, you'll become a true dragon god. I believe that you have great potential. With that, the giant lizard, Ben Bly, was completely tempted. He knew that none of his ancestors had been able to reach such a high level. Once they reached the bottleneck, it didn't matter if it was 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, or even hundreds of years. It was impossible to break through this bottleneck. Now that he heard the other party's words, Ben Bly seemed to realize that the bloodline of their ancestors seemed to be suppressing them. I'm willing to be Sir Dragon God's mount and expand your territory. I'll be the first to burn anyone who's not convinced. Ben Bly opened his mouth and spat out a ball of flame, blasting away a large area of lava. He looked very obedient. Lin Fei formed a seal with both hands and cast a restriction that landed on Ben Bly's head. Ben Bly's body swayed and he fell head first. He could only feel something lingering in his mind that he couldn't get rid of. I've already planted a restriction in your mind. In this world, only I can undo this restriction. If you forcefully touch it, the consequences are very simple. You'll explode like a watermelon and become a mess of flesh and blood. I don't think a giant lizard like you can survive without a head. Lin Fei extended his hand and pointed. A jingguang directly entered Benbli's mind. The eyes of Benbli, who was originally unwilling, suddenly lit up. That was because a cultivation technique had appeared in his mind. Dragon God Technique. One look at the name and Benbli knew that this was a high-level cultivation method. Although this cultivation technique was only at the first 3 levels, it was still much stronger than what he was cultivating. Benbli felt that he was too happy. Although becoming someone else's mount was not a bad thing. At least he still had a chance to break through in the future. This was not something to be ashamed of. Thank you for your reward, sir. I, Benbli, will be your most loyal mount in the Western world. Lin Fei didn't believe that Benbli would reject the temptation of the Dragon God technique. Although the Dragon God technique was not a high-level cultivation method and sounded very powerful, it was still considered an ordinary cultivation method. But for Benbli, it was indeed a very high-level cultivation method. Just look at the giant lizard's cultivation realm. It was simply unimaginable. It was not hard for Lin Fei to imagine that there must have been a divine dragon who had given birth to the next generation and casually left behind a cultivation method. After all, the Western world was a foreign race. Leaving behind a cultivation method was enough. That was why none of these giant lizards were able to break through to a high realm. Now that Lin Fei had given Benbli the Dragon God technique, his strength would increase by a lot. At the very least, he would become the strongest existence in the history of the Western world. Now, I will help you remove the last seal in your body. From now on, you will be free. A sword light flew out from behind Lin Fei. With a wave of his finger, it rushed into Benbli's body. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. Benbli's body was covered with cracks and blood was flowing out. But Benbli wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he was excited. Thank you, sir, for helping me remove the seal. Now I am free. That damned radiant church, I will exterminate them now. After regaining his freedom, Benbli emitted a ruthless aura, stirring up the surging magma. He wanted to seek revenge on the radiant church. Lin Fei raised his hand, and the sword array condensed into a large sword, which slammed Benbli into the lava in an instant. Who told you to take revenge? With your current appearance, do you want the whole world to know about it? I still have a use for the Radiant Church. Lin Fei said, your body is too big. Shrink down for me. After all, times have changed. Benbli didn't dare to get angry. Sir, I don't know the shape-shifting technique. Benbli said with a bitter smile. Trash. Truly trash. Lin Fei was helpless. He raised his hand and sent another ray of light into Benbli's mind. Immediately comprehend it. If you can't comprehend it in 3 days, I will kill you and take your blood. After all, the scales on your body and the dragon blood have some value. As for the rest, they are all cheap stuff. Nobody would want them even if you gave them away. A day later, under the drive of Lin Fei, Benbli finally succeeded in shapeshifting. The huge body instantly transformed into a bald, brawny man. This bald man had an ugly face and an ominous aura from head to toe. On top of that, he was 1 meters tall, which made him look like a small mountain. Every look and every movement he made would cause people to feel fear. Your appearance is not bad. You can be a hired thug. Chapter 4239. The Church of Light was in a mess. Ever since Lord Heart fell into the depths of the earth, everyone had been waiting for him. Everyone believed that Lord Heart would be back soon. No one was a match for Lord Heart. After all, he was a 12-winged angel. The saddest thing was that Felix, the branch leader of the Church of Light, had been killed by Lin Fei just like that. The branch of the Church of Light was without a leader for a while. Left with no choice, the saintess in training Irina took over. After all, Irina was a saintess in training from the Church of Light. She wasn't weak, and she could summon angels. Naturally, she had the right to temporarily lead the branch. After Irina obtained the approval of the other side, she quickly controlled the situation and stabilized the internal situation. The news of Archbishop Felix's death was tightly sealed, preventing the outside world from knowing. At the same time, the Church of Light was on guard internally. As for the few Chinese who had barged into the Church of Light, Irina temporarily gave up on killing them and called them back. Lord Hart will definitely be fine. With Lin Fei's strength, there's no way he's a match for the great 12-winged angels. They must be fighting underground, and the only thing I can do is guard these exits. Irina originally wanted to go underground to check out the situation, but the commotion underground was too terrifying. Irina didn't dare to go down. It wasn't that there weren't any experts from the Church of Light who went down. However, there wasn't any response, and contact was lost. It was obvious that the situation underground was very intense. Even now, Irina hadn't completely digested Lin Fei. His strength was unfathomable. Even Archbishop Felix had been killed by him. Since when did the Church of Light suffer such a loss? More importantly, Lin Fei and the 12-winged angel Hart were locked in battle. Saintus, there hasn't been any movement for half a day. Could the victor have been decided? Or has Lord Hart already killed that kid? Irina stared at the entrance of the hole. Irina stared at the hole. Irina stared at this place as she also sensed the changes in it. There had indeed been no movement for half a day. A smile appeared on Irina's face as she said, "Looks like Master Hart has won. Lin Fei is immortal after all, he's no match for Angel Hart." The experts of the Radiant Church who were present all agreed with this statement. An archangel was an archangel, after all. Furthermore, it was at the level of 1.2 billion. How could Lin Fei defeat it? To be able to last so long against the 1.2 billion Archangel Hart was already an impressive feat. Wait, something seems to be coming out. Suddenly, an expert of the Radiant Church said. Alina made a gesture, and everyone was on guard. If Lord Hart hadn't come out, attack immediately. Don't hold back. The Irinas were prepared. In the next second, a huge figure rushed out from the ground. Under this ferocious aura, they all felt a trace of fear and unease. There was a loud bang. The figure landed heavily on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the hard ground. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this figure. Alina was decisive. Everyone, attack him together. This was because Alina did not recognize this person. He was not Hart nor Lin Fei. But no matter what, since he appeared in the Radiant Church's territory, he was an enemy of the Radiant Church. Let's fight first. There was a loud rumbling sound. More than a dozen experts of the Radiant Church attacked. The attack of more than a dozen experts of the Radiant Church was not ordinary. You guys still have the nerve to use such methods? The strong man laughed out loud. He leaped and instantly pounced on the nearest expert of the Radiant Church. With one punch, he punched through the expert of the Radiant Church. You see, trash is trash. Can't even withstand a single blow. The strong man laughed out loud and pounced on another expert. This time, it was simpler and more violent. With a close combat charge, he smashed the expert of the Radiant Church into a pool of blood. You see, still trash. After killing 2 experts of the Radiant Church, and both of them were at the Xiantian realm, Irina, the saintess in waiting, was shocked. How could there be such an expert in the Radiant Church's branch? With one punch and one kick, he killed an Xiantian realm expert. Irina thought that this person's strength was ordinary. But now, she knew that this person was more terrifying than she had imagined. Everyone, retreat. This person is a close combat expert. Don't let him get close to you. Irina quickly retreated, but the reaction of those people was a little slow. In fact, the strong man's speed was too fast. With one punch and one kick, he killed the experts of the Radiant Church. In a short period of time, except for 3 experts of the Radiant Church who escaped, the remaining experts were all dead. The strong man stared at Irina coldly. Being stared at like this, Irina felt a chill down her spine. Her heart sank. She thought that without Lin Fei, she would be able to suppress anyone with the experts of the Radiant Church. But now, it seemed that she had thought too much. What made Irina most uneasy was who this person was. The Radiant Church's branch had suffered heavy losses. Who the hell are you? Don't you know that killing so many experts of the Radiant Church will cause big trouble? The strong man laughed mischievously. Beauty, you should be glad that you are still alive. If not for the Lord's command, you would have died without a doubt. My fist would have been enough to blow your body apart. The Lord? Irina was smart enough to realize something. At this time, a figure rushed out from the ground and landed on the ground. Saintess Irina, your methods aren't bad. You actually managed to lead a branch of the Radiant Church's Radiant experts. It's a pity that these Radiant experts weren't much and were all killed by my people. I wonder if you want to experience the feeling of being killed? Lin Fei smiled, revealing his white teeth. You are still alive. Irina retreated 3 steps and looked at Lin Fei with a face full of fear. Ben Bly, the strong man, immediately rushed forward and punched and kicked the remaining 3 experts of the Radiant Church, killing them. Irina only saw a blur in front of her. The remaining 3 experts were also killed, and the surroundings became empty. As for the strong man, she didn't know where he went. Of course I am still alive. Thanks to you, I am still alive. For example, this strong man, his strength is not bad. He was also given to me by the Radiant Church. Lin Fei smiled. Now, I will give you 2 choices. Either you get killed by his fist, or you become the new president of the Radiant Church. I don't know which one you will choose. Chapter 4240. Irina was an ambitious candidate for the saintess position. With his bare fists, he killed the experts of the Church of Light one after another. His brute strength was incomparably vigorous and invulnerable. Irina knew that she was no match for this person. If they were to really fight, she would probably be killed within 2 or 3 moves. It would be very, very tragic. I know you are very strong, but the strength of the Church of Light is not something you can contend against. Do you know that the Pope of the Church of Light can summon the most powerful 18-winged archangel? Although Irina knew that she had to make a choice, she still wanted to see what Lin Fei had to say. If she was blindly brainless, then it would be a different story. How could Lin Fei not understand the meaning behind Irina's words? She clearly didn't think highly of him. Even if he helped her become the president of the Church of Light, it would only be for a short period of time. My lord, let me kill this guy with a single punch. Ben Bly coldly snorted. He clenched his huge fist. As long as Lin Fei gave the order, he would directly smash this saintess in training. In Ben Bly's eyes, this saintess in training's strength was too weak. 1 punch would be enough to deal with her. Lin Fei shook his head. No rush, no rush. Irina, you are a smart woman. To be able to become a saintess in training naturally means that you are a seed of the Church of Light. However, do you think you have any hope of becoming a true saintess? I don't think you have the opportunity or the potential. However, if you have my support, then becoming the Pope in the future wouldn't be a difficult matter. What do you think? The words Pope appeared in Irina's mind. There was a huge change in her expression and the look in her eyes. His mind, which had been wavering for a long time, also began to become firm. As for the Pope you mentioned, even if he can summon an 18-winged archangel, so what? Killing him would be as easy as flipping a hand. The only thing you have to do is to choose or not to choose. It's that simple. I don't have time to waste on you. At worst, I will find another expert here. I believe that they would be more than happy to take charge of the Church of Light's branch. Also, you don't need to worry, your position will be very secure. No one will be able to take it away from you, because I will leave Ben Bly behind to oversee things. No matter how many experts come, it won't matter. This time, Irina was truly tempted. She could tell that this burly man's strength was unfathomable. Even if there were 10 Irinas fighting against him, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. If Ben Blake were to stay here and help her oversee things, even though he would be suspected of spying on her, he could guarantee that she would be able to control the branch of the Church of Light. I, Irina, am willing to serve my lord, Irina said decisively without any hesitation. Lin Fei smiled faintly and said, you will be happy with the choice you made today. After all, it's a rare opportunity to make such a choice. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to control Idna. Someone as smart as Idna would know what to do. Moreover, she still had Ben Bly. It was a bad-tempered dragon lizard. If Alina really had any ideas, Ben Blake would kill her at the first opportunity. I will give you half a day's time. Kill all the people of the Church of Light who don't recognize you. I will let Ben Bly help you. I want you to completely control the branch of the Church of Light, not just in name. Irina's heart skipped a beat. She immediately realized that this should be the first test. Half a day is too much. With his help, I will be able to completely control it in an hour at most. Then, I will look at your results. Lin Fei then said to Ben Bly, as for Irina, kill whoever she wants to kill. But don't be too violent, be gentle. Irina's methods were indeed very powerful. She immediately gathered all the people of the Church of Light in the hall. Initially, many experts were dissatisfied with Irina's promotion, and they were secretly tempted to make a move. However, they couldn't resist the fact that this order was given by the higher-ups. However, everyone knew that Saintess Irina wouldn't stay here for a long time. Therefore, they chose to obey for the time being. But in their hearts, they more or less looked down on Irina. They still didn't hand over the authority in their hands. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they agreed on the surface but opposed on the surface. Because Irina had just ascended, she naturally didn't dare to bully these guys. She was worried that she would be secretly plotted against, so she didn't do anything to them. In front of everyone, Irina took out the evidence and angrily accused these people of secretly having connections with the Dark Church. This time, such a big movement was caused by these people secretly leaking information. Once the evidence was presented, these people refuted again and again. They believed that Irina had deliberately fabricated this matter. For Irina, she only needed a name. After all, this time, the Church of Light had suffered a disastrous loss. Even Archbishop Felix had fallen. Naturally, someone had to bear the responsibility. These people hadn't thought that Irina would be so decisive. They immediately decided to capture Irina. After all, she was just a saintess in training, that's all. Behind them were the higher-ups of the Church of Light's headquarters. When the time comes, no one would believe Irina's words. When they started to attack, Irina gave an order. The violent man, Ben Bly, also instantly attacked. With a wave of his hand, he instantly killed these people one by one. However, his actions were very violent. The people of the Church of Light's branch felt their scalp go numb. They couldn't bear to look straight at him. That fierce divine might was imprinted in their hearts. They couldn't forget it for a long time. Relying on this thunderous method, Irina cleaned up all the opposing forces. Then, she immediately took out a piece of evidence and sent it to the headquarters of the Church of Light. There were witnesses, and evidence. Without exception, they were the ones who did it. In addition, there were no witnesses, so these people died in vain. You are very good. Within an hour, you completely controlled the Church of Light's branch. Lin Fei was sitting in the small courtyard, quietly listening to Irina's report. It seems that I didn't make the wrong choice. You are worthy of my nurturing. Your next task is very simple. Don't let me down. Ben Bly will always stay by your side and listen to your commands. Irina also completely believed that this Lin Fei really wanted to support her. And she had personally experienced Ben Bly's lethality. Now, take me to the treasury of the Church of Light. There are a few things that I need to take with me. Also, help me check where the so-called divine water of life is. Irina had the key to the treasury. The treasury was underground and had an elevator leading to it. It was made of reinforced concrete.